Chapter 1374. Humanoid Great Lord. Chapter 1374. Humanoid Great Lord. Staring at the 7 Luminaries ring's attributes, even Feng could not believe that it was merely a fragmented legendary item. The ring had already been the most powerful epic ranked ring he had ever seen. Now that he had upgraded to fragmented legendary rank, not only had its physical appearance undergone a massive transformation, but its attributes had as well. 7 Luminaries ring, replica, ring, fragmented legendary ring. Equipment requirement. Strength 1,200, Agility 1,000. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Strength plus 130, Agility plus 115, Intelligence plus 102, Endurance plus 105, Vitality plus 106, current level 55. When equipped, increase strength by 40%, agility by 40%, intelligence by 40%, endurance by 30%, and vitality by 30%. All negative environmental effects weakened by 50%. Ignore levels plus 15. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill dash. 7 Luminaries aura. There are 7 different auras: earth, water, wind, fire, time, illusion, and space. Only one aura can be used each time, and there will be a cooldown of 20 seconds when changing between auras. Aura of Earth requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Defense increased by 100%. Damage taken reduced by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute domain. Become immune to all damage for 10 seconds. All allies within a 50-yard radius become immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Aura of Water. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Healing effects increased by 100%. Cast consumption reduced by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Life Domain. Heals all allies within a 50-yard radius for 10% of their HP every second for 30 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Wind. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Movement speed increased by 80%. Attack speed increased by 60%. Reaction speed increased by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Gale Domain. Enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 300% and reduces the movement speed of all enemies within a 100-yard radius by 50% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Fire. Requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Damage increased by 50%. Target's defense reduced by 80%. Activatable skill dash. Flame Domain. Inflicts 1,500% damage within a 60-yard radius for 7 seconds. Damage upscales by 20% every second. Cooldown 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Requires 3 billion EXP to level up. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 50%. Enemies within a 200-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 40%, and cooldown of skills increased by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Forbidden Domain. Prevents enemies within a 500-yard radius from using any skills or tools for 30 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Illusion. Requires 3 billion EXP to level up. All attributes increased by 40%. Enemies within a 200-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 40%. Activatable skill dash. Fantasy Domain. Immunity to all magic damage and 20% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 20 seconds. For 180 seconds, all negative effects within a 100-yard radius will be removed. Cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Requires 3 billion EXP to level up. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill 1 dash. Space Movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 600,000 yards. Cooldown 3 minutes. Activatable skill 2 dash. Spatial Gate. Opens a spatial gate that allows players to go through it. Spatial Gate can be connected to any location within a 300,000-yard radius. Spatial Gate will stay open for 1 minute. Cooldown 20 minutes. Although the 7 Luminaries ring's basic attributes were subpar for a fragmented legendary item. Even inferior to the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, all players dreamed of using its activatable skills. The skills were useful in nearly all aspects of battle. Most importantly, these skills wouldn't only benefit the user, as they also benefited one's allies. The aura of Space's new skill, Spatial Gate, was particularly useful as it could allow the ring's user to take a player team with them wherever they wished. With this skill, traveling to dangerous maps to farm bosses would become much easier. After all, 300,000 yards was the equivalent of an average leveling map Spatial Gate. Feng's lips curled into a smile as he read this new skill. I had thought that claiming the Manatite vein was going to be troublesome. It seems I've just saved myself a lot of time. The Sea of Death's Manatite vein was not that easy to obtain. He had planned to secure a group instantaneous teleportation scroll, but it seemed that he no longer needed to when Feng re-equipped the 7 Luminaries ring. It felt as if the power of an ancient beast welled within him. Moreover, his mind became much clearer and more active than before. Is this the ring's hidden effect? Feng was surprised to notice the surrounding mana converge towards him, although the affected area wasn't large. Only 2 yards around his body, the mana density was roughly 30% higher than normal. Despite such a low percentage, it shouldn't be taken for granted. In a high mana density environment, the results would be staggering, following which Feng's fist shot out in a mock punch-pong. He heard an explosion as his fist created a gust of wind that extended up to 10 yards away. My strength and speed can match a great lord of the same level now. Feng balled his fist as he estimated his current strength. Previously, he had nearly had as much strength as a great lord of the same level. Now, he was certain that his strength was on par with a great lord's. Although there did not seem to be a huge difference between the two, the gap was massive. If his strength were only close to rivaling a great lord of the same level, he'd receive a lot of damage in a head-on confrontation. Without a healer's support, it was only a matter of time before the monster whittled him down, as monsters had far more HP than players. However, if he had truly reached the Great Lord standard, his battle recovery could make up for the damage he took in a one-on-one fight. He could fight until he ran out of stamina. Meanwhile, as long as he dealt enough damage, he could solo a Great Lord without any special tricks. He could now fight foes of a higher tier. In the past, he had envied Apex experts and their frighteningly high attributes, yet now, he stood among them upon reaching Tier 2. If the Apex experts in his past knew about this, their jaws would hit the ground. Now that I've completed my quest, it's about time to visit Charlene. Feng smiled, satisfied. Before he left the Adventurers Association, though, he hid the 7 Luminaries ring's hidden effect. Otherwise, he would attract a lot of attention even with a black cloak. As soon as Feng left the Adventurers Association, he received a call from Melancholic Smile Guild leader. The assassins I've dispatched have discovered a large group of evil demons. There are 3 times as many as those that assaulted our patrol teams. By the looks of it, their target seems to be an NPC merchant fleet. Melancholic Smile anxiously reported when she had taken over Stone Forest Town's management. She had learned just how important the NPC merchant fleets were to the town. Without these NPC merchant fleets, Stone Forest Town would lose all sorts of special merchandise. If NPC merchants stopped visiting the town's popularity growth would slow to a crawl. To put it simply, the NPC merchant fleets were crucial to Stone Forest Town's promotion. However, these NPC merchant fleets normally hired both NPC and player guards, making them difficult to mug. They simply weren't opponents current players could go up against. However, with so many evil demons participating in the assault, these NPC merchant fleets could suffer defeat. 3 targeting the NPCs already? Feng smiled faintly. Good. I can use this opportunity as a test. Guild leader, do you really intend to solo all of those evil demons? Melancholic Smile was stunned. The idea was simply too reckless. The opponent consisted of over 100 evil demons, including great lords. Even a 100-man expert team would risk extermination, much less a single player. Relax. Send me the coordinates. Also, tell the assassins to be a little more careful and avoid discovery at all costs. Those evil demons have very sharp senses, Feng said as he tried to soothe melancholic Smile's panic. He then disconnected the call and retrieved a guild transfer scroll from his bag. He then transformed into a streak of light before vanishing. Chapter 1375, Display of Strength. Chapter 1375, Display of Strength. Starmoon City region, in one of the forested valleys in the Stoneclaw Mountains. A fleet of carriages rolled along the gravel road as it passed through the valley. From the top of a mountain, one could easily spot over 50 carriages. Among them, the most inferior carriage was an advanced transport carriage pulled by 2 horses. Meanwhile, the carriages carried all sorts of large crates containing rare merchandise to be sold in Stone Forest Town due to Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association. The town had attracted far more wandering merchants. Moreover, Sima Town was no longer the only town connected to Stone Forest Town. A total of 3 towns now had roads leading to the guild town. However, the 2 new trade routes weren't as lively as the road linked to Sima Town, since the other 2 towns were further away regardless. Due to the increase of wandering merchants traveling to Stone Forest Town, the 3 NPC towns began to receive more high-rank escort quests. Although escort quests did not award a lot of EXP, they did offer plenty of coins. To independent players, these quests offered a considerable income. Moreover, players who just so happen to plan on heading to Stone Forest Town could rake in some additional income while they were at it. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, however, such a profitable opportunity was not available to everyone, as escort quests had a minimum strength requirement. Moreover, the larger a merchant fleet was, the higher the requirements were. As for how these NPC merchants determined if a player were strong enough, said player would be required to spar with the fleet's NPC guards. The main god system would automatically lower the guard's strength to the standard of elite players at this stage of the game. If the player defeated the NPC guards, they could accept the escort quest. If a player wanted to become the merchant fleet's vice leader, receiving greater pay, they needed to defeat an NPC guard adjusted to the standard of current expert players in the Stoneclaw Mountains Valley. Over 100 players accompanied this merchant fleet. Even without the NPC guard's aid, the escort players easily defeated any monsters the fleet came across. Even monster groups led by a level 45 Great Lord were no match for these players' commander. Are we really going to buy a private house in Stone Forest Town this time? A gray-robed woman with long, crimson hair asked the man with disheveled hair seated next to her in one of the transport carriages. This charming woman's question quickly attracted the attention of the other players in the carriage. These players weren't only focused on the woman because of her beauty. Rather, it was because this woman was a level 43 summoner. She was also the vice commander of Firecloud Fox, a well-known adventurer team from the Black Dragon Empire, and one of the Empire's top 100 summoners. Graceful Moon. Many of the Black Dragon Empire's large guilds wanted to recruit Graceful Moon. Unfortunately, none of them had ever succeeded. As for the disheveled, cool-looking man, his identity was even more astounding. His name was Remnant Cloud, the Firecloud Fox's commander. Similarly, he was one of the top 100 shield warriors within the Empire. It was due to such a powerful MT that Firecloud Fox had grown into a large-scale adventurer team with over 500 members and a reputation known throughout the Black Dragon Empire. I plan to look around first. If Stone Forest Town is as impressive as the rumors make it out to be, buying a house wouldn't be a bad idea, Remnant Cloud said. Chuckling. Stone Forest Town was considerably famous in the Black Dragon Empire. One of the main reasons for its popularity was the battle arena recently. Quite a few experts had earned themselves a spot among the top 100 on the Black Dragon Empire's various class ranking lists. After some research, many other players discovered that these newcomers shared one similarity. They all trained in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Moreover, these players' ranks in the Empire continued to rise. Because of this, Stone Forest Town's battle arena had become quite popular in the Black Dragon Empire. To improve his team members' strength, Remnant Cloud had decided to make the trip and investigate the town himself. Commander, it's fine if you just want to look around, but if you decide to purchase a private house, I suggest otherwise. I've heard that a war has recently broken out between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial, and the latter seems to have the advantage. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial's Red Iron Town has more potential. Not only are there plenty of high-level and high-resource maps nearby, but players will also be able to use Evernight City as a transfer point between the guild's other towns in the future. Investing in Red Iron Town will be more convenient than investing in Stone Forest Town as for the battle arena. Currently, other guilds have already begun to construct battle arenas in their own towns. It is only a matter of time before they catch up with Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Graceful Moon did not view Stone Forest Town's future in a particularly positive light. In her opinion, the town only had a few minor advantages at the moment. However, as time passed, the various large guilds towns in the Black Dragon Empire would undoubtedly catch up. After all, the Black Dragon Empire was far more prosperous than Star Moon Kingdom, even if their adventurer team wanted to purchase a private house in Star Moon Kingdom. Considering their long-term development, purchasing a house in Red Iron Town was the wiser choice. I guess you're right. But since we're already here, let's go take a look. After giving the matter some thought, Remnant Cloud saw the reasoning in Graceful Moon's words. Various guild towns were already prioritizing their battle arenas. As for the mana density, these guilds were doing their best to find solutions. They would deal with the problem sooner or later. While Graceful Moon and Remnant Cloud conversed, they heard a commotion in the forest on both sides of the gravel road. Suddenly, easily over 1,000 pitch-black figures darted out of the dense woods. Not only did these figures block the merchant fleet's path, but they had also surrounded the carriages. Upon seeing these monsters, the escorting players prepared for battle. These monsters were nothing like the wild monsters they had faced on the road thus far. Every one of these monsters radiated a frightening aura, their eyes containing human-like wisdom. Moreover, their levels were shockingly high. These monsters were all level 70, roughly 25 levels higher than the monsters the merchant fleet had previously encountered. How is this possible? Didn't they say that these evil demons only assaulted passing players? Why are they targeting the merchant fleets? Some escort players from Star Moon Kingdom recognized the evil demons immediately. After all, they had seen these evil demons siege Stone Forest Town. These monsters' attacks on Stone Forest Town's players was nothing new. Either what surprised these players was that these evil demons actually dared to assault an NPC fleet. Aside from the escort players, a large number of NPC guards protected the merchant fleet. Each one of these guards was level 80, and among them were 3 Tier 3 guards, over 60 Tier 2 guards, and over 100 Tier 1 guards. They were not existences current players could easily defeat before these players could recover from their shock. The evil demons surged forward. Go! Destroy the merchandise. Ghost Shadow, hiding amongst the trees, laughed as he watched his legions surround the merchant fleet to ensure the fleet's destruction. Heaven's Burial had dispatched the Ghost Shadow Legion's elites, and Beast Emperor had sent them an evil demon army to assist. 2 level 70, Grand Lord ranked evil demons led the army. Given enough time, they could certainly eliminate the NPC merchant fleet. Although the evil demons' levels were lower than the NPCs, they had the numerical advantage. Moreover, they didn't need to kill the NPCs. Their goal was simply to kill the players and destroy the cargo. Damn it, why are there so many powerful monsters? Graceful Moon's eyebrows rose in surprise. Not only did the level 70 chieftain-ranked evil demons easily defeat her summoned creatures, but they also dodged her spirit bullets. If not for Remnant Cloud activating a berserk skill and life-saving skill to hold the evil demons back, the monsters would have long since closed in on her. The other players weren't as lucky. Despite the battle beginning only a brief moment ago, over a dozen players had already died. On this kind of battlefield, these players were utterly useless. They were slaughtered like ants. Moon, get out of here. I'll hold them back. Remnant Cloud barked. He could tell that only death awaited them should they stay. They couldn't win a battle of this level, but although Graceful Moon wanted to argue, when she saw a High Lord overwhelm her commander, she took out an instantaneous movement scroll and activated Ida, Feudal Struggle. Ghost Shadow growled disdainfully when he noticed several players removing instantaneous movement scrolls from their bags before they had taken action. He had used a tool Beast Emperor had given him to seal the area, making it impossible for players to escape via return scrolls or instantaneous movement scrolls. Why did it fail? Graceful Moon's expression darkened when she realized that she was still on the battlefield even after the instantaneous movement scroll had disintegrated. As for Remnant Cloud, despite barely holding on thanks to a healer's help, it would only be a matter of minutes before he died as more evil demons descended on their prey. When Remnant Cloud had less than 20% HP remaining, a Great Lord ranked evil demon circled the man, swinging its claws at the shield warrior. Remnant Cloud was already doing everything he could to block the evil demon's attacks from the front. He did not have any spare power to protect his back commander. Graceful Moon gasped, "Am I going to die just like this?" Remnant Cloud understood that there was no escaping death when he noticed the Great Lord behind him suddenly. A spatial tear appeared between Remnant Cloud and the evil demon, and a figure leaped onto the battlefield. However, despite the spatial tear's abrupt appearance, the evil demon's attack did not falter in the least. "Be careful," Remnant Cloud shouted. He could faintly tell that the figure behind him was a player. Unfortunately, only 3 yards separated this figure and the evil demon. Not even an expert could react in time to block such an unexpected attack from a Great Lord with so little distance between them. However, when the evil demon's claws were less than 1 yard away from the newcomer, a blue glow blossomed on the evil demon's body like a cannonball. The Great Lord ranked evil demon shot backward, crossing a dozen yards before crashing into a large tree. A second after the impact, the towering tree fell to the ground. As for the figure that emerged from the spatial tear, he remained where he had stood, his calm composure making it seem as if nothing had happened. Chapter 1376. The 7 Luminaries Rings Power. Chapter 1376. The 7 Luminaries Rings Power. When the Great Lord ranked evil demon's body hit the ground, the battlefield fell silent. How is that possible? Graceful Moon wore an incredulous look as she stared at the evil demon sprawled in the dirt. Turning her gaze toward Feng, she muttered, "Just what did he do?" Without using any special tricks or magic arrays, contending with a level 70 Great Lord was impossible for current players. Even if Remnant Cloud, Fire Cloud Fox's commander, activated his Berserk skill and life-saving skill, he'd be lucky to survive even a moment against such an advisory, much less throw such a monster over a dozen yards. Graceful Moon wasn't the only one shocked. Every player that had witnessed the scene was stupefied. That can't be a player, right? What is going on? No, that's not right. There's a green marker above his head. He must be a player. Who is that? Everyone's gaze fixed on Feng. For a moment, they tried to guess the man's identity, both curious and surprised. "Fellow friend, hurry and leave this place. There are too many monsters here," Remnant Cloud advised as he turned to Feng, who stood behind him. Although he hadn't seen how the even demon had been thrown, not one of the experts he was familiar with were capable of sending a level 70 Great Lord flying with such strength. Feng could definitely shatter the evil demon's encirclement. "You want to leave?" Ghost Shadow, still hiding in the forest, sneered as he asked, "Do you think you can?" Although Feng's counterattack had surprised him, that was all. Since Feng had already joined the battle, he shouldn't cling to any hope of leaving alive. After all, Feng had only used some special method to knock back the Great Lord. The swordsman was not truly capable of defeating one. Moreover, more than 10 Great Lords participated in this operation. If one was not enough, he simply needed to send 2 more at the newcomer. As Remnant Cloud was about to warn Feng of this, one of the nearby Great Lords and 5 Lord-ranked evil demons dashed towards the swordsman, dark fog wrapping around their claws as they swiped at Feng. To make matters worse, the evil demon's coordination was only slightly inferior to expert players. Seeing this, Remnant Cloud frowned. Even as a shield warrior, he could only stand against 3 evil demons at once. No swordsman could block 6 evil demons simultaneously without activating a life-saving skill. However, just as the 6 evil demons were about to land their attacks, a galaxy of stars appeared around Feng, radiating a brilliant blue glow compared to Feng's previous executions. His current sword's orbit was more complete and beautiful. Pung! Pung! When the blue glow illuminated the area, the 6 evil demons were instantly sent flying by over 20 yards. They hadn't even managed to reach the edge of Feng's cloak, much less deal any damage. Meanwhile, each of the 6 evil demons had instantly lost over 20,000 HP, with some losing nearly 50,000 HP due to a critical hit. As evil demons had much less HP than ordinary monsters, their HP bars had decreased significantly. This Remnant Cloud was dumbfounded. Feng's previous feat of throwing a Great Lord could have been brushed off as a powerful skill. Now, however, Feng had launched 6 evil demons with a single move. Even an experienced expert like Remnant Cloud could not help his surprise. Meanwhile, Feng, who remained in his original position, glanced down at the Abyssal Blade, astonished after upgrading the Abyssal Blade. The magic weapon had gained the passive skill Abyssal Will, which improved his physique depending on the surrounding mana density. Due to the 7 Luminaries ring, the mana density around him had increased considerably, which in turn improved his physique further. If not for the combination of these factors, he would not have executed such a perfect sword's orbit. I wonder how this move will fare. Feng suddenly vanished void steps. He disappeared. Where did he go? Did he leave? That's not right. He was using 2 one-handed swords. He should either be a berserker or a swordsman. How could he possibly be an assassin? Was he a ghost? Before everyone could recover from their shock, Feng's sudden disappearance surprised them once more. Impossible. I've already sealed the area. Players can only enter, not leave. Ghost Shadow's eyes widened in surprise. Quickly, he turned to look around the battlefield, trying to locate the swordsman. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find the player. As players began to wonder if they had hallucinated, a figure appeared behind the 3 evil demons that Remnant Cloud faced. Fresh blood fountained from the 3 evil demons' bodies as they curled like shrimp and flew over 20 yards away so fast. By the time Remnant Cloud realized what had happened, the 3 evil demons before him had disappeared. When he tried to get a good look at his savior, he realized that the figure before him was only an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Feng reappeared over a dozen yards away. Once again, 4 evil demons were struck and sent flying in such a way. Feng's figure vanished and reappeared all over the battlefield. Each time he appeared, his attacks sent several evil demons through the air. He seemed like a deadly ghost on the battlefield. Commander, just who is that? Graceful Moon could not help but ask as she watched Feng's afterimages flood the road. She had encountered and fought many experts in the Black Dragon Empire. She had even sparred with the Empire's top 10 experts. Although she hadn't been a match for those players, she could estimate how much of a difference separated them. However, as she watched Feng, she couldn't fathom how vast the gap was between this man and herself. She felt as if she were staring into a bottomless abyss. I don't know either. Remnant Cloud smiled bitterly. Once Feng had thrown over 300 evil demons, he stopped 50 yards away for the battlefield. He seemed like he had just casually strolled through the area, coming and going with ease. My physique should have improved by nearly 10%. Feng rejoiced as he glanced at his Abyssal Blade. Although the burden of using void steps so many times consecutively was great, it wasn't intolerable due to his high attributes and physique. Moreover, executing void steps was now easier than ever before thanks to the high mana density. Encasing his body, his current location's average density was the only limiting factor. If he fought in a high mana density environment, the effects would be unimaginable. After a short pause, the 300-plus evil demons that he sent flying charged at him like maniacs. The weakest among these evil demons was a chieftain, and the charge included 8 great lords. Insane. He aggroed so many evil demons. Remnant Cloud's eyes twitched as he watched the evil demons stampede towards Feng. He could not fathom what Feng intended to accomplish by luring so many monsters when the evil demons were within 30 yards. Feng smiled faintly as he thrust the Abyssal Blade into the ground. Abyssal Curse. A pitch-black light pillar emerged from within the evil demon group, extending into the sky. The pillar then expanded to a radius of 30 yards, preventing all evil demons within range from moving. Even the Great Lord-ranked evil demons felt as if they had just stepped in mud. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Moreover, their attributes were rapidly reducing following, which, A frightening amount of mana gathered around one of Feng's hands, a crimson magic array forming above his palm. He then directed the magic array at the army. Before him flamed domain. A twofold crimson magic array formed in the center of the evil demon army. Crimson shockwaves radiating from the center before everyone could figure out what was happening. A towering pillar of fire rose up from the ground, forming a mountain of flame as it enveloped every evil demon that had charged at the swordsman. The scorching fire ripped pained screams from the evil demons' throats as their HP plummeted initially. The evil demons had lost around 350,000 HP. In the next second, they lost over 400,000 HP. Then, they lost another 500,000 HP. By the time the flames scattered, the Lord-ranked evil demons had less than half their HPs remaining. The chieftains had been utterly annihilated. The fire's horrific damage had stupefied the witnesses. However, before these players could recover their senses, Feng followed up Flame Domain with Lightning Blade, dealing another a heavy blow following which he took out 2 Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls and used them consecutively against the remaining evil demons. In the end, all 300-plus evil demons turned to dust suddenly. A golden glow flashed on Feng's body as he rose from level 55 to level 56. Chapter 1377. He is Black Flame. Chapter 1377. He is Black Flame. Amazing. Just who is this guy? The players still fighting the evil demon army gaped when they saw Feng turn over 300 evil demons to dust in just a few moments. A single chieftain-ranked evil demon could easily kill any one of them. If not for the level 80 NPC guards, they would have long since been annihilated, yet the mysterious cloaked swordsman before them had slaughtered these evil demons as if he were grinding common monsters. It was an extravagant grinding method. Evil demons weren't like ordinary monsters. They did not drop any loot, only offering slightly higher EXP. Setting aside the fire spell Feng had used, the 2 Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls could easily sell for over 1,000 gold. With that kind of money, a player could purchase a valuable plot of land in an NPC city. Moreover, even with enough money, Tier 3 magic scrolls weren't easy to purchase, much less large-scale destruction magic scrolls in reality. However, Feng hadn't wasted the 2 scrolls. Chieftain-rank evil demons had a considerably high chance of dropping evil energy crystals. In Feng's previous life, a single crystal had sold for 10 gold on the market. Among the evil demons that he had killed, over 100 had dropped evil energy crystals. Not only had he earned back the money for the scrolls, but he had also made a profit, damn it. Where did this person come from? Ghost Shadow frowned, his expression grim as he stared at the distant Feng. Evil demons feared large-scale destructions, spells almost more than anything unlike ordinary monsters. Although evil demons had very high combat power, they didn't have a lot of HP. Even a level 70, Grand Lord-ranked evil demon only had 35 million HP, not to mention the Great Lords and below Commander. What should we do? We've lost nearly 1/3 of our evil demons. At this rate, it will be difficult to destroy the merchant fleet. A level 42 assassin, clad in blue, asked worriedly. Powerful magic barriers protected the NPC's carriages. Breaking a single barrier would take some time. In addition, the magic barriers buffed the nearby NPC guards. With these buffs, the 3 level 80 Tier 3 NPC guards were ridiculously powerful. They needed only a short time to kill Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Only the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were a threat yet. Feng had eliminated nearly 1/3 of their forces. This wasn't in the plans. He must be sick of living. He dares to treat Heaven's Burial's evil demons as EXP. Use our trump cards. Have the 2 Grand Lords prioritize that player. Lead 3 parties and assist the monsters from the side. Do not let him get away. Ghost Shadow growled, sneering. Understood. The blue-clad assassin immediately went into action. The Ghost Shadow Legion members, who had been hiding in the forest, snuck towards the Tier 3 NPC guards with bluish-purple scrolls. When they were less than 30 yards away from the Tier 3 NPCs, they revealed themselves and unfurled the scrolls suddenly. 3 purplish-gold magic barriers, each manned by 36 players, appeared and trapped the 3 Tier 3 NPCs and a large number of Tier 2 NPCs, freeing the evil demons from their opponents. No matter how these NPC guards struggled against the barriers, the purplish gold walls didn't waver in the slightest. As for the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, which suddenly found themselves without an opponent, they promptly left behind afterimages as they darted for sure. Feng, a sudden development, inspired despair in the defending players. The evil demons alone were more than they could handle. Now, hundreds of assassin players had joined the battle. Even Remnant Cloud, someone who had experienced many fierce battles, could not help his bitter smile. The fact that several hundred players had emerged to attack them proved that someone was in command of these evil demons. There was a huge difference between monsters under a player's command and those that were not. After factoring in the several hundred assassin players, his people had no chance of surviving this fight. As for their savior, Feng, he needed to face off against 2 level 70 Grand Lords. Unfortunately, the swordsman would be lucky to keep his own life, let alone help them. The Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were incredibly fast. Upon reaching Feng, they swiped their fog-clad claws at the player. These Grand Lords were far superior to their Great Lord cousins in terms of both strength and speed. In addition, they executed rapid switch while coordinating with each other, not daring to be careless. Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his strength by 150%, agility by 60%, defense by 300%, and HP by 500%. Instantly, his maximum HP shot past the 400,000 threshold. He then executed Sword's Orbit, creating a perfect defense around himself. Boom, boom, boom. As blades and claws clashed, explosions rang out across the battlefield. With each collision, the ground beneath Feng and the Grand Lord's feet trembled. Even players 30 yards away from the fight could feel intense shockwaves. Both sides exchanged attacks so rapidly that it was impossible for the naked eye to keep up with them. All anyone could see was the ground sink as the impacts formed a crater. The residual power of Feng and the Grand Lord's attacks also left numerous furrows in the dirt around them. Seeing this, the nearby assassins, who had intended to ambush Feng, hesitated, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire for a moment. The scene stupefied every player on the battlefield. How was this even a battle between a player and monsters? This was practically a monster-on-monster fight. How is that possible? Ghost Shadow, who had lain in wait to ambush the swordsman, could not believe his eyes when he saw Feng holding his ground against the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Despite being just a player, Feng could fight 2 level 70 Grand Lords to a standstill. No one would ever believe this in reality. Feng was rather proud. After upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring, he only needed to activate 1 Berserk skill to raise his strength to a level 70, Grand Lord-ranked evil demons level. Factoring in his reaction speed and physique, he could contend with 2 Grand Lords with only Sword's Orbit. However, continuing the fight at this rate was not an option. Feng could feel his stamina and concentration depleting. Even though his battle recovery could mitigate the Grand Lord's damage, it did nothing to recover the lost stamina and concentration before Heavenly Dragon's power's duration ended. He'd run out of stamina and concentration, following which Feng activated Divine Steps and switched positions with one of his doppelgangers, temporarily distancing himself from the 2 evil demons. He then retrieved 2 Summon Guard scrolls from his bag and began to summon Anna and Kaito. Though the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were relatively fragile compared to ordinary monsters of the same rank, each still had 35 million HP. With their incredible reaction speed, they could also dodge or block a large portion of his attacks. If this were a one-on-one fight, he might have a chance to kill the evil demon using only Heavenly Dragon's power. In a 2-on-1 situation, however, he had no hope of defeating the evil demons with a single Berserk skill. Shortly after, Anna, level 75, and Kite, level 74, appeared beside Feng. Anna and Kite's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Crap. Am I seeing things? That guy actually has a level 75 personal guard. When they saw Anna's level, the players gasped. The highest leveled personal guard they knew of was only level 69. They had never even heard of a personal guard reaching level 70, much less level 75. Moreover, both NPCs wore brilliant equipment. When Ghost Shadow saw Anna and Kite, a familiar sensation struck him. After going through his memories, these two NPCs seemed very similar to the two powerful personal guards that had appeared during Heaven's Burial's first assault against Stoneforest Town. Only the NPCs' weapons and equipment were different. Ghost Shadow's calm expression changed abruptly. Commander, what happened? The blue-clad assassin asked curiously. Crap. He is Black Flame, Ghost Shadow exclaimed. Chapter 1378, Kill Black Flame. When the other Ghost Shadow Legion members heard their leader's realization, they could not help but shift their gazes on to the distant Feng, their mouths falling wide open as a chill crawled down their backs. Black Flame's fame had long since spread throughout the kingdom. Many players even treated his battle records like classics. He was Starmoon Kingdom's undisputed #1 expert. However, Black Flame's tracks were always a mystery. Even Zero Wing's inner members did not know Black Flame's whereabouts. They had only heard of Black Flame's strength, that he was akin to a monster. They had thought the rumors were just exaggerations. However, it would seem that the real deal was even greater than the rumors had made him out to be. After all, Black Flame could actually hold his ground against two level 70, Great Lord-ranked evil demons by himself. This was simply too terrifying. Commander, isn't this a good chance to kill Black Flame? The blue-clad assassin asked with a smile. We haven't received any reports of Stoneforest Town mobilizing forces. Black Flame must be acting on his own this time. Although Black Flame is monstrously strong, at the end of the day, he is only one person, and we still have many evil demons. We can use them to wear him down. His death will be far more meaningful than destroying an NPC merchant fleet. Hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly glowed with excitement. They all agreed with the blue-clad assassin. If they were here without their demonic support, it would be impossible to deal with Black Flame, but the Ghost Shadow Legion was backed by the evil demon army. They even had two Grand Lords. This was a heaven-sent opportunity to kill Black Flame. If they defeated Black Flame, the blow to Zero Wing's reputation would be far more severe than simply destroying an NPC merchant fleet. Indeed, this is a golden opportunity. Ghost Shadow nodded his agreement. Notify everyone to gather at our location immediately. Order the Lord-ranked evil demons and above to keep an eye on Black Flame as well. Do not let him get away. Black Flame had already used his Berserk skill. Once the duration ended, with the evil demon army attacking head-on and the Ghost Shadow Legion assisting from the sides, they would take the swordsman's life upon receiving Ghost Shadow's command. The Ghost Shadow Legion members assisting the evil demons in destroying the fleet left their positions and stealthily surrounded Feng. The 100-plus Lord-ranked evil demons remaining also shifted their focus towards the player remnant cloud and the other defending players' side with relief. What's going on? Are they giving up? As she watched the Ghost Shadow Legion's assassins withdraw, Graceful Moon was confused. Had those assassins continued their assault, they would have been defeated. She watched as hundreds of Lord-ranked evil demons and above charged for Feng. Shock and lamentation filling her heart. Given enough time, she was confident in becoming one of the top 10 summoners in the Black Dragon Empire. Yet it was obvious that their attackers didn't view her or the other guard players as important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have switched targets so suddenly at such a crucial moment. She was a little frustrated at being looked down on. Moreover, was it really necessary to send so many players and lords against a single player? Good. All Great Lord-ranked evil demons distract Black Flame's personal guards while the other evil demons focus on Black Flame. Everyone else, find an opportunity to land a killing blow. Ghost Shadow gave out the command to attack once his people were in place. Unlike the prior attack, the evil demons put more space between themselves. Even if Feng had more large-scale destruction spells, he couldn't put them to good use. Furthermore, he wouldn't have another opportunity to use a magic scroll with the two Grand Lords distracting him. Roar. With Ghost Shadow's command, over a dozen Great Lord-ranked evil demons charged at Anna and Kite, while the other evil demons dashed for Feng. The level 40-plus assassin experts nearby stealthily approached their target, as well Black Flame. Today will be your funeral. Ghost Shadow exclaimed as he watched the Grand Lords force Feng into a defensive position. Quite a few superpowers had attempted to kill Feng, but none had succeeded today. However, he would put an end to Zero Wings legend crap. Everyone's coming for me? Feng, who had activated omniscient eyes to scout for ambushes, discovered countless evil demons and players around him. Moreover, these evil demons and players' aim for his life dealing with the two Grand Lords had only become easier after he had summoned Anna and Kite. If so many evil demons and players joined into the fight right now, he'd be in trouble seeing the evil demon army and player army inch closer. Feng switched the aura of fire to the aura of time-forbidden domain. A silvery gray space formed in a 500-yard radius around him. The skill prevented all enemies in range from using skills or tools for 30 seconds. It also decreased enemies' movement speed and attack speed by 40% within 200 yards of him due to this forbidden domain. The stealth assassins were promptly exposed. The dark fog that shrouded the evil demon's claws also disappeared. The Ghost Shadow Legion panicked when they realized they had lost their ability to use skills and tools. Assassins were powerful was because of their skills' damage and control effects. If they couldn't use their skills, they were practically crippled. They wouldn't even be able to exhibit 30% of their true combat power. What are you afraid of? This silencing skill will only last a short moment. Charge! No matter what, he mustn't escape. Ghost Shadow shouted arrogantly while not being able to use skills and tools was a disadvantage. They wouldn't get another opportunity like this to kill him again if they failed. Hearing Ghost Shadow's words, the panicked assassins calmed quickly as they tightened the encirclement around Feng. They might not be able to exhibit their full strength right now, but the same wasn't true for the evil demons. Even if the evil demons couldn't use their skills, it would only affect their combat power slightly. There were more than enough evil demons to whittle Feng down. They could leave the offense to the demons while they contained Feng escape. Feng formed a sinister smile as he surveyed his surroundings. That smile made the Ghost Shadow Legion members shudder involuntarily as they realized that something felt off. However, before they could react, Anna, who stood beside Feng, finished reciting her incantation immediately. A massive, golden magic array appeared in the sky, its imposing appearance visible to anyone within 500 yards, following which a golden armored Valkyrie descended from the array. The moment the level 75 Valkyrie appeared, a powerful aura washed over the battlefield like a tidal wave. The Ghost Shadow Legion felt an unprecedented pressure weigh them down. Crap. Everyone retreat. When Ghost Shadow saw the Valkyrie, he instantly understood the meaning behind Feng's sinister smile. Feng hadn't used a silencing skill to escape. Rather, he had used the skill to prevent them from escaping even without Ghost Shadow's warning. The Ghost Shadow Legion members had already turned and fled. Unfortunately, the Valkyrie already held a spear of thunder. She then swept the spear towards her targets. Countless arcs of golden lightning streaked forward, dealing devastating damage to everything within 150 yards in a cone-shaped area. The Valkyrie used the Tier 4 skill, Roaring Thunder. She also dealt double damage against dark creatures. As a result, the fragile Lord-ranked evil demons died on the spot. Only the High Lords and above barely survived. As for the players within range, not even their bodies remained after the attack. Chapter 1379, Unstoppable. Chapter 1379, Unstoppable. As the golden lightning dissipated, it revealed a large clearing on the road. Despite the Ghost Shadow Legion members having spread out, over 100 members had died instantly under the Valkyrie's merciless assault. As for Ghost Shadow, who hid a short distance away, he turned deathly pale upon seeing the devastation. Over 40 Lord-ranked evil demons had died. Even level 80, Tier 3 NPCs would require quite some time to kill one level 70 Lord, yet the Valkyrie had done so in one hit. Although the High Lords caught in the attack hadn't died, they weren't far from death's door. 4 Great Lords had also sustained severe injuries, each one with a little over a third of their HP, remaining. This frightening damage and destructive power were simply unparalleled. Ghost Shadow had never witnessed such an attack. The Valkyrie's strength stupefied everyone. For a moment, many of the surviving Ghost Shadow Legion members stood there in a daze. Not knowing what to do, attempting to escape was meaningless. Even if they tried to run, the Valkyrie would likely kill them before they reached the Forbidden Domain's boundaries. Don't panic. Spread out. The Valkyrie won't last very long. Such a powerful skill has to have a long cooldown. Maintain your distance and buy as much time as possible. Ghost Shadow hurriedly commanded. While the Valkyrie's combat power had exceeded Ghost Shadow's expectations, he was no ordinary player. He had fought countless battles to reach his current standards. Naturally, powerful boss monsters were among his many foes. Not only could he calm himself quickly, but he could also devise a plan to deal with the Valkyrie. After all, this wasn't his first time against the summoned creature. When the Valkyrie had joined the first siege battle in Stone Forest Town, her pros and cons had been revealed. As long as they were far enough apart, she couldn't wipe them out. During the short time she could remain on the battlefield, hearing Ghost Shadow's orders, his assassins exploded into action. They maintained a certain distance from the Valkyrie and each other. They sure reacted quickly. The Ghost Shadow Legion's reaction time surprised Feng slightly. If the enemy players had simply scattered, running for their lives like a chaotic mob, they would have been easy to slaughter. However, by deliberately maintaining a fixed distance from the Valkyrie and attracting her attention, the summoned angel could only kill a small number of their forces. However, the development didn't worry Feng. Instead, he commanded Anna indifferently. The NPC then changed another incantation and summoned 10 Rock Guardians. The Rock Guardians formed a magic barrier around the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, trapping them within. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie vanished and reappeared before the 2 Grand Lords, sweeping her spear of thunder horizontally. Before the 2 evil demons could react, they were sent flying over 20 yards away, slamming into the magic barrier. Their HP bars lost another large chunk. Crap. He's aiming for the Grand Lords. Ghost Shadow's expression darkened as he watched the summons trap his 2 Grand Lords. Hurriedly, he shouted in the team chat, "Quick, everyone, attack the magic barrier." Every Grand Lord-ranked evil demon was incredibly precious. Nurturing one was highly dependent on luck. Beast Emperor had only given Heaven's Burial 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons as trump cards to deal with Zero Wing. Each Grand Lord could easily annihilate a 100-man expert team on their own if not for Singular Burial's demand that he destroy the NPC merchant fleet. He wouldn't have mobilized the 2 Grand Lords at a lit's too late. Feng smiled. He then activated Phantom Kill, 9 Dragon Slash, and Divine Providence. Feng, his doppelganger, and the Abyssal Blade Phantoms attacked the Grand Lords together in front of the Valkyrie. The 2 Grand Lords were utterly powerless. Hence, Feng could attack to his heart's content as the Valkyrie dealt double damage to dark creatures. Each of her attacks caused over -1 million damage. When she used the Tier 4 single-target skill, Judgment Spear, she could eliminate over 1/3 of the Grand Lord's HP. As for Feng, he possessed the Sacred Sword Killing Ray, which also dealt double damage to dark creatures. Factoring in Heavenly Dragon's power, each of his strikes easily dealt over -100,000 damage. After exhausting all 9 Shadow Blade attacks, he instantly devoured over 1 million HP from one of the evil demons, although Feng's doppelganger only had 80% of his basic attributes. Its damage shouldn't be underestimated, either. Anna and Kite also bombarded the Grand Lords in less than 6 seconds. One of the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons collapsed as its 35 million HP fell to 0. As it fell, it dropped several items and contributed an astronomical amount of EXP, pushing Feng very close to level 57 quick. Destroy the barrier. Ghost Shadow's stomach churned with anxiety as he watched one of his Grand Lords die. However, despite both players and evil demons assaulting the magic barrier unhindered, the barrier remained intact. The Rock Guardians maintaining the barrier only lost a small amount of HP. It was clear that it would take some time to bring this barrier down. As a result, Ghost Shadow and the others watched helplessly as the other Grand Lord rapidly lost its HP, of course. As time passed, the Valkyrie summoned duration dwindled. When the duration had only 1 second left, the Valkyrie began to fade. Meanwhile, the Grand Lord ranked Evil Demon still had over 17 million HP remaining. Seeing this, Ghost Shadow breathed a sigh of relief. Without the Valkyrie suppression, Feng would have a difficult time dealing any significant damage to the Evil Demon. His 2 personal guards wouldn't change that. Feng would need a long time to kill the Grand Lord. His subordinates should break through the barrier before that happened. Suddenly, Feng shouted as his 2 swords released a blinding light. A similar phenomenon occurred on his doppelganger's blades as well. Both Feng and his doppelganger then brandished their swords at the evil demon's back. Flame burst. Every strike dealt over -800,000 damage, with some doubling that due to a critical hit. By the time Feng and his doppelganger landed all 30 strikes, the evil demon's remaining 17 million plus HP had fallen to 0. Impossible. Ghost Shadow was stunned. Ghost Shadow wasn't the only one shocked. Feng's burst damage flabbergasted everyone on the Ghost Shadow Legion. He had wiped out over 17 million of a Grand Lord's HP in the blink of an eye. This kind of explosive power was simply unheard of for a player upon killing the second Grand Lord. Feng had also risen to level 57, although both Grand Lords had dropped plenty of valuable loot. As Feng was still in the midst of a battle, he swept the items into his bag without sparing them a second. Look, Commander, what should we do now? The blue-clad assassin asked worriedly as he watched Feng inside the magic barrier. When he saw the man smile, he could not help but shudder. If Feng could instantly kill a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon with half of its HP, who could possibly stop him on this battlefield? Retreat. This place is no longer safe for us. Ghost Shadow sighed helplessly. Although the Valkyrie was no more, they had lost their only combatants capable of contending with Feng. If they stayed and fought, they'd be nothing more than EXP and loot. Based on the strength the swordsman had displayed here, it was clear that attempting to kill him was futile. Chapter 1380. Fame spreading throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1380. Fame spreading throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Hearing Ghost Shadow's order to retreat, the Ghost Shadow Legion members breathed a sigh of relief. They had lost the courage to face Feng. Feng had stood against a level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demon in a direct confrontation. Killing them would be child's play. It hadn't been easy for them to reach their current level, and if they died here, recovering their lost progress would be even more difficult. With Ghost Shadow's command, the evil demons and Ghost Shadow Legion fled, not daring to linger in this land of death for a second longer. Don't even think of escaping so easily. Seeing his opponents run, Feng pointed the abyssal blade at the sky and activated Skywheel. Swords suddenly, golden, divine swords descended, one after another. All assassins caught in the rain of divine swords died instantly. 3 great lords and over a dozen lords were also within range of the AoE, unable to leave the area. Meanwhile, Feng's personal guards and doppelganger launched an assault on the Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Evil demons were not easy to produce, particularly the Grand Lords and above. Evil Gods Temple players treasured every one of these high-ranking evil demons dearly. Hence, Feng had prioritized the strongest evil demons first. As for Feng, he charged at the escaping players. While inside the Forbidden Domain, all enemies would receive a movement speed penalty. With his superior attributes, Feng could effortlessly catch the felling players. Taking these assassins' lives, who couldn't use skills or tools, was like taking candy from a baby. Every time he swung his sword, a player died. Moreover, Feng had already activated Omniscient Eyes, so he knew the situation within a 100-yard radius like the back of his hand. This made it much easier to track down the players that had escaped into the dense forest, following which Feng transformed into a black shadow as he darted around the battlefield, players screaming in agony as he passed before they transformed into particles of white light and vanished. The fleeing players paled with fear when they saw the horrific scene, shuddering uncontrollably. Their opponent was nothing like a player, but a death god harvesting lives as he listened to his praise screams. Even the guard player's blood ran cold despite facing an evil demon army and hundreds of level 40-plus assassins by himself. Feng had actually forced his opponents to run for their lives after such a short battle so strong. Who is that? So, this is a true expert player? Everyone stared in shock as they watched Feng chase down the last Ghost Shadow Legion members. They felt as if they were looking at a whole new world. The Ghost Shadow Legion members were all level 40-plus assassins and equipped with top-tier weapons and equipment. To ordinary players, they were definitely experts, yet hundreds of these experts did everything they could to flee from a single player. Black Flame, don't get too full of yourself. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Ghost Shadow, who stood in the distance, could not help but shout at Feng as he watched the swordsman slaughter his subordinates. The Ghost Shadow Legion members he had brought with him were the elite among elites. Nurturing each one of them had cost a lot of resources. Watching them fall, one after another, Ghost Shadow wanted nothing more than to charge in and kill Feng himself. However, he knew that he wasn't a match for the swordsman right now. He could only use the Lord-ranked evil demons to buy as much time as possible for his people to get away. Full of myself. Feng laughed. You're the ones who came to Stone Forest Town to rob our merchants. Do you really think that I'll let you leave alive? Feng's words echoed throughout the forest, the cold, killing intent lacing his words, causing the escaping Ghost Shadow Legion members to shiver. Feng stopped holding back as he switched to the aura of wind and activated Gale Domain, increasing his movement speed as it decreased enemy movement speed within 100-yard radius by 50%. Suddenly, several players in the forest transformed into light particles and disappeared. The Lord-ranked evil demons couldn't even slow Feng, although the escort players were some distance away from the fight. Both Feng and Ghost Shadow had been quite loud. When they overheard the conversation, their jaws dropped. Practically everybody in Starmoon Kingdom had heard of Black Flame, but they had never imagined that he was so powerful. They had heard that Black Flame was only slightly stronger than first-rate guild's top experts. However, he was clearly more than slightly stronger. What? That is Zero Wing's guild leader. I don't think it's a mistake. After all, he even admitted it. No wonder why he's so powerful. As expected of the Sword King, Black Flame, he sent hundreds of experts running for their lives by himself. He's too awesome. I have to join Zero Wing after this. Right. Has anyone recorded the battle? I'll pay 10 silver for a copy. I recorded parts of it, but forget about the money. I'm going to upload it to the forums so you can watch it later. What a pity. I should have snuck over and watched the fight between Black Flame and the two Grand Lords. For a moment, the players escorting the merchant fleet brimmed with excitement. They had never expected to witness Starmoon Kingdom's mythical character in action personally. Moreover, they got to watch this mythical character create another legend. Graceful Moon turned to Remnant Cloud and asked, "Commander, why don't we garrison our adventurer team in Stone Forest Town?" "What? You've changed your mind already?" Remnant Cloud teased when he saw the glimmer in Graceful Moon's eyes. In truth, he had the same thought. After all, Feng's battle had allowed him to witness a whole new world. And as an expert, he desperately wanted to learn more. He finally understood why the experts that had recently entered the top 100 class rankings in the Black Dragon Empire fixated on Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Of course, Graceful Moon responded without a shred of shame. On the contrary, she righteously declared, "If Black Flame is this powerful, Zero Wing's other experts shouldn't be weaklings, even if they're not as strong as he is. If we garrison in Stone Forest Town, we must sign a partnership contract with Zero Wing. We might even get to know those experts and get a spar with them. If we want to occupy Stone Forest Town, we'll have to prepare. I heard that the adventure houses are not cheap." Remnant Cloud nodded, agreeing with Graceful Moon's reasoning. However, he had to consider how they would earn enough money. "Once we complete this quest, we should return to the Empire and start preparing immediately." Firecloud Fox was more than capable of affording a private house in Stone Forest Town, but it was a different story if they wanted an adventure house. They'd likely need several times more gold than what they currently possessed. Moreover, Stone Forest Town's houses would certainly become more expensive after this battle. Fortunately, He learned about the change early. If he had only discovered this after news hit the Black Dragon Empire, it would be more difficult to prepare enough coins. News of the battle quickly spread to Starmoon Kingdom's forums, and everyone who watched the battle video was astounded without any backup. Black Flame had killed 2 level 70 Grand Lord ranked evil demons. Hundreds of evil demons and expert players had even fled from this terrifying player. Chapter 1381. Town competition. As Feng's battle video spread on the forums, the news shook Starmoon Kingdom. The battle's outcome particularly affected the various major powers based in the Kingdom. Zero Wing's position as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild had been unshakable, but no one had expected Heaven's Burial to rise so quickly. Red Iron Town's development had exceeded everyone's expectations, although players understood that Red Iron Town would develop quickly due to its auction house. They hadn't expected this level of speed in just one day. The cheap fees had lured over 300,000 players to consign and purchase items in Red Iron Town's auction house. Many super rare items had even been placed on auction, attracting more independent experts and members of the various large guilds. At this point, the town's auction house was far more popular than those in ordinary NPC cities. If Red Iron Town's auction house continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it rivaled Starmoon City's auction house. Heaven's Burial's income from processing fees alone would be astronomical. Heaven's Burial's financial strength might even grow to rival, or even surpass, Zero Wing rather than a single party ruling over the kingdom. Starmoon Kingdom's various powers would prefer 2 powerful forces vying for lordship. This way, weaker powers like themselves could thrive in secret. However, after witnessing Feng exterminate so many powerful evil demons, they were at a loss. Not only is Black Flame powerful, but he even has a long-distance teleportation tool. This is ludicrous. Heaven's Burial will be in trouble after losing so many evil demons. I've heard that these evil demons are incredibly difficult to nurture. Since Black Flame can also teleport over long distances, Heaven's Burial will find it much more difficult to cause trouble in Stone Forest Town. That's right. Some players had given up on Stone Forest Town thanks to the evil demons. But now that Black Flame has devastated their numbers, Heaven's Burial won't attack so casually in the future. People will start visiting Stone Forest Town again to train in the battle arena. As the various major powers recovered from their shock of seeing Feng's strength, Heaven's Burial's upper echelons, who were in the distant Frozen Scar, received the news guild leader. The Ghost Shadow Legion has suffered grievous losses. Among the 600 members dispatched, less than 300 made it out alive. The evil demon army that Beast Emperor gave us suffered even greater losses. Of the 2 Grand Lords and dozen or so Great Lords we received, Black Flame killed them all. Daybreak Fog reported, an ugly expression on her face. The Ghost Shadow Legion was one of Heaven's Burial's trump card legions. Now that so many of its members had died, the lost weapons and equipment would burden the guild's finances. Moreover, it would take quite some time to catch up those members' levels. It really underestimated Black Flame, but he won't be able to stay complacent for much longer, as long as we take down the Frost King. So what if Stone Forest Town recovers to its peak? Moreover, Beast Emperor has nearly completed his quest. Just ignore Zero Wing for now, Singular Burial said nonchalantly. I guess you're right. It's already too late for Zero Wing to do anything. Daybreak Fog giggled as she directed her gaze towards the giant on the frozen throne inside the shrine. This giant was none other than the boss. Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers vied for the Frost King. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town. Feng received a call from Melancholic Smile shortly after returning to the guild residence. Guild leader, you must be crazy. You dealt with all those evil demons by yourself. If Vice Guild leader Aqua finds out about this, she'll give me a lashing. Melancholic Smile complained, glaring at Feng with resentment. Vice Guild leader Snow has even called to ask me about the matter. The guild leader had gone into such a dangerous situation by himself. On the off chance that something had happened to Feng, Zero Wing's reputation would be wounded. Haven't I returned? Feng asked, chuckling. They would have noticed if I mobilized a large group. We would never have achieved such results. Although Feng had considered taking reinforcements with him, When he recalled the spies in the guild, he decided to go alone. He had also wanted to see how much he had improved. Melancholic Smile saw the reasoning in Feng's explanation. Now that Zero Wing was Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, it would be a lie to say that the other guilds within the kingdom had not sent spies to infiltrate their guild. In fact, even Zero Wing had sent its own spies to some of the noteworthy large guilds. Even if Zero Wing's management were secure, it was impossible to contain all information. It was also precisely because of Feng's ambush that Zero Wing once more stood in the limelight, becoming a hot topic on the kingdom's official forums. Moreover, Stone Forest Town had begun to show signs of revitalizing, the tense atmosphere left over from the siege evaporating. Many of the town's players discussed the event, livening up the town. The Candlelight trading firm also saw a significant increase in the number of players inquiring about Stone Forest Town's private housing right. How are the private houses and shops I asked you to build coming along? Feng asked before he had left for the morning battlefield. He had tasked Melancholic Smile with managing Stone Forest Town's affairs. This way, Blackie and Aqua Rose could take care of their promotion quests without worry they recomplete. However, we've constructed them so far away from the central area. Will players really want to purchase them? Melancholic Smile asked, confused logically. One would construct private houses and shops near a town's business district, yet Feng had told her to build them very far away from the Candlelight trading firm and the Adventurers Association. To adventurer teams and merchant players, this would be inconvenient till be fine. Feng nodded. Guild leader. Regarding the surveillance you requested on Heaven's Burial, based on the information we've received, it seems that the guild is making progress in the Frozen Scar. We're not sure how far they've reached, but based on our estimates, they'll read the Frost King in the next few days. And due to their auction house, Red Iron Town has attracted many players. Heard that quite a few top adventurer teams from neighboring kingdoms have agreed to garrison in Red Iron Town. I'm afraid that it won't be long before Red Iron Town's popularity surpasses Stone Forest Town. Melancholic Smile felt powerless as she watched Red Iron Town's development speed. Due to the town's potential, many merchant players had allied with the town auction house. Feng revealed a faint smile. He then told Melancholic Smile, "This is a good opportunity. Send me 100 architects. It's about time Heaven's Burial had a wake-up call." Chapter 1382, Evil God's Tablet. Chapter 1382, Evil God's Tablet. 100 architects. Melancholic Smile was stunned and couldn't imagine why Feng wanted so many. However, she did not give the matter too much thought, either. She disconnected the call and began to make arrangements for the necessary architects. Architects were considered a minor class among subclasses. Only after guilds had secured their towns had players chosen to become architects. Since the architect subclass was so specialized, few large guilds possessed large reserves of architect players. Generally, each guild would only have 1 or 2 dozen architects. Even the Candlelight trading firm only had around 80 architects. The trading firm only has so many due to their preparation for Zero Wing's soon-to-be constructed city. If they wanted to gather 100 architects, they would need to recruit more. Meanwhile, Feng entered one of the guild residence's lounges, organizing his harvest from the previous battle. Aside from the weapons and equipment from killing the Ghost Shadow Legion members, he had obtained over 200 evil energy crystals from the evil demons. He also had the loot from the 2 level 70 Grand Lords, although the weapons and equipment that the Grand Lords dropped were only level 70 secret silver rank. The materials they dropped surpassed Feng's expectations. He had obtained 11 epic rank materials, each of which could be used to craft dark gold rank and higher weapons and equipment. In addition, several rare gemstones had dropped him. What's this? Feng muttered as noticed the addition of an ancient, dilapidated stone tablet in his bag. The tablet had an ordinary appearance, no different than the stone slates that were normally used as street signs. There was nothing amiss or special about it. However, upon picking it up, Feng noticed something extraordinary. Despite the stone tablet only being the size of a wash basin, it weighed as much as the stone table in forging runes, following which Feng activated omniscient eyes and inspected the item. Third fragment of Evil God's Tablet, epic rank item. Created by the evil god, This tablet can be used to form an illusory space within a 50-yard radius. The illusory space will create a bronze rank copy of any player that enters. Players can then fight their own copies. The bronze illusory creature has all skills of the copied player and can achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Duration 15 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Requires 500 evil energy crystals to upgrade. An illusory space? Excitement brightened Feng's expression as he read the text. This evil god's tablet fragment was undoubtedly his greatest harvest from the battle. Not even an epic weapon would be worth as much. This tablet was the equivalent of having a unique land to train in God's domain. Even peak experts had an extremely hard time achieving a skill completion rate of 100%. Not to mention weaker players. Meanwhile, the tablet fragment could create an exact copy of a player to serve as an opponent. The copy could even achieve a 100% skill completion rate if players could spar with such an opponent long term. Their improvements would be astounding. By fighting the illusory creatures, players could learn how to better execute their skills and raise their skill completion rate. Feng had never imagined that the evil demons would drop such a precious item. The tablet fragment's only downside was its short duration. 15 minutes would pass in the blink of an eye. It can be upgraded using evil energy crystals. Feng's mood rose even higher. Feng knew that evil energy crystals could be useful when crafting weapons and equipment, but he hadn't expected the crystals to have this purpose. Although evil energy crystals only drop from chieftain rank and above evil demons, he had accumulated quite a few from the 2 siege battles in Stone Forest Town. He hadn't used a single crystal thus far, as he hadn't wanted to waste them just to produce weapons and equipment. As a result, over 5,000 evil energy crystals sat in Zero Wings Guild warehouse. Although the evil god's tablet's upgrade cost was a bit steep, upgrading the illusory space would be a worthwhile trade. Following which, Feng retrieved all of the evil energy crystals from the guild warehouse. Upon returning, he let the evil god's tablet devour 500 evil energy crystals immediately. The tablet started transformed, the originally blurry images on the tablet becoming clearer. At the same time, the tablet's weight tripled if not for his frighteningly high strength. Carrying this tablet would have been a taxing endeavor. The tablet's introduction had also changed slightly. Initially, it would only create a bronze illusory creature. Now, it would manifest a mysterious iron illusory creature. Most importantly, the duration and cooldown had changed considerably. The illusory space's duration had risen from 15 minutes to 20 minutes, and the cooldown had decreased to 55 minutes. If he wanted to upgrade the tablet fragment further, he would need to feed it another 1,000 evil energy crystals. That's quite an improvement. After giving the matter some thought, he decided to upgrade the evil god's tablet again. There wasn't much use for evil energy crystals at the moment. Upgrading the illusory space was much wiser than letting the crystals collect dust in the guild warehouse. After spending another 1,000 crystals to upgrade the tablet a second time, Feng proceeded to spend 3,000 more crystals to upgrade yet again. Unfortunately, the fourth upgrade cost 10,000 crystals. Even if Feng wanted to, he didn't have enough of the resource. After upgrading the tablet 2 more times, the illusory space could generate fine gold illusory creatures. The illusory space's duration had also increased to 30 minutes, while its cooldown had decreased to 45 minutes. 30 minutes was neither too long nor too short of a time for players. Moreover, players would only have to wait 15 minutes after one session before beginning the next. Once Feng finished upgrading the evil god's tablet, he left the guild residence and headed to the battle arena. Although Stone Forest Town's battle arena had been popular among players thus far, it still struggled to attract experts. The more powerful an expert was, the less inclined they were to visit the battle arena. After all, experts of such high caliber were generally quite rare, which made it practically impossible to find these experts proper opponents that could help them improve in the battle arena. However, now that the battle arena had the illusory space, Feng had solved this problem. Noobs and experts alike all desired a method to raise their skill completion rates. This was especially true for expert players. After achieving an 80% skill completion rate, every 1% increase required a lot of time and effort, let alone after reaching 100%. Chapter 1383, Advanced Combat Room. Chapter 1383, Advanced Combat Room. Stone Forest Town, Battle Arena. Nowadays, the Battle Arena was the heart of Stone Forest Town. Almost every player that visited the town visited the arena as soon as Feng entered the central hall, he was greeted by the sight of over 400 players in the rest area, waiting for their turn in the combat rooms. Several times more players lined up for the payment counters, although the traffic in the battle arena was no match for the number of players that had visited during its peak. It still raked in over 1,000 gold of pure profit per day. It was enough to cause even first-rate guilds to feel envious, of course. First-rate guilds earn more than just 1,000 gold each day. However, the larger a guild was and the more members it had, the greater its expenditure would be. This was especially true after a guild obtained a town of its own. Developing a guild town was not unlike throwing money into a bottomless pit. Normally, first-rate guilds had to invest a large majority of their funds to develop a town properly. There was very little left each day, moreover. This was only possible because of first-rate guilds' firm backgrounds and financial support from major corporations. Otherwise, supporting the initial cost of managing a town would be impossible in Stone Forest Town's case. However, the battle arena's earnings largely made up for the town's development costs. Hence, the other large guilds had begun to construct their own battle arenas. It was thanks to this income, and the income from both the Candlelight trading firm and the teleportation house, that Zero Wing dared to develop multiple fronts, investing in both Zero Wing's branch guild and the Black Dragon Empire and Immortal Light. However, once Zero Wing City was complete, the guild would have another bottomless pit to fill. If they did not prepare, Zero Wing's funds would quickly dry up, and funds were already quite tight. After observing the situation in the battle arena for a short moment, Feng made his way to the top floor guild leader. "You've come." As soon as Feng arrived, a charming woman in a light blue dress greeted him. This woman's name was Judy, and she was one of the 10 advanced NPC managers Feng had hired. She had 76 points in wisdom, even higher than an ordinary tier 3 magical class NPC. In God's domain, she was an extremely rare NPC manager. The battle arena's smooth operation, despite how large it had grown, was all due to advanced NPCs like Judy. No player would have been able to produce the same results. "Help me retrieve the blueprint for the 7th floor. I want to reorganize the layout," Feng said and nodded a greeting. Although he wore a black cloak, he had personally contracted the arena's 10 advanced managers. They could recognize him even under the cloak. Understood. Judy bowed and left. NPCs were incredibly efficient. After just a short moment, Feng, who had waited in a VIP reception room, obtained the blueprint for the battle arena's 7th floor. A portion of the 7th floor was allocated for tournament grounds, while another portion had been allocated for private rooms. However, after Stone Forest Town's upgrade to intermediate rank, the battle arena had grown. As a result, there were quite a few vacant private rooms. It just so happened that he could modify these rooms, creating advanced combat rooms. Originally, the Evil God's Tablet had only covered a 50-yard radius area. However, after its upgrades, it now covered a 100-yard radius area. As long as he remodeled the 7th floor's layout, he could easily fit multiple combat rooms within the Evil God's Tablet's coverage and allow players to train against the Illusory Creatures Guild leader. If you wish to remodel the 7th floor in such a way, not only will it involve a lot of work, but it will also waste a lot of space. The remodel will cost 1,000 gold. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Judy asked upon seeing Feng's new layout. Minor modifications to large buildings in God's domain didn't cost extra. A large-scale modification, however, required the appropriate modification fees. "It's fine. Just get someone to see to the necessary changes." The high reconstruction cost didn't particularly surprise Feng. Although he would be wasting a lot of space by trying to maximize the Evil God's Tablet's efficiency, he could squeeze in 9 combat rooms around the tablet by doing so. Overall, it was a worthwhile trade. With this, he could maximize the number of players who could train against the illusory creatures. When Feng had observed the 1st floor hall, he had noticed that the majority of experts there were only level 41 or 42, and they mainly wore secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment. There were very few expert players in level 40 Dark Gold equipment. This was due to the limited benefits for experts of that caliber. Yet those were the players with a lot of resources to spend now that he had the Evil God's Tablet's illusory space. This was a good opportunity to lure more top experts to the battle arena, although Feng had thought of limiting the illusory space to guild members. A guild needed more than just experts to develop if he could lure the experts to the battle arena and secure the resources in their possession. He could push the guild's development speed to a whole new level shortly after Feng started the 7th floor's remodel. News of the matter spread throughout Stone Forest Town, huh? They're not letting people on the 7th floor? What's going on? No idea. I've heard that some of the experts resting on that floor were requested to leave for a while. It seems that Zero Wing is remodeling the area. Remodeling the 7th floor? Are they constructing more combat rooms? That might be possible. Members hadn't needed to line up for combat rooms in the past, but that had changed. If Zero Wing constructed more member-only combat rooms, it could reduce the time members have to wait in line. The players waiting in the battle arena began to discuss the new changes while everyone chatted about the situation. The 7th floor remodel completed. Remodeling took far less time than constructing a building, as the task was completed by NPCs. Altogether, only 10 minutes had passed and Feng had paid the fees. Curious players rushed to the 7th floor to inspect the changes. Upon taking a look, however, they were shocked. While it was true that Zero Wing had constructed more combat rooms, the number had surprised everyone. The guild had only constructed 9 combat rooms. Moreover, these 9 rooms occupied as much space as 20-plus combat rooms on the 6th floor. In addition, players could choose a new type of combat room at the 1st floor counters, the Advanced Combat Room. Moreover, only Battle Arena members had access, and the rental price was ridiculously high. Renting one Advanced Combat Room for 30 minutes cost 2 magic crystals. Players had already griped about the 4 silver per hour rental fees for ordinary combat rooms. Yet Zero Wing had created a room that cost 2 magic crystals for a single half hour. Currently, each magic crystal cost 25 silver on the market. However, players normally had to spend 26 or more silver to purchase one. Is Zero Wing trying to rob players? Crap, this is fraud. Only an idiot would rent such a combat room. Zero Wing is insane. If I had that kind of money, I'd rather spend it in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. Chapter 1384, Empire Ranking. Chapter 1384, Empire Ranking. Players in the main hall of Stone Forest Town's battle arena voiced their dissent. Many complained about the Advanced Combat Room's price. They all felt that Zero Wing was asking for too much, and only a fool would willingly rent these rooms. Independent players weren't the only ones upset. Even Zero Wing's members gasped when they saw the price. 2 magic crystals could only get them 30 minutes inside the Advanced Combat Room. Even Zero Wing's core members were reluctant to pay such a price, much less the elite and normal members. Everyone thought that this price was simply outrageous, and no one wanted to rent the rooms. While PvP and training combat techniques in a high mana density environment was beneficial, there was a limit to how much one could actually gain. When Feng heard the conversations in the guild chat, he simply chuckled. He then took a return scroll from his bag and activated it, intending to return to White River City for now. While his asking price of 2 magic crystals was astonishingly high, and even he thought it was expensive, the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower only charged 1 magic crystal. However, his illusory space offered a stronger training ground than the Trial Tower. Not only was the mana density much higher, but players could also spar with an illusory creature that possessed the same skill set. The illusory creature could also execute said skills with a 100% completion rate. No matter how he looked at it, the illusory space was far better than the Trial Tower. He planned to take the gamble. If no one wanted to rent the Advanced Combat Rooms after realizing the benefits, he could lower the price to 1 magic crystal. He had left the Evil God's Tablet and Advanced Combat Rooms management to Judy. She would automatically activate the illusory space when players entered the combat rooms 30 seconds later. Feng transformed into a streak of white light and left the battle arena. A man and woman entered the battle arena's lively 1st floor hall. Both were exquisitely dressed, level 43 players. As they entered the hall, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Aren't they Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon, the commander and vice commander of Firecloud Fox? A level 41 shield warrior in silver armor immediately recognized the two people that just entered the building. What's an adventurer team from the Black Dragon Empire doing here? It shouldn't be so surprising. After all, several experts from the Black Dragon Empire have trained in the battle arena before. Those experts are pretty high ranked in the Empire, some even ranking among the top 100. Those two are probably here to prepare for the Empire's ranking battle tomorrow. A level 42 Elementalist wearing purple robes Sadie C. Realization dawned on the shield warrior. If I remember correctly, Firecloud Fox barely got into the top 50 adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire's last ranking battle. It's a pity that the team wasn't quite strong enough. If Remnant Cloud could rank among the top 50 of his own class, he might be able to push Firecloud Fox into the top 50 this time. That's highly unlikely. Various superpowers recently debuted newcomers that they've been nurturing internally to contest for the top 10 newcomers in God's domain. First-rate guilds will also dispatch some of their geniuses for the competition. Since the ranking battles are such a good opportunity to gain combat experience, why would these new talents pass it by? The purple-robed Elementalist said, shaking his head. Just keeping their spot among the top 100 will already be impressive, let alone the top 50. Developing in an empire is awesome. The Secret Pavilion only holds these battles from time to time in the empires. Players residing in these empires get to watch the battles too. On the other hand, the Secret Pavilion hasn't once hosted such a competition in Star Moon Kingdom. The silver-armored shield warrior said, sighing, it can't be helped. God's domain is just too big. Keeping up with the various empire statistics is already challenging. Moreover, hosting such competitions costs a lot of resources. Even the Secret Pavilion can't afford to keep track of experts in the various kingdoms. Though, that might not be the case in the future. While the purple-robed Elementalist sighed in dejection as well, he also held a hint of hope generally. Only local players got to watch the Secret Pavilion's ranking competitions. After all, the competition venue could only hold a limited number of people. The Secret Pavilion usually only invite active, well-known players, adventurer teams, and large guilds within the hosting empire. Adventurer teams and players from other countries weren't invited. The advanced combat room's rent is so expensive, and only one person can use it at a time. Commander, let's just settle for the ordinary combat rooms. Graceful Moon exclaimed when she saw the prices, although she could afford the room. 2 magic crystals for 30 minutes of training was ridiculous no matter how she looked at it. Let's give the advanced combat rooms a try. In any case, we're just here to test out the effects of the town's mana density. If we go for the ordinary combat rooms, I'm afraid we'll have to wait a long time before our turn. We don't have that much time to waste right now, Remnant Cloud said, shaking his head. He turned to the NPC behind the counter and said, I'll rent 2 advanced combat rooms. All right. The total cost is 4 magic crystals. The NPC beauty responded with a smile, following which Remnant Cloud paid 4 magic crystals and received 2 purple crystals in return. The purple crystals were keys to the corresponding combat rooms. After receiving the keys, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon approached the staircase. Unlike other players, they didn't need to wait in the rest area for their turn, and many players looked on with envy only. When these players remembered the 2 magic crystal cost, they shook their heads and gave up on the notion of renting an advanced combat room. Meanwhile, Feng had arrived in White River City. After leaving the teleportation hall, he made his way to the library due to an unexpected situation. He had been forced to delay his plan of asking Charlene about the pitch black ring. Now that the evil demon problem plaguing Stone Forest Town had been dealt with, he had to visit the woman. After all, if not even omniscient eyes could appraise the pitch black ring, the ring's origin must be extraordinary. After riding an advanced horse carriage for 10 minutes or so, Feng reached White River City's library. However, the scene before the library had changed drastically due to White River City's promotion. The library's appearance had become far more majestic. The guards standing by the main entrance had also been upgraded, now level 180 Tier 2 nights upon entering the library, Feng felt a distinct change to the building's mana density. It would now be far easier to learn and train spells here than outside. Hence, far more magical class players occupied the building. Feng did not waste too much time in the first floor hall, quickly making his way to the library's top floor. Upon reaching the top floor, like his previous visit, Feng felt as if he had just sunk into a muddy swamp. He wasn't comfortable. When he entered the Star Moon Hall, Charlene sat at a table, quietly reading an ancient book as she usually did. She gave off an indescribable sense of intimacy and tranquility. It seems your promotion has gone smoothly. You made it back so quickly. When Charlene saw Feng enter the hall, she scrutinized him. A moment later, she smiled and said, "Well, out with it. Why have you come this time?" "Lady Charlene, I'd like your help in appraising an item," Feng answered straightforwardly. "This item is very special, and I cannot even inspect it with my omniscient eyes. Even your omniscient eyes appraise it." Charlene was slightly astonished. Setting her book on the table, she continued, "That is interesting. Let me have a look." Following which, Feng revealed the pitch-black ring he had obtained from the ancient treasure chest. Chapter 1385, Repairing the Bible of Darkness. Chapter 1385, Repairing the Bible of Darkness. The pitch-black ring was simple and unadorned. Even if a player picked it up, it wouldn't be surprising if they sold it to an NPC as trash. However, when Feng took out the ring, Charlene was stunned for a moment, while Feng felt the previously calm mana in the hall rampage. Very quickly, however, peace returned to Starmoon Hall. This was the first time Feng had seen Charlene lose her composure. "Where did you get this?" Charlene asked, her joy and excitement lighting up her eyes as she stared at the pitch-black ring in Feng's hand. "A secret room in the Orc Palace," Feng answered truthfully. Seeing Charlene's reaction, he could tell that she recognized the item, and he could not help his growing excitement. If even Charlene hadn't known the ring's identity, it would have likely collected dust in his warehouse for a very long time. After all, unless he obtained an identification skill that was even more powerful than omniscient eyes, he wouldn't learn more about the ring. Such a skill wasn't easily obtained. However, if an NPC recognized the item, he could learn about it even if he couldn't analyze it. So, that's the case. That old bastard really did have it. Charlene smiled. With a wave of her hand, the pitch-black ring flew out of Feng's palm into Charlene's. Slowly, she said, "This is the Ring of Eternity. It had originally belonged to the God Slayer, but looking at it now, it seems to be damaged beyond repair." Damaged beyond repair? Feng's heart sank. He had hoped that this ring was something amazing, yet it turned out to be beyond salvation. It was no wonder why omniscient eyes couldn't analyze it. After all, it was only natural that he couldn't appraise a worthless item. Don't be too disappointed. Although it is useless now, the ring's materials are quite special, Charlene said. She couldn't help but giggle when she saw the dejected expression on Feng's face. After all, this ring used to be a godly relic. The heart of the world had been its core material. I believe many people will be interested in this ring if you could get a craftsman forger to make a new one. When Feng heard the words, "heart of the world," his breathing quickened slightly. The heart of the world was the foundation of a world. Many of God's domain's other worlds, for example, had evolved from a heart of the world. If you don't have a use for this ring, I'd be willing to buy it. I can offer you 200 units of 7 Luminaries crystals, or the Eternia mine that's near White River City, Charlene said, smiling as she toyed around with the Ring of Eternity in her hand. Charlene's offer was sorely tempting. He had never expected the woman to be so generous and wealthy. 200 units of 7 Luminaries crystal was no small amount. It would take a first-rate guild months, if not years, to gather so much. Meanwhile, the Eternia mine, close to White River City, was also quite famous. Feng hadn't thought that the mine actually belonged to Charlene. Eternium ore was a very rare supportive ore. It was also used to forge magisteel ingots, which could increase one's success rate when forging weapons and equipment. Many guilds had thought of claiming the mine for themselves in the past. Unfortunately, the mine was under the kingdom's supervision. The NPCs guarding it were all level 180 and above. It was impossible to claim if he could obtain the Eternium mine. The Candlelight trading firm's forgers would have a much easier time when crafting weapons and equipment above level 50. Lady Charlene, if I wish to make a new ring, must I get the help of a craftsman forger? Feng asked, although Charlene's offer was tempting. The heart of the world was similarly precious. Encountering the material again in the future would be nearly impossible. It doesn't have to be a craftsman, but craftsman forgers are the only ones who can use the material to its fullest potential. If you asked a master or grandmaster forger to craft a new ring, the final product will be very low quality. It might not even be worth 50 units of 7 Luminaries crystals, Charlene said, smiling at Feng. You need to think this through. How about I make you another offer? The power of darkness in your body has already become considerably dense. In exchange for this ring, I'll help you partially restore the Bible of Darkness. It'll become a little easier to retrain Moloch's ring's devouring effect. Help me repair the Bible of Darkness? Feng was slightly astonished. He had never imagined that Sherilyn would be so interested in the Ring of Eternity, so much so that she'd offer to help him repair the Bible of Darkness, albeit partially. Immediately, he answered, "All right, I'll have to trouble you to help me repair the Bible of Darkness." Then, he had rushed to complete his Tier 2 promotion precisely because he was worried about Moloch's ring's devouring effect. Now that a solution to this problem had presented itself, he had to take advantage of it. After all, he still had other matters to deal with. He didn't have the spare time to quest and repair the Bible of Darkness meanwhile. He had other methods of obtaining 7 Luminaries crystals. As for the mine, Manatite veins were far more valuable than Eternium veins. After all, Manatite could be used to produce the Elementium ingot, another item that could increase forging success rates. Moreover, Manatite veins produced magic crystals. As for forging a new ring, there were only a few craftsman-ranked forgers throughout God's domain. Finding one and convincing them to help was simply impossible for a player of his level. Even if he got the chance, it wouldn't happen for a long time. Rather than letting the heart of the world collect dust in his warehouse, he might as well benefit from it now. It would also save him the trouble of completing a quest that was at least epic. Ranky made a wise decision. Otherwise, you'd have to travel to the Broken Canyon, Charlene said, chuckling as she stored the Ring of Eternity. She then said, "Follow me." Hearing Charlene mention the Broken Canyon, Feng shuddered. He hadn't realized that he'd have to go to such a dangerous map to repair the Bible of Darkness. The Broken Canyon was a rank 2 forbidden land for humans, only second to the Ruined Mountain Range. In the Ruined Mountain Range, players were guaranteed to die, while in the Broken Canyon, they might survive 1 out of 10 visits. Moreover, they'd only have such hope after reaching Tier 3. Countless peak experts had visited the Broken Canyon in the past. While some had grown stronger, the majority of these peak experts had returned with their characters crippled. Just being able to walk out of the Broken Canyon alive made them experts among experts. As for obtaining something from inside the Broken Canyon, only peak experts had any hope of achieving such a feat under Charlene's lead. Feng quickly arrived before a teleportation magic array inside the Starmoon Hall. When the teleportation array activated, Feng's vision blurred. In the next moment, he found himself inside a hall that resembled the night sky. The beautiful view was mesmerizing. "This is the Stargazing Tower?" Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected White River City's library to have a teleportation array connected to the Stargazing Tower. The Stargazing Tower was in Blackwing City. Without an entry pass, entering the city was impossible under Charlene's lead. Feng returned to the Weeping Moon Pavilion once again. He suddenly felt far more limber. The Weeping Moon Pavilion has a powerful suppression effect on the power of darkness. If we repair the Bible of Darkness here, the Demon Kings won't discover the change, Charlene explained. "All right, take out the Bible of Darkness and place it on the magic array below the water mirror." Nodding, Feng retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and set on the carved magic array beneath the water mirror on the ceiling. The magic array in the center of the Weeping Moon Pavilion looked ancient. Despite the being inactive, Feng could feel its archaic aura as Charlene walked up to the magic array. a dazzling staff suddenly appeared in her hand. She pointed the staff at the magic array and commanded, "Space-time source, activate." Suddenly, the mana density in the Weeping Moon Pavilion began to grow restless. The magic array then lit up, and horrific amounts of mana surged towards the array, stealing the strength from Feng's legs as he fell on his rear. How is this possible? Feng was stupefied as he stared up at the sevenfold magic array that formed beneath the water mirror. This magic array was many times more powerful than any Tier 6 God-rank spell he had seen before. Abruptly, the Bible of Darkness started to flip around as layer upon layer of pitch-black chains appeared around the book, binding it. However, as if time had begun to rewind, the chains began to vanish when only 5 chains remained. The magic array froze as a violent surge of mana exploded in a shockwave, not daring to be careless. Feng activated Absolute Domain, becoming immune to all damage when the shockwave struck Feng. Although he did not receive any damage, he grew faint for a moment. Meanwhile, in the center of the magic array, the originally tattered Bible of Darkness seemed newer as it hovered in the air. The surrounding mana density pulled a shudder from Feng. Chapter 1386, Demon Ruler. Chapter 1386, Demon Ruler. What powerful mana! Feng was astonished as he stared at the floating Bible of Darkness. Although the Bible of Darkness had previously exuded a powerful pressure, there was a world of difference when compared to the pressure it radiated now. Moreover, a layer of thick, black fog shrouded the book. The power of darkness was now so dense that he could see it with the naked eye. Meanwhile, Charlene, who was very pale, lightly waved her hand. In the blink of an eye, the floating Bible of Darkness appeared in Feng's hands. I can only repair it to this extent. Whether or not you can repair the Bible of Darkness to its peak will depend on your luck and tenacity. As for Moloch's ring, try not to use it unless absolutely necessary, as it will only accumulate more power of darkness. After saying so, Charlene waved her staff. Suddenly, Feng's world spun. Before he knew it, he had appeared in the plaza outside of the stargazing tower. His abrupt appearance attracted a lot of attention. Isn't she too quick to chase people away? Feng smiled bitterly as he surveyed his surroundings and noticed hundreds of people staring at him greedily. Fortunately, he was wearing a black cloak, so his identity remained a secret. Following which, Feng stored the Bible of Darkness and took out a guild transfer scroll in Blackwing City's plaza. The players watching Feng easily recognized the Bible of Darkness as an extraordinary item. However, when they saw Feng's transfer scroll, they ground their teeth in anger. Since attacking a player in Blackwing City would result in extremely severe punishment, they could only watch as this mysterious player departed from Blackwing City. Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's residence. As soon as Feng returned, he found an empty room to inspect the Bible of Darkness. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. However, the Bible contains an extreme amount of power of darkness. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demon Skill 1. Demon Summoning. Summons the demon gate with the power of darkness, calling forth a random demon that is no higher than 1 tier and 15 levels in the summoner. Maximum tier cannot exceed tier 5. Holder of the Bible of Darkness can command the summoned demon for up to 6 hours cooldown, 2 hours 30 minutes. Skill 2. Gate of Darkness. Allows teleportation to the Dark Denver. Can also be used in the Dark Den to teleport to the outside world. Can teleport a maximum of 20 people at a single time cooldown. 1 day. Skill 3. Light of Darkness. Strengthen a player with the power of darkness, allowing said player to wield the power of darkness. Can strengthen up to a maximum of 1,200 people. Every player strengthened provides 1 source of darkness to the wielder of the Bible of Darkness. Skill 4. Power of Darkness. Fill your body with the power of darkness, increasing all attributes by 100%, decreasing cooldown of all skills by 30%, and increase damage by 50%. Duration will be equal to number of source of darkness *0. 5 seconds. Power of darkness cannot stack. Can only strengthen players up to a maximum of Tier 5 classes. Cooldown, 6 hours. Skill 6. Demon Ruler. Passive effect. Increases the attributes of demonic creatures under user's control by 30%. Forcibly decreases the attributes of all enemy demon creatures within a 1,000-yard radius by 30% active effect. When activated, there is a 10% chance to control a demon creature that is no higher than 2 tiers and 30 levels than the user for 2 hours. Can control up to Tier 5 creatures. Can control up to a maximum of 3 creatures at a time. Cooldown, 5 minutes. This book can truly give its user the power to rule over demons. Feng was ecstatic as he read the tomes, a tribute panel with these attributes. The Bible of Darkness was on par with a legendary item. It was only fragmented legendary rank with the shortened cooldown for demon summoning. It was now possible to summon 3 demons at a time. This would be of great help on his future quests. Meanwhile, with the Demon Ruler skill, he could potentially control up to 6 demons at a time. If he could restore the Bible of Darkness to its peak, he could form a powerful demon army. His army would be no weaker than Beast Emperor's evil demon forces. Moreover, he'd still be an ally of the human race now that the maximum number of people I can grant Power of Darkness to has increased from 600 to 1,200. I can use this opportunity to expand the Dark God's Legion. Feng thought as he read the Light of Darkness skill as Zero Wing continued to expand. Its number of experts continued to increase. However, due to the previous limit of Light of Darkness, he couldn't have more than 500 people in the Dark God's Legion. Now, however, he could have a true 1,000-man legion. Moreover, the Bible of Darkness's repair had also upgraded the Berserk skill, Power of Darkness's effects. When he thought about arming a 1,000-man legion with Berserk skills, he could not help but shiver with excitement. Even 10 years after God's Domain's launch, Berserk skills have been incredibly rare. Not every expert would have a chance to learn one. It'd be impressive enough if a first-rate guild had a 100-man Berserk team. Not even super guilds could form a 1,000-man Berserk Legion. As Feng was about to select new members for the Dark God's Legion, he received a call from Gentle Snow Guild leader. I've just received an invitation from the Secret Pavilion. The Secret Pavilion has requested that you and several core upper echelon spectate tomorrow's ranking competition in the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, the pavilion has given Zero Wing 5 participation slots. We can join the official competition without going through the qualifiers. Gentle Snow reported before forwarding the invitation to Feng. They've invited Zero Wing to participate in the ranking competition as well. Feng was slightly astonished. The Secret Pavilion's ranking competitions have been the most famous competitions throughout God's Domain in the past. They were one of the few major competitions that players had access to and could watch. However, the organization wouldn't invite just any guild to participate. The Secret Pavilion only invited large, local guilds. Moreover, due to the venue's capacity, a limited number of guilds were invited to spectate. Usually, the Secret Pavilion only prepared slots for 100 guilds. Among the guilds invited, the weakest were second-rate guilds. Other local guilds would then contest for the leftover slots, as this ranking competition was the best opportunity for a guild to increase their renown in an empire. An intense competition among the local third-rate guilds would break out before every event. Unfortunately, as both God's Domain size and player population were too massive, it was unrealistic to hold the ranking competitions in every country. Hence, during the game's early stages, the Secret Pavilion only limited the ranking competitions to the various empires. However, as the Secret Pavilion continued to develop and grow stronger, it would host a few events in some of the more powerful kingdoms. These ranking competitions were also why Feng knew about various experts in Star Moon Kingdom and the various empires. Feng had never thought that his guild would be invited as well. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Zero Wing already had a branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. In addition, Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. It wasn't unusual for the guild to receive an invitation guild leader. This is a good chance for Zero Wing to increase its fame in the Black Dragon Empire. As this is our first invitation and you're our guild leader, you have to attend. General Snow said seriously there were too many large guilds in the Black Dragon Empire, and quite a few first-rate guilds would be participating in the competition. The first-rate guild, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, would also attend. Developing in the Black Dragon Empire wasn't easy for Zero Wing now that the various top-ranking guilds in the Empire would gather in one location. This was a good opportunity to display Zero Wing's strength. Although the guild leader couldn't participate, he was still the symbol of strength for a guild. It would be a huge waste if Feng missed the event. Chapter 1387, Advanced Auction House. Chapter 1387, Advanced Auction House. Got it. I'll definitely be there. Feng chuckled before disconnecting the call. While Zero Wing might be famous in Star Moon Kingdom, in the Black Dragon Empire and other countries, only large guilds would have a clear understanding of it. Ordinary players and alike would at most have only heard Zero Wing's name. After all, God's domain was very large with many guilds in it. There were guilds rising to and falling from prominence every day. Just keeping up with the latest news within one's own country was already a difficult task. Not to mention news in other kingdoms and empires, one could only do so by devoting all of their time to researching the various kingdoms and empires and nothing else. However, the consequence of doing something like this was a halt in their progress in the game. Something unacceptable to most players. If one spoke about Zero Wing's popularity among the players of the Black Dragon Empire, it might not even be comparable to that of a second-rate guild in the Empire. After all, the majority of the players in God's domain would not leave the country they belonged to at this stage of the game. Moreover, the official forums were also region-based. One could access only the forums of the country they were in. Hence, the only way one could access the forums of another country was by personally traveling to said country. As a result, the knowledge that ordinary players and a large majority of elite players had regarding other kingdoms and empires was limited to the various ranking lists created by the Secret Pavilion. In fact, before becoming the guild leader of Shadow, Feng had also been in a similar situation. If not for the Secret Pavilion hosting ranking competitions in the various countries, he wouldn't have been able to find out about the experts of the many kingdoms and empires or the well-known guilds and adventurer teams following which. Feng pulled up the relevant data for guild members and began choosing the new members for the Dark Gods Legion previously, as there were too few slots available. In the Dark Gods Legion, he had set in place an elimination system to replace underperforming members. Now that the Power of Darkness slots had doubled in number, he needed to select new members for the Dark Gods Legion properly. After all, becoming a member of the Dark Gods Legion was already equivalent to becoming one of Zero Wing's core members. The benefits they enjoyed were second only to what the main force members received. Fortunately, Aqua Rose had already compiled a list of reserve members for the Dark Gods Legion and would frequently update it. The members on this list normally had excellent performances in the guild and displayed rapid improvement. Their individual strength ranked near the top among elite members as well. Moreover, Aqua Rose had also carried out a detailed investigation into their backgrounds. Hence, the likelihood of them being spies from other guilds was very low. These people have actually joined Zero Wing too? As Feng was going through the reserve member list, he suddenly discovered the names of a few players that had been peak experts in Star Moon Kingdom in the past. The Elementalist Carefree Wind, nicknamed the Magic Breaker. He was once an independent expert ranked within the top 30 of Star Moon Kingdom's Elementalist rankings. Carefree Wind always operated solo. Despite many large guilds' attempts to recruit him, none of them had ever succeeded in doing so. The Assassin Cool Breeze. He was similarly an expert on Star Moon Kingdom's assassin rankings. At his peak, he had managed to get within the top 15. Feng could not help but sigh ruefully when he noticed that various peak experts of Star Moon Kingdom in his previous life had actually joined Zero Wing. It was no wonder people often said that Zero Wing was rife with experts. We looked at this list now. Those words really were true. Given enough time and opportunities, these people would definitely become peerless experts in the future. At that time, nobody would dare say that Zero Wing was lacking in peak experts. Just as Feng was going through the reserve member list, he suddenly received a call from Melancholic Smile. Guild leader, I've already gathered the 100 architects you've asked for at the guild residence's first-floor reception room. They can start working at any time. Melancholic Smile said the architect class was originally a very unpopular subclass. Even though the Candlelight trading firm had already recruited quite a number before, trying to gather 100 architects was not an easy task with so many architects. They could already reconstruct Stone Forest Town all over again. Okay, I'll head over right away. Sure, Feng nodded. Inside the first-floor reception room, 100 architects had gathered. Currently, some of them wore nervous expressions, while others looked excited. After all, this was the first time their guild leader, Black Flame, had asked to meet with them directly. Black Flame was someone everybody in Star Moon Kingdom knew about. He was a living legend. Just before this, he had even single-handedly defeated a small army of evil demons, as well as sent Heaven's Burials experts running for their lives. I wonder what the guild leader has called so many of us here for. I suspect that the guild might be planning on nurturing a few architects. I heard that some time ago, the guild decided to nurture some alchemists. As a result, during this period, those alchemists in the trading firm have been practicing like crazy. They've all locked themselves up in their workshops and have declared they would get within the top 10 of some competition. I also heard about that. Moreover, I heard that it triggered a frenzy among the alchemists in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Right now, many capable alchemists are trying to join the Candlelight trading firm to compete for the top 10 rankings for that competition. I'm not asking for much. As long as I can become a core member, I will be able to rely on God's domain to earn a stable income in the future. Stop dreaming. It's very difficult for lifestyle players to become core members in Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing's core members all receive a considerably high, fixed monthly salary. I'll just manage to get promoted to Advanced Architect. There are only a few Advanced Architects in the entire Candlelight trading firm. Even if I can't become a core member, as long as I work hard enough, I should still have a great chance to become an internal member. Unlike the forgers, alchemists, and engineers of the trading firm, I don't have to break my back to become an internal member. Even after reaching the advanced rank, those guys can become only official members of the trading firm. I knew I should have become an architect sooner. If I did, I would have also become an advanced architect by now. While everyone was chatting, Feng entered the reception room. Immediately, the architects inside the room rose to attention. The room also fell dead silent as everyone looked speechlessly at Feng. Anxiety apparent on their faces, they had reacted this way not because they wanted to. Rather, their bodies had responded instinctively to Feng entering the room after Feng upgraded the 7 Luminaries ring. His basic attributes soared significantly, so much so that he had yet to adapt to the change fully. Hence, if he wasn't paying attention, his aura would flow out freely. Moreover, now that the Bible of Darkness was partially repaired, the book added a layer of darkness and coldness to his aura as a result. When everyone looked at Feng, they felt as if they were going up against a Great Lord-ranked demon. Even elite players, who were fond of combat, would feel a significant amount of pressure from Feng's aura. What more low-leveled lifestyle players like themselves? So strong. So this person is our guild leader. Why do I feel my legs going soft? Previously, everyone had only ever seen Feng through videos. Now that they were looking at him up close, the reverence they felt towards Feng grew even greater. Feng said nonchalantly immediately, like well-trained soldiers, everyone sat down in unison with serious expressions. Seeing this scene, Feng could not help but smile bitterly. Was he really that frightening? The reason why I've gathered you all here today is to build a large structure. However, before I tell you the exact details, you'll need to sign an agreement. By signing this contract, basic and intermediate architects will directly become official members of the Candlelight trading firm, while advanced architects will become internal members. Feng explained crap. Even basic architects get to become official members. Haha, my decision to become an architect was the right one after all. Hearing Feng's words, nearly everyone in the room cried out in shock. The Candlelight trading firm was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. It was also a holy land for lifestyle players. The benefits it offered was at the top of the industry. Hence, countless lifestyle players wanted to join the trading firm. However, because of this popularity, becoming an official member of the trading firm was extremely difficult normally. When an advanced lifestyle player joined another guild, they would almost always receive the treatment of a core member. In Candlelight, however, advanced lifestyle players would only qualify as official members. One could just imagine how difficult it was to become an official member of the Candlelight trading firm. Meanwhile, if an advanced lifestyle player wished to become an internal member of Candlelight, they would have to top all sorts of competitions. Yet, now, they could become internal members just by being advanced architects. It was simply inconceivable immediately. Everyone signed the agreement without hesitation with the contracts dealt with. Feng nodded and said, "Since no one has any problems, let's move to today's main topic." Saying so, he took out a very large construction design from his bag. Compared to ordinary construction designs, this one was nearly 3 times bigger. Moreover, the design consisted of a thick stack of papers. When everyone read the words written on the construction design, they gasped the Advanced Auction House Design. Chapter 1388, Inheriting Secret Runes. Chapter 1388, Inheriting Secret Runes. Melancholic Smile, who was also in the reception room, could not help but rub her eyes as she looked at the design placed on the table in astonishment. The auction house design was one of the items the various large guilds were all searching for right now. Just from looking at Red Iron Town's current situation, one could tell how much of a help an auction house could be to a guild. How many superpowers had even begun offering astronomical prices to purchase the auction house design, as it was something that could only be obtained through luck and not effort. However, even now, nobody had gotten any information regarding the auction house design guild leader. Are you some kind of treasure box? You actually managed to take out an auction house design as well. If Heaven's Burial were to find out about this, they would definitely faint from anger. Melancholic Smile said as she looked at Feng excitedly. Currently, the various major powers and players in Starmoon Kingdom were all optimistic about Heaven's Burial's Red Iron Town. They all believed that it was only a matter of time before Red Iron Town surpassed Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, one of the main contributing factors for their rosy outlook was the presence of the auction house. Now, however, Zero Wing also possessed an auction house design. If Heaven's Burial's upper echelon were to find out about this matter, their reactions would no doubt be priceless at this moment. Melancholic Smile finally understood why Feng had said that it was about time to give Heaven's Burial a wake-up call. As soon as Stone Forest Town's auction house was constructed, all hopes for Red Iron Town surpassing Stone Forest Town would be dashed. After all, aside from the auction house, Stone Forest Town still possessed many other attractions. It held an absolute advantage over Red Iron Town. Feng simply chuckled in response to Melancholic Smile's question. He then started assigning tasks to everyone for the construction of the Advanced Auction House. Once the Advanced Auction House was constructed, let alone Red Iron Town's auction house, even Starmoon City's auction house might not be a match for it. However, the construction of the Advanced Auction House was very difficult and required a lot of rare materials. Just the construction cost alone was over 5,000 gold. In addition, the construction procedures were extremely complex, needing some special secret runes to complete the building. Hence, the design itself included a complete set of foundational secret runes for players to learn. Each player could inherit this kind of technique only once, and only a maximum of 100 players could inherit this set of foundational secret runes. To architects, this was a massive opportunity to improve themselves. How much they could learn would depend on their individual standards. However, even if they managed to learn only half of the technique, it would be a great help in their pursuit of mastery in the future. If one could fully grasp the foundational secret runes, they would have no problems becoming master architects, although Feng did not know how much the 100 architects present could grasp. At the very least, he would increase their chances of becoming master architects. Even if only 1 out of 100 of these people managed to become a master architect, it would be a matter worth celebrating for Zero Wing. At this stage of the game, not much importance was placed on architects. However, as God's domain continued developing and the number of guild towns and cities in the game increased, the status of architects in the game would also rise rapidly. Particularly at the later stages of the game, the treatment master architects received from guilds would not be the slightest bit inferior when compared to master forgers, master alchemists, and master engineers. After all, advanced construction designs were extremely rare. However, master architects had a chance at creating an advanced construction design of their own. Moreover, every advanced construction design was worth much more than the advanced designs of alchemy, forging, and engineering because buildings constructed using advanced construction designs possessed distinctive abilities. Take the advanced auction house design, for example. In the case of an ordinary auction house, it was only capable of letting players consign and purchase items through it. There was not much difference between it and NPC auction houses. However, it was a different story for advanced auction houses. An advanced auction house possessed two more features than an ordinary auction house. The first feature was the bartering function. This bartering function did not require any intervention from players. The system would automatically complete the transaction of items for players. It was an extremely convenient system for independent players and adventurer teams. After all, a large portion of God's Domain's player base consisted of independent players and adventurer teams. There were bound to be some people that would be lucky enough to obtain items that the various large guilds could. Not just this bartering function alone allowed the advanced auction house to surpass ordinary auction houses. By far the second feature was a weekly NPC auction, which was similar to the auctions held at Blackwing City. At this NPC auction, NPCs would put their own items up for bids. Naturally, players would be allowed to purchase these items so long as the bids they placed were sufficiently high. This feature definitely could not be found in an ordinary auction house due to these two features. The advanced auction house Ouroboros operated in the past became the #1 auction house in Starmoon Kingdom, as well as neighboring kingdoms. Back then, even superpowers were envious of Ouroboros. Inside the reception room, under Feng's guidance, all 100 architect players managed to inherit the foundational secret runes crap. There's actually such a construction method as well. These foundational secret runes are simply amazing. If my friends were to find out that I've joined Zero Wing and have even learned a set of foundational secret runes, they would definitely die of envy. Amazing. If I manage to learn these secret runes, I feel that I'll have a greater chance of becoming a master architect. Everyone could not help but exclaim when they obtained the foundational secret runes. The loyalty and reverence they felt towards Zero Wing also strengthened even more recently. There were all sorts of rumors flying about stating that Heaven's Burial would surpass Zero Wing sooner or later. From a situation now, however, not to mention surpassing Zero Wing, Heaven's Burial would be fortunate if it could touch Zero Wing's shadow. While Feng was watching everyone learning the foundational secret runes quietly, Melancholic Smile's expression suddenly sank. What's wrong? Feng asked curiously. I just received news from an informant inside Heaven's Burial. It seems that Heaven's Burial has already begun raiding the Frost King, Melancholic Smile explained. However, something seems to have gone wrong with the Frost King. It displayed a strength that was completely different from our investigations. Even Heaven's Burial was caught off guard. After losing some men, the Legion Heaven's Burial dispatched promptly retreated. Now, in order to deal with the Frost King, Heaven's Burial has formed a 20,000-man elite legion to deal with the Frost King. Currently, the legion is already set out for the Frozen Scar. Its strength is different from previous investigations. Feng also felt somewhat surprised at this situation. The NPCs of Evernight City had long since mentioned the Frost King's strength. No mistakes should have occurred. Do you know how strong the Frost King currently is? Exactly how strong the Frost King is, that person does not know. However, he heard that the boss's name had an additional mutant label. When fighting, the boss exhibited combat standards that are slightly superior to even ordinary experts. It was as if a player was wearing the skin of a boss, Melancholic Smile reported. Currently, the Frost King has left his original habitat. Many large guilds have also found out about this situation already and are currently dispatching their own elite armies to hunt down the Frost King. A mutant. Feng was surprised when he heard about the Frost King turning into a mutant. A moment later, however, a smile appeared on his face. They've all gone to compete for it? This is interesting. Mutants were no different from natural disasters. The last mutant he encountered in Starmoon Kingdom was a level 50 High Lord. If not for the immaturity of that mutant's intellect to the point where it actually dared to barge into White River City, it definitely would have grown into a disaster for Starmoon Kingdom had Weissman not taken action. It would have been utterly impossible to stop the Mechanical Slayer with just the level 150, Tier 1, and Tier 2 NPC guards in the city. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Slayer back then was only a High Lord. On the other hand, the Frost King was a Grand Lord. However, the precondition for mutants becoming a disaster was that they managed to grow up. Currently, the Frost King had just transformed into a mutant. Now is definitely an excellent time to kill it in God's domain. Risks and opportunities came hand in hand. It was very obvious that the various large guilds were also aware of this principle. Moreover, the fact that the Frost King had left its original habitat was good news for players. After all, the greatest hindrance preventing players from raiding the Frost King was not its strength, but the boss's environment. Melancholic notify the main Force members and Dark God's Legion members, as well as the people on this list here. Have everyone gather at the guild residence. It's about time we let these guilds know about Zero Wing strength. Chapter 1389, Gathering from All Sides. Chapter 1389, Gathering from All Sides. After Feng gave his command, Melancholic Smile promptly began contacting the relevant players. When everyone heard that they were being called upon by Feng, they immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed back to the guild residence. Meanwhile, Feng also took out a return scroll and traveled back to Zero Wing's residence in White River City. If it were simply an ordinary mutant, Feng would not have bothered gathering so many players. After all, a newly born mutant would only receive a small boost to their intellect and combat power. Given a minor level difference this time, he would only require a little effort to kill it. However, the Frost King was a slightly special boss. As the final boss of the Frozen Scar, the Frost King possessed the innate skill Frozen World that no other monster possessed, although Frozen World was only a Tier 3 domain skill. Due to it being the innate skill of a final boss, it possessed effects rivaling that of a Tier 4 domain skill. The skill covered a 1,500-yard radius, and players caught within range of Frozen World would have not only their basic attributes, but also their skills and stamina forcibly weakened. Moreover, the more players there were fighting against the Frost King, the greater the boss's strength would become due to these reasons. Despite being only a Grand Lord, the Frost King's raid difficulty was not one bit lower than a Tier 4 mythic monsters. After factoring in the severe environment, the Frost King might even be more difficult to raid than a mythic monster. Players who did not possess the appropriate countermeasures would definitely get annihilated by the Frost King after returning to the guild residence in White River City. Feng quickly made his way to the guild's warehouse. Without hesitation, he retrieved 1,000+ bottles of Sea God's Blessing, as well as the Ancient Weather Book. With these items, he would have the qualifications to raid the Frost King. Right then, Melancholic Smile contacted Feng and said, "Guild leader, everyone's already assembled at the residence. They are ready to move out at any moment." Okay. Feng immediately left the warehouse. Currently, Zero Wing's main force, the Dark God's Legion, and the selected reserve members were gathered inside Zero Wing's residence in White River City. Even the lowest level player among them was level 43, while the majority were level 45. Meanwhile, even the most inferior piece of equipment found on these players was at the level 40 fine gold standard. As for the main force members, practically every one of them was fully equipped in level 40 dark gold equipment. To ordinary players, this could already be considered a set of divine equipment, as the 1,000+ players waited before the guild hall. The intense aura they radiated stupefied the prospective applicants lined up outside the residence, as well as the passers-by on the street. When Zero Wing's members saw Feng walking over, they immediately dropped their conversations and stood at attention, looking at Feng with eyes filled with excitement, although they had yet to hear the reason why Feng had called them here. They could mostly guess that it had something to do with the suddenly mutated Frost King. By this time, information about the Frost King was no longer a secret, as many large guilds had already organized their own armies and were hurrying over to the Frozen Scar. "All of you, come collect your Sea God's Blessing from me. Each person gets 1 bottle," Feng said as he sent a glance at everyone. Also, send your personal data to me. The combat method of a 1,000-man team was different from that of a 100-man team. Hence, before starting an operation, one needed to reorganize the team's formations. Otherwise, it would be very easy for chaos to ensue in battle, following which Feng spent roughly 20 minutes assigning specific roles to everyone in the team. As for the newly minted Dark Gods members, he also granted them the Berserk skill Power of Darkness. Now, Power of Darkness had already become much stronger than an ordinary Berserk skill. Alright, everyone, move out. Our destination is the Frozen Scar, Feng said after seeing everyone already ready to go. Following which, everyone got on their mounts and followed Feng's demonic flame tiger to the teleportation hall. When the players on the street saw this lineup, they promptly stepped aside to give way to Zero Wings members. Meanwhile, when the members of other guilds looked at the majestic Thunderwolves Zero Wings members rode on, they could not help growing envious. At an open plain at the Frozen Scar, a horde of players was currently gathered, their numbers easily exceeding 100,000. These players were all members of various large guilds in Starmoon Kingdom. As for independent players, they could only look at these guild players from the Frozen Scar's entrance. They did not dare to approach these guilds at all, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire of the competition between these guilds. After all, among the guilds present, even the guild that dispatched the fewest members to this place had over 2,000 members, while some of the more powerful guilds had sent over 6,000 members. In front of these guilds, the 100-man teams formed by independent players like themselves were like specks of dusties. Their need to mobilize such a force just to take down one boss. Many independent players were perplexed as they watched the constant stream of guilds entering the Frozen Scar previously. The various large guilds had not been particularly enthusiastic about raiding the Frost King. Only a few powerful guilds have been seen actually try to reach the Frost King yet. Now, after word spread that the Frost King had become stronger rather than decrease, the number of guilds aiming for the king's head had increased instead, don't you know? The various large guilds did not try to raid the Frost King before, because the boss lived at the central area of the Frozen Scar. You need very high ice resistance if you want to survive there. However, the Frost King has already left the central area. Based on what I've heard, it seems that the Frost King is currently headed in our direction. Now that the raid difficulty has decreased significantly, the various large guilds naturally won't let go of this opportunity. A player knowledgeable about the situation explained just as everyone was having a hushed discussion among themselves, another large group of players arrived at the Frozen Scar's entrance. The players numbered so many that they very nearly clogged up the entire entrance. Quick, look, the Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial have arrived. They've brought along so many members. They must have dispatched at least 10,000 members. 10,000? Well, lowball. From what I heard from one of Heaven's Burial's internal members, it seems that Heaven's Burial has dispatched 20,000 members to take down the Frost King this time. As for the Star Alliance, they've dispatched 24,000 members. I really wonder which guild will get the Frost King in the end. Guild Leader Galaxy, what a rare opportunity to meet you here. I never thought that you would take charge of the legions sent to raid the Frost King this time, Singular Burial said, feeling slightly surprised as he looked at Galaxy Past, who rode on a large war bear at this moment. Galaxy Past was geared in silver armor engraved with golden, divine runes, and carried a purple, lightning-clad greatsword on his back. He also did not bother hiding the epic glow effects of his breastplate and greatsword. As for Galaxy Past himself, he had already reached level 45, and his body radiated a chilling aura. Compared to the Galaxy Past Singular Burial knew before, the current Galaxy Past was like a completely different person previously. As Singular Burial had been entirely focused on surpassing Zero Wing, he had neglected to pay attention to the Star Alliance. In addition, the Star Alliance had kept a low profile for quite a long time, only developing itself peacefully and not participating in any guild battles. Singular Burial never expected that after not seeing Galaxy Past for some time, the latter would actually become so powerful that even Singular Burial himself felt threatened by him. Moreover, Galaxy Past wasn't the only person that had changed. The Elementalist Red Feather, The Ranger, Flourishing Willow, and the Elementalist Purple, I had all become a lot stronger. Like Galaxy Past, they were also level 45, and every one of them gave off a very dangerous feeling. Having you personally come here as well, in order to gain Evernight City's reputation and status. Guild Leader Burial? Galaxy Past countered, chuckling as he glanced askance at Singular Burial. Don't our two guilds join hands and clear out the other guilds present? Afterwards, we'll rely on our own capabilities to compete for the Frost King. How about it? Singular Burial suggested as he looked at the other guilds in the distance that were currently getting ready to tackle the Frost King Guild Leader Burial. While your suggestion indeed sounds good, allow me to refuse on behalf of the Star Alliance. In my opinion, the more, the merrier. Galaxy Past immediately turned down Singular Burial's offer. If Guild Leader Burial doesn't have anything else to say, we'll go ahead to start making our own preparations. Saying so, Galaxy Past led the Star Alliance's members towards the Plains Guild leader. What's up with Galaxy Past? Why do I feel as if he has transformed into a completely different person? Daybreak Fog asked, surprise coloring her face as she watched Galaxy Past and the other members of the Star Alliance walk away. I don't know. However, we'd best pay more attention to the Star Alliance in the future, Singular Burial said, shaking his head. Although the Star Alliance had transformed remarkably, Singular Burial was still confident of claiming the kill on the Frost King. His previous offer to clear out the other guilds was simply an attempt to probe the Star Alliance's strength. In reality, it did not matter to him whether the other guilds took part in the competition or not. All right, let's go get ready ourselves. Daybreak Fog nodded in response and commanded the army forward just as the various large guilds were quietly waiting for the Frost King's arrival. Another batch of white lights appeared at the entrance of the regional dungeon, signifying the arrival of yet another group of players. The moment these players appeared, the many independent players crowding the entrance could not help but turn around to take a look at these newcomers. The reason for such a reaction was the powerful aura they felt coming from these players. Every one of these players exuded an aura that made the onlookers shudder. Meanwhile, the exquisiteness of these players' equipment was also off the charts. Moreover, every one of these players sat on mounts, and they moved like a well-trained army. Compared to them, the previous guild armies seemed more like a bunch of Rablites. Zero Wing. Zero Wing has come as well. Chapter 1390, Settling a Debt. Chapter 1390, Settling a Debt. Upon Zero Wing's arrival, the guild attracted a lot of attention from the independent players crowding the entrance. One team after another appeared, surprising the spectating players more with each arrival level 45. How are Zero Wing's members so high-leveled? The top 10 players on a ranking list are only level 45. By the looks of it, Zero Wing should have at least 400 level 45 members. Crap! Zero Wing has so many members in level 40 Dark Gold equipment. Zero Wing's appearance was truly eye-catching. The Thunderwolf Guild mount and six-winged emblem had become famous as Zero Wing symbols. As the crowd watched the massive Thunderwolves, they could not help but drool at the moment of purchase. The Thunderwolves' attributes rivaled that of bronze mounts despite their common rank, although nurturing guild mounts was very difficult. It was obvious that the Thunderwolf's growth potential was very high, which would make it easier to nurture. Meanwhile, players could obtain items from the Eclipse Gate that could accelerate their guild mount's growth. Zero Wing's members were practically guaranteed to nurture their Thunderwolves to bronze rank even for elite players. A bronze mount was a luxury. They have to be lucky to find one. What's that mount? Its aura is so powerful. How can such a powerful mount exist? As Zero Wing's members continued to arrive, everyone quickly noticed a ferocious, 3-meter-tall beast. A pitch-black horn protruded from its head as arcs of white electricity danced around its body, and black flames surrounded its four paws. It was distinctively different from the Thunderwolf mounts. Players could even feel this beast's aura from over 100 yards away. A single glance from this creature made them shudder. This ferocious beast was like a king among mounts. The moment it appeared, every other mount submitted as it stepped aside. Wait, look at the rider. The player on that mount seems to be Black Flame. It really is Black Flame. I never thought he would lead an army here personally. The competition for the Frost King is about to become more interesting. Crap. As expected of the Sword King, he even managed to get his hands on such a mount. I wonder what rank it is. Since it's so powerful, could it be an epic mount? Black Flame's capabilities are ridiculous. With such a powerful mount, he won't even need to take action to kill an expert player. He can simply let his mount take care of it. Everyone stared at Feng in shock. A dark gold mount could, at most, rival a chieftain of the same level. Although chieftains were powerful, they were not insurmountable to the players here. However, Feng's one-horn mount was clearly more powerful than a lord-ranked monster. At this point, the only explanation was that this demonic flame tiger was an epic epic mount. Even super guilds dreamed of obtaining such a creature. Unfortunately, the highest rank they had managed to secure was a dark gold mount. These players' awe for Feng continued to reach new heights, of course. These players didn't know that Feng's demonic flame tiger had only become this terrifying after he had fed it a ferocious beast's bloodline essence, although Feng had only brought around 1,000 members to the Frozen Scar. The army's aura was even more imposing than the Star Alliance, and Heaven's Burial's Forces. Zero Wing's appearance had also caused a commotion among the various large guilds waiting in the Plains Guild. Leader, what should we do? Zero Wing has dispatched so many experts, on the off chance that they decide to move against us. The various large guilds' upper echelons and players began to panic as Feng and Zero Wing's army approached. The guild leaders were also on edge as none of them had expected Zero Wing to join this competition. After all, the guild hadn't shown any interest in the Frost King before. Hence, they had come to try their luck and compete for the Frost King's kill. None of them were concerned with encountering Heaven's Burial and the Star Alliance, but it was a different story if Black Flame showed up. He had fought in one major war after another, always emerging alive. He was even strong enough to instill fear in experts and an evil demon army, as both had fled for their lives. For this man, taking a particular player's life while surrounded by an army of tens of thousands of players was a piece of cake. Furthermore, 1,000 experts accompanied Black Flame. Against such a force, an army of 10,000 elite players was little more than cannon fodder. Don't panic. We have dozens of large guilds here right now. Zero Wing wouldn't dare attack any of us if we join hands. That's right. After all is said and done, a boss is a public resource. Moreover, we were here first. We should do this on a first-come, first-served basis. Although Zero Wing is Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, I don't think it will interfere. As Zero Wing approached, the various guilds began to form temporary alliances. In reality, though, they understood that such an alliance wouldn't pose any threat to Zero Wing. This was especially true after witnessing Black Flame single-handedly defeat the evil demon army. They all knew that attempting to deter Black Flame with numbers was a futile effort. Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am the Assassins Alliance's Guild Leader, Cruel Sword. I am a friend of Zero Wing's elder, Feng. Cruel Sword said as he took the initiative to greet Feng, anxiety and respect filling his voice. Honestly, Cruel Sword did not want to greet the man, although he was the guild leader of the Assassins Alliance, a second-rate guild. It was nothing compared to Zero Wing. Moreover, the Assassins Alliance mainly operated around White River City. If Zero Wing wished to do so, it could annihilate the Assassins Alliance at a moment's notice. However, as Cruel Sword had formed a connection with Zero Wing's Feng some time ago, the various large guilds had pushed him forward as their representative in any negotiations with the Monstrous Guild. Cruel Sword didn't know whether he wanted to laugh or cry. Relax. I won't do anything to you guys. If you want to compete for the Frost King, do it. Everyone will rely on their own abilities to secure the kill. Seeing Cruel Sword's tension, Feng understood why the man had approached him. In this situation, he didn't mind what the various large guilds decided to do. After all, getting the Frost King's first kill was much easier said than done. However, Feng couldn't help a rueful sigh when he saw Cruel Sword at level 43 with a set of silvery armor. The Assassins Alliance had been a towering existence to him in the past, but the tables had turned. Feng found the situation reasonable after giving it some thought. After all, Zero Wing was Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. Its elite member count alone was over 100,000. The guild also had more than 1,000 expert players. Their members wore the best weapons and equipment throughout Starmoon Kingdom. A second-rate guild simply couldn't compare, many thanks to guild leader Black Flame. Cruel Sword thanked the man. If Zero Wing intended to chase these guilds away, they'd have no choice but to leave obediently. Hearing Feng's reply, the many upper echelons released a sigh of relief. However, I'd like to ask you all to step aside, as Zero Wing has a debt to settle with Heaven's Burial. Feng added indifferently as he glanced at the guild's distant army. Chapter 1391, Monstrous Army. Chapter 1391, Monstrous Army. As soon as Feng finished speaking, silence descended upon the snowy plains. Madness. This is madness. Are they really going to start a fight right now? This can't be right. Does Zero Wing intend to take out all of Heaven's Burial's members? Zero Wing isn't aiming for mutual destruction, right? For a moment, these players wondered if they had heard wrong. None of them dared to believe that Zero Wing would actually try to deal with Heaven's Burial right now. The guild only had 1,000 or so members here. Although Zero Wing's members possessed extraordinary combat power, Heaven's Burial had plenty of experts as well. A large number of the guild's elite members had also tagged along. Fighting in such an open field was very disadvantageous for the smaller army. If it really came down to a fight, even Zero Wing would suffer grievous losses. Guild leader, what is Black Flame thinking? Is he actually planning to take on Heaven's Burial here? Purple Eye, wearing a set of luxurious mage robes, revealed a confused expression as she looked at the distant Feng. He's not joking, right? Although the Zero Wing was very powerful, she did not think that the guild could defeat Heaven's Burial's 20,000 members with only 1,000 experts. Not everyone was as powerful as Black Flame. There was a limit to their strength, I don't know, but Singular Burial must be pretty frustrated right now, Galaxy Pass said, smiling faintly as he glanced at the guild leader. Of course, we'll benefit most from their mutual destruction. Warn our members to stay away when they start fighting. Do not let us get dragged into this. Understood. I'll notify them right away. A smile similarly appeared on Purple Eye's face. If Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial started to fight, regardless of who won or lost, neither would be able to compete for the Frost King. As everyone quietly discussed the situation, Feng turned toward Heaven's Burial and loudly announced, "Everyone charge! Leave none of those Heaven's Burial bastards alive." As Feng gave the command, he activated a guild war order, locking down the frozen scar and preventing anyone from using a return scroll. If one wanted to leave the regional dungeon, they'd have to walk out with their own power. Wonderful. We finally get the chance to teach those Heaven's Burial punks a lesson. Hearing Feng's words, Zero Wing's members shifted their gazes towards Heaven's Burial, excitement flashing in their eyes. Like ferocious beasts released from their cages, they ushered their mounts forward in unison. Has Black Flame lost his mind? Singular Burial's expression turned ugly as he watched Zero Wing's members charge toward his own. He had never expected Zero Wing to start a fight like this. All 1,000 plus of these Zero Wing members were experts. Their overall combat power was most likely superior to a 10,000-man elite army. He had expected some friction between their guilds before he had arrived in the Frozen Scar. As a preventive measure, he had led an army of 20,000 elites. However, he hadn't expected Zero Wing to be so reckless to pick a fight at the risk of mutual destruction. Daybreak Fog frowned, as well as she turned to Singular Burial and asked, "Guild leader, what should we do?" "Prepare for battle. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing can take us out with only 1,000 members." Singular Burial was enraged. Now that Zero Wing had made the first move, the guild would become a laughingstock in the kingdom if Heaven's Burial fled despite its overwhelming numbers. Upon Singular Burial's command, Heaven's Burial's members prepared for battle. Shield warriors and guardian knights quickly moved to the front and formed a human wall. As for the ranged classes in the back, they had also readied themselves to attack at a moment's notice. The assassins instantly entered stealth, circling to the enemy army's sides. The distance between the armies rapidly vanished. 300 yards. 200 yards. 100 yards. Begin. Feng shouted in the team chat suddenly. Zero Wings members retrieved bottles of Sea God's blessing from their bags, downing the potions and increasing their basic attributes and resistances. They then activated Power of Darkness, increasing their basic attributes by another 100%. Zero Wings main force members and Dark God's Legion members' attributes were already impressively high. Now that every one of them had activated a Berserk skill, their auras resembled those of Lord-ranked monsters. How is this possible? What? All of these people have Berserk skills. The distant spectating players gasped. Berserk skills were extremely rare in God's domain. A large guild would be fortunate if they secured a few dozen skill books. Even first-rate guilds generally had around 200 or 300 Berserk skill books. These players will be shocked to see Zero Wing have 400 or 500 members with Berserk skills, but all 1,000-plus members had activated these rare buffs. Moreover, it was obvious that these Berserk skills were extraordinary based on the guild members' auras. While everyone stared in shock, Feng used space movement to appear among Heaven's Burial's rear line. He then switched the aura of space to the aura of fire before turning Flame Domain on Heaven's Burial's healers suddenly. A crimson ripple devoured the healers. A towering pillar of fire rose from the ground, flames enveloping a large portion of the enemy's healing force. Even from the Frozen Scar's entrance, everyone could see the burning pillar the instant the fiery pillar appeared. Heaven's Burial's healers turned to ash. They hadn't even had a chance to flee. In the blink of an eye, over half of Heaven's Burial's healers had died. Black flame. Wrathful flames burned in Singular Burial's eyes as he glared at Feng. With uncontrolled rage, he shouted, "Everyone, kill him!" In just one move, the army had lost 1,000 healers. Singular Burial's heart bled at the sight as soon as Flame Domain ended. Feng executed Lightning Edge with his killing ray, aiming for the dazed magical class core. Immediately, countless arcs of lightning left the sacred sword, devouring hundreds of magical class players. Only a few expert players reacted quickly enough to activate their life-saving skills. Keeping themselves alive in just 2 moves, Feng had killed over 1,500 players. This is insane. So this is Black Flame? The jaws of the distant spectating independent players hung as they watched, none of them able to believe their eyes. The battle had just begun. Yet Feng had devastated Heaven's Burial's army. As for the various guild players, cold sweat drenched their foreheads as they watched the slaughter. They inwardly celebrated the fact that they hadn't made an enemy of Zero Wing. Black Flame alone would be more than enough to annihilate their guild's kill him. Quickly. Singular Burial bellowed as he retrieved the longbow and arrows from his back, reacting to Singular Burial's words. The other members recovered their senses and peppered Feng with a rain of arrows and spells in response. Feng executed void steps, vanishing instantly. In the end, none of the attacks had even scratched the man's cloak. Feng then reappeared beside the healers that had survived the previous AoE attacks. Even without a Berserk skill, Feng's strength was as high as a great lord of the same level. As a result, every swing of his blade claimed the life of another healer due to Feng's interference. Zero Wing's 1,000-man army reached Heaven's Burials unhindered. These experts proceeded to massacre the other guild's members despite Heaven's Burial's MTs activating their life-saving skills. They only survived 2 or 3 hits before transforming into light particles and disappearing like a meat grinder. Zero Wing's army devoured Heaven's Burial's people. Not even the enemy healers could keep up with their damage. The other guilds were stupefied. How was this even a battle? This was no more than a one-sided massacre. Chapter 1392, Hand Over Your Life. Chapter 1392, Hand Over Your Life. So, this is the strength of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Just how high are their attributes? They killed MTs with over 40,000 HP in just 2 or 3 moves. The spectating independent players and those from the various guilds had goosebumps as they watched equipment litter the battlefield in their eyes. The Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial were only second to Zero Wing in Star Moon Kingdom. and both were only slightly weaker than Zero Wing. However, it seemed that those assumptions had been a joke, although Heaven's Burial's 20,000 members were quite strong and were experts in the eyes of ordinary players. Zero Wing's 1,000 members shredded these players as easily as Paper Doll's guild leader. At this rate, Zero Wing will annihilate our men very quickly, Daybreak Fog, who had taken command of the battle, reported. Her expression darkened as she watched the slaughter. Heaven's Burial had suffered over 4,000 casualties since the battle had begun. Even when 5 or 6 berserkers had changed at Zero Wing's MTs, they had failed to block the MT's advance and lost over 10,000 HP in the attempt. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's MTs only lost around 3 or 4,000 HP as the enemy bombarded them with spells and arrows. The majority of these MTs had blocked the attacks, further reducing the damage they received. The guild's healers easily kept up with the small amounts of damage Zero Wing. You asked for this. Fury burned in Singular Burial's eyes as he watched Feng take out his healers. Gnashing his teeth, he growled, sending Lightning Blade and Broken Flow. At worst, we'll give up on the Frost King for now. You want to use that now? Daybreak Fog was momentarily stunned. She had never imagined that they would use their trump card to deal with Zero Wing. That's right. I want to see if Black Flame can keep his composure as we murder his experts. Singular Burial sneered. He had to admit that Zero Wing's army was indeed frightening. Even Heaven's Burial had only collected 200+ Berserk skill books thus far. There was no competing with Zero Wing's 1,000+ members. Anyone without a Berserk skill in this battle was nothing but cannon fodder. At most, they could slow the enemy's advance. They'd be lucky to kill 100 Zero Wing members before they were eliminated. However, Heaven's Burial had not been sitting on its hands. I'll notify them immediately. Daybreak Fog understood Singular Burial's reasoning. If they could deal a heavy blow to Zero Wing's expert army, they could deal a blow to Zero Wing itself. After all, it was not easy to nurture experts. If those experts lost their weapons and equipment, it would take a long time to find suitable replacements. Blade. Orders from the guild leader. We're to take action, Broken Flow said. He wetted his lips in anticipation as he watched Zero Wing's members approach. Weary, actually using it against Zero Wing? The Guardian Knight, Lightning Blade, frowned suddenly. Every member of Broken Flow and Lightning Blade's 100-man expert team pulled a purplish gold potion from their bag and drank it as the potion took effect. These players' eyes became bloodshot and their muscles bulged. Their auras also intensified. A vicious bloodlust overtook every player. These players promptly activated their Berserk skills, increasing their attributes. Further kill him. Teach Black Flame the meaning of despair. Singular Burial grinned wickedly as he watched the expert team rush to meet Zero Wing's army after their previous fight with the Frost King. They had realized how powerful the mutant Grand Lord really was. There was a reason that they had dared to return and challenge the Frost King. Once more, the secret potential potion Broken Flow and his team had just consumed was precisely that reason. This potion had been crafted from an ancient recipe they had found in an ancient ruin. Unfortunately, as the recipe required extremely rare and valuable materials, with each attempt to brew the potion costing over 20 gold, they had only produced a little over 100 bottles when consumed. The secret potential potion increased the user's strength by 120% and other basic attributes by 60% for 5 minutes. Although the duration was short, the potion had no side effects. Moreover, its effects would stack with Berserk skills. When combining the secret potential potion with a Berserk skill, the results rivaled Peak Class's twofold Berserk state. Although Broken Flow's team had only 100 members, every one of their attributes was nearly on par with a Great Lord of the same level. This was why Singular Burial had dared to challenge the Frost King again. Unfortunately, he had been forced to use this trump card to teach Zero Wing a lesson. The level 44 Berserker, Broken Flow, used charge and arrived in the midst of Zero Wing's army. Tightening his grip on his greatsword, he executed Whirlwind Slash. Immediately, a storm brewed within a 12-yard radius, sending 8 Zero Wing members flying. One shield warrior that failed to defend himself in time instantly lost over 30,000 HP. The other expert from Heaven's Burial joined the charge, penetrating Zero Wing's army like a sharp blade. As the two forces met, these players forced the enemy assault to a halt, pushing back and kill Zero Wing shield warriors and guardian knights leading the army. Crap. Are these players from Heaven's Burial monsters? They've dealt over minus 30,000 damage in a single attack. Even a level 40 MT couldn't survive such a hit. It's no wonder why Heaven's Burial dared to provoke Zero Wing. If Zero Wing's members don't have anything else in store, Heaven's Burial's 100-man expert team may take them down. The spectating players stared in shock as Heaven's Burial's expert team stopped Zero Wing's progress. Zero Wing's members had displayed astonishing attributes, yet Heaven's Burial's experts were stronger in a single exchange. Zero Wing had suffered dozens of casualties. The difference between the forces was clear. Guild leader, I'm fairly sure that the potion Broken Flow and his men just used is the secret potential potion the secret pavilion's report mentioned. Based on the report, Heaven's Burial had only gotten its hands on a little over 100 bottles after a lot of effort. Now that they've used this potion against Zero Wing, they must intend to give up on raiding the Frost King. Purple Eye commented when she saw Heaven's Burial turn the tides of battle. Smiling faintly, she said, Zero Wing is in trouble. If this battle were in a jungle, they could buy some time until the potion's duration ends, but they don't have that option here. Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial's mutual destruction will be the best possible outcome for the Star Alliance, although that wasn't likely. Heaven's Burial had dropped from the contest for the Frost King's first kill. Black Flame has underestimated Heaven's Burial. After all is said and done, Heaven's Burial rose to its position in such a short amount of time. Why wouldn't it have a few trump cards? However, we'll have to thank Zero Wing for this. If not for Zero Wing, we wouldn't have seen this trump card. Galaxy Pass chuckled. Purple, tell Red Feather and the others to prepare. Once Heaven's Burial's berserk skills run out, send them into the fight. Guild leader, rest assured, we'll collect the weapons and equipment they drop. Purple, I said, giggling. Back in the battlefield, the tables had turned on Zero Wing, and they began to retreat to buy as much time as possible. After all, Power of Darkness had a very long duration. Ordinary berserk skills were no match for it. If they could endure until Heaven's Burial's berserk skills ended, they could reclaim the fight suddenly. Feng turned his attention towards the enemy's 100-man expert team. Heaven's Burial's trump card had surprised him. If not dealt with properly, Zero Wing could lose this fight. Black Flame, you dare face me? I'll take your head. After killing a level 45 berserker, Broken Flow shifted his gaze towards Feng as the man charged for him. Grinning, he led a dozen or so players to surround Feng. Chapter 1393, Might of the Number 1 Expert. Chapter 1393, Might of the Number 1 Expert. As Broken Flow took action, several elementalists close to him began to chant their incantations, using ice spears and ice walls to hinder Feng and allow Broken Flow and the other melee experts could surround the swordsman. At the end of the day, Feng was still Starmoon Kingdom's number 1 expert. Even if their attributes rivaled that of a great lord of the same level, they weren't certain that they could kill Feng with brute force alone. Good. Surround him. Do not let him escape. Singular Burial had also activated his berserk skill, a silvery glow wrapping around his body. He then unfurled the magic scroll in his hands. Suddenly, one silver arrow after another manifested in his hand, flying towards Feng as he dodged the incoming ice spears. Dozens of silver arrows formed silvery streaks of light as they shot towards their target. Not only were they astonishingly fast, but they cut off Feng's escape path. The guild leader must be really angry. He's even using his precious Tier 3 curse. Even if Black Flame survives the attack, he'll be severely injured. Broken Flow was slightly astonished as he watched the arrows bombard Feng. The magic scroll Singular Burial had just used contained the Tier 3 curse, Light's Guidance. When activated, it would allow the user to fire 30 arrows per second, each arrow containing the might of a Tier 3 spell. Not only could these arrows repulse a Great Lord, but they also dealt divine damage. All damage reduction effects were useless against this attack. Even mythic monsters would receive significant damage if the arrows hit, not to mention players. Meanwhile, Light's Guidance had a duration of 10 seconds. In other words, Singular Burial could launch a total of 300 arrows with damage reduction effects nullified. A Tier 3 spell could kill current players instantly. Of course, dodging all 300 arrows was impossible. Even if Feng had an invulnerability skill, it wouldn't last him through all 10 seconds. To make matters worse, when Rangers used this magic scroll, the arrows would receive a 30% speed boost. The arrows would move so fast that even great lords of the same level would not be able to react into me as the arrows were about to hit their target. Feng adjusted his footwork and executed Sword's Orbit immediately. A galaxy of stars danced around his body, striking down one arrow after another and causing a series of explosions. The resulting shockwaves were so powerful that even Broken Flow, who stood over 20 yards away, nearly lost his footing. The resulting white flashes blinded those watching. But even after a few seconds of this attack, not a single arrow had struck Feng. The most these silver arrows did was push Feng back. The ground shattered with each retreating step Feng took by. The time Light's Guidance's 10-second duration ended. Craters pocked the ground where the arrows had landed. When the dust settled, Feng was still in one piece, with silver arrows decorating the ground around him. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Heaven's Burial's experts were stupefied. Even Broken Flow, the expert team's leader, was speechless, while Broken Flow had considered the minute possibility of Feng successfully blocking Light's Guidance. He had never expected the man to do so without using a single skill. Feng had negated the Tier 3 curse, relying solely on his swordsmanship. It was truly inconceivable the silver arrows even packed enough power to knock back a Tier 3 Great Lord. If Broken Flow had to face 30 of those arrows per second, even with the secret potential potion and a berserk skill, he was only confident in blocking a dozen or so. The arrows were simply too fast, yet out of the 300 arrows Singular Burial had launched, not a single one had struck Feng. They hadn't even torn the swordsman's cloak. No matter how Broken Flow thought about it, the feat should have been impossible, yet he had just witnessed it. Sure enough, using Sword's Orbit to block that attack really pushed the envelope. Feng thought to himself as he looked at his own HP. Currently, he only had a little over 30,000 HP remaining. He had lost over half of his HP from countering the attack. Those silver arrows' power could rival even that of a Grand Lord. Despite blocking them successfully, he still received damage. Had the assault continued for several more seconds, he would have been forced to use Absolute Domain is Not Dead. Singular Burial was dazed when he saw Feng standing. He was more familiar with Light's Guidance's power than anyone. Most players only knew that the attack was powerful. They didn't realize that the arrow's strongest aspect was their speed. Keeping up with the arrow's speed visually was already a challenging feat. Not to mention keeping up with them physically. Just how fast are his reflexes? Daybreak Fog's eyes widened. She hadn't even been able to follow the arrows with her eyes. Yet Feng had casually deflected everyone. If she allowed this player to get too close, the consequences would be unimaginable. If this battle had taken place before Feng had upgraded the 7 Luminaries ring, he would have failed to block all of the arrows. He had only dodged and countered the fast, powerful attacks thanks to the physique bonus he had received from the Fragmented Legendary Ring's hidden effect and the Abyssal Blade's passive skill. He's a monster. Is this the Sword King's true strength? The spectating crowd was flabbergasted. Feng had countered such a devastating spell with only his weapons. This was simply unheard of. Quick, kill him. He doesn't have much HP left. Don't give him a chance to recover. Singular Burial hurriedly shouted after regaining his composure. Although his Tier 3 curse had failed to kill Feng, the latter had less than half of his HP remaining. As Singular Burial gave the order, he retrieved another Tier 3 magic scroll from his bag and activated it suddenly. Multiple small magic arrays formed around Singular Burial. Meanwhile, Broken Flow and the other experts of Heaven's Burial recovered their senses as well and charged at Feng, not giving him an opportunity to move. Closer to Zero Wing's healers in the blink of an eye, 36 spears of dark fog appear behind Singular Burial, each spear radiating a deathly aura. Singular Burial sneered at Feng. This spell was called Soul Sanction. Although it was not as powerful as Light's guidance, the 36 spears were not physical. They could not be blocked, only dodge. Soul Sanction? Feng's expression darkened when he noticed the soul spears appear behind Singular Burial. An unstoppable spell was far more dangerous than a powerful one. Immediately, he executed void steps and disappeared, not even think of running away. Broken Flow reacted quickly and used charge, aiming for Feng's previous location. Upon arriving, he stomped the ground powerfully. Tier 1 skill, Thunderclap. When activated, the skill dealt 20% physical damage to all enemies within a 20-yard radius and inflicted a numbing effect for 5 seconds. As Void Steps was a combat technique, not a skill, the slightest interference could easily disrupt the technique suddenly. Feng's appeared a short distance away from Broken Flow. Meanwhile, Singular Burial had locked on a Feng the moment latter reappeared. He then controlled the 36 soul spears, sending them flying towards the swordsman in the blink of an eye. The spears appeared before Feng, giving him no time to react the split second before the attack landed. However, Feng activated Divine Steps and switched positions with one of his doppelgangers. He dodged the spears and appeared beside Broken Flow, reacting quickly. Broken Flow used Beheaded, his greatsword splitting into 3 identical copies as it slashed towards Feng's elusive strike. In response, Feng ignored the 3 incoming attacks as he swung Killing Ray at an empty space. Suddenly, a greatsword appeared out of thin air, Feng's sacred sword forcing the massive blade to a halt. Impossible. Confusion twisted Broken Flow's expression as Feng blocked his attack. Although the 3 greatswords appeared real, all 3 were fakes. The true attack was hidden in a corner. Broken Flow had created this technique personally and had yet to use it in battle, yet Feng had stopped the attack without hesitation. However, Broken Flow didn't know that Feng had seen elusive strike hundreds of times. He had long since familiarized himself with the technique UVE made your move. Now it's my turn. Chapter 1394, Killing Heaven's Burial's Guild Leader. Chapter 1394, Killing Heaven's Burial's Guild Leader. The moment Feng spoke, 3 assassins emerged from behind him. The assassins had appeared swiftly and without a sound. Immediately, they thrust their daggers at Feng's back from 3 different directions. With excellent coordination, you won't have the chance. Seeing his companions, Broken Flow grinned. His biceps bulged as he swung his greatsword towards Feng's throat. Tier 1 taboo skill, Mountain Splitter. The taboo skill instantly increased Broken Flow's strength by 120% and attack speed by 100% for 3 seconds with attacks from both sides. Feng had nowhere to flee, and due to the close proximity, he had no time to dodge as the 4 players' weapons were about to bite into their target. Feng emitted a dark aura. For sword lights then bloomed around him, power of darkness. For Moon Lotus, dang, dang, dang. A series of clangs rang out, and dazzling sparks appeared around Feng's body. Among the 4 that had attacked him, the 3 assassins had been thrown backward, slamming into the ground. Broken Flow had fared somewhat better, only forced to take 3 steps back. The difference between their strengths was clear. Broken Flow glared at Feng, who remained standing in astonishment. He couldn't figure out how Feng had blocked those attacks. Mountain Splitter had increased his strength by 120%. With his current attributes, he could even contend with a Great Lord of the same level for a short time. Yet this player before him had blocked all 4 attacks and pushed him back. Even now, Broken Flow's arms were numb from encountering Feng's defense as Broken Flow stared at Feng, his mind still trying to come up with a way to defeat the swordsman. The swordsman vanished. Crap. Broken Flow was taken aback when Feng disappeared. Hurriedly, he executed Whirlwind Slash. However, Feng had appeared behind him before he knew it, and fresh blood poured from his body. The magic weapon, Abyssal Blade, had stopped his whirlwind slash before Broken Flow could react. Two more sword lights, one blue and one white, cut across his body, devouring his remaining HP. Though Broken Flow tried to say something, his vision had already begun to darken. As his body collapsed, he dropped a pair of combat boots from the moment that fight had begun to its ending. Broken Flow's nearby companions hadn't been able to offer their leader any support. They only saw Feng vanish and reappear beside Broken Flow, following which, one sword light after another cut through the Berserker, and before they even realized it, Broken Flow fell. The fight had ended so quickly that even the nearby healers had not managed to cast Truth's shield on the Berserker in time. Damn it. Singular Burial paled at this, seen Broken Flow was the strongest Berserker in Heaven's Burial. Not even Ghost Shadow or Singular Burial himself were a match for the Berserker's techniques. Yet even after the man had consumed the secret potential potion, Feng had effortlessly taken his life. Meanwhile, the spectators watching from a distance were dumbfounded. This is a trick, right? Broken Flow died, just like that. Can someone tell me what just happened? The distant spectators were confused to see Broken Flow fall after a single exchange. Broken Flow had died. Silence reigned over the battlefield. Feng's swordsmanship had astonished every player watching before anyone could react. Feng disappeared again and emerged before the three assassins that had attacked him as they stood up. He then swung Killing Ray lightly at the three assassins' Shadow Blade. One streak of blue light, accompanied by 9 streaks of black light, flashed around the 3 players. The 3 assassins were experts, so they instinctively activated Vanish to block Feng's attack. However, when they tried to do so, they suddenly discovered that their skills were unusable. They then noticed that the light around them had dimmed. This was the aura of Time's Forbidden Domain. For 30 seconds, all enemies within a 500-yard radius couldn't use any of their skills or tools. The 3 assassins could only watch as the numerous sword lights descended. Without time to defend themselves, all 3 assassins died instantly, their bodies transforming into particles of light and disappearing. At the same time, they dropped 3 pieces of equipment after killing the 3 assassins. Feng set his sights on Heaven's Burial's melee experts a short distance away. These several melee experts, who had brimmed with confidence previously, felt chills crawl down their spines. They turned and fled as if they had just seen the devil himself run. A single word etched itself into their minds. Even Heaven's Burial's #1 Berserker could not stop Feng. And now that they couldn't use any of their skills, even if they worked together, they'd be throwing away their lives if they tried to face that monstrous player. Everyone, retreat. Get out of the silencing domain's range. Singular Burial shouted in the guild chat, although the guild leader had given the command. Forbidden Domain covered a 500-yard radius area. It would take quite some time to escape. Zero Wing's members excitedly chased after the fleeing Heaven's Burial experts. Now, they only needed a little effort to kill an opponent in seconds. The battle had turned to Zero Wing's favor. Guild leader, what should we do? Purple Eye frowned as she watched Heaven's Burial's members hit the ground. One after another. She had originally thought that, once Zero Wing was wounded and Heaven's Burial had used up its trump cards, the Star Alliance could sweep in to harvest the top-tier equipment. Now, however, Zero Wing dominated over Heaven's Burial. The Star Alliance had no hope of reaping the reward from the 2 guilds' destruction. Forget it. Recall the others. Galaxy Past could not help but sigh as he watched Heaven's Burial's members run for their lives. If Zero Wing had suffered some grievous losses, the Star Alliance would have had an opportunity to take action once Heaven's Burial's berserk skills ended. Not only would Zero Wing owe them a favor, but they'd also deal a heavy blow to Heaven's Burial. The Star Alliance could also pocket some of the weapons and equipment the 2 guilds had dropped. It had been a perfect plan, killing 3 birds with 1 stone, and yet Black Flame alone had disrupted that perfect plan until now. It had been unheard of for a single player to turn the tide of battle. But Black Flame had done just that. Only now did Galaxy Past understand why the Secret Pavilion had warned him not to provoke Zero Wing. Not even the Secret Pavilion could guarantee the Star Alliance's survival in Star Moon Kingdom. He now realized that in God's domain, quality was vastly more important than quantity. This was no longer a virtual reality game that one could rule over with a large enough army. After killing a few more melee experts, Feng shifted his attention to Singular Burial, his gaze containing a chilling, killing intent. Even though Feng hadn't said a word, Singular Burial could sense the swordman's intent. You wish to kill me? How arrogant! Singular Burial's expression darkened. He was less than 100 yards away from Forbidden Domain's edge, and Feng was over 200 yards away from him. After consuming the secret potential potion and activating a berserk skill, his movement speed was higher than an ordinary Great Lord's. Feng could never catch him. Once he was outside of the Forbidden Domain, he had plenty of escape routes. The spectators in the distance could also feel Feng's intentions. This can't be, right? He's trying to kill Singular Burial? He's insane. Everyone's excitement grew as they watched. Over 10,000 surviving Heaven's Burial members protected their guild leader. A few experts even stood by his side, including the fact that Singular Burial himself was a skilled player. Feng was just too far away to kill the man boldly. Feng advanced towards Singular Burial. Stop him. Daybreak Fog commanded losing this battle was a huge hit to Heaven's Burial's reputation. If their guild leader died, standing among an army of over 10,000 players, the guild would suffer even greater embarrassment. They would become the laughingstock of Star Moon Kingdom. The other guild members understood the severity of the situation as well. The fleeing members stopped and turned to face Feng. Although they could not do any damage to him, they could buy some time. Despite the tidal wave of players surging towards him, Feng showed no signs of retreating. Instead, he activated Thunder God's Descent, increasing his speed and damage significantly. He then activated Dragon Breath. Feng then fired a beam of white light from his mouth. The beam devoured the approaching players, creating a wide, open path for Feng before he charged into the crowd. Heaven's Burial's members disregarded their own safety as they attacked the swordsman desperately. Only before they got close to Feng, their bodies transformed into particles of light and disappeared. As Feng passed by players, sparks of light danced in the air. The distant players were stupefied, however. The swarm of players had slowed Feng's approach. When Feng was 50 yards away from Singular Burial, the latter finally left the Forbidden Domain and could use skills and tools again. Black Flame. You are 10 years too early if you think you can kill me. Singular Burial sneered at Feng, who was surrounded by a sea of players. He then took out a Tier 1 instantaneous movement scroll from his bag, intending to leave the battlefield. Once he left, Feng wouldn't be able to reach him. Is that so? However, as soon as Singular Burial finished speaking, a deep voice reached his ears. Before Singular Burial could turn around to see the voice's owner, a streak of blue light cut across his body. Everyone was stunned. Like magic, Feng had appeared behind Singular Burial, dragging his blade across the man's body. Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike. Despite the secret potential potion and an active berserk skill, Singular Burial couldn't keep up with the enemy guild leader, whose attack speed had increased by 500%. Before Singular Burial could even activate his instantaneous movement scroll, several streaks of light had blossomed across his body, devouring his HP. Chapter 1395, Uproar in Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1395, Uproar in Star Moon Kingdom. When Singular Burial collapsed, everyone on the battlefield was dazed. He died. How is this possible? They can't even escape. Everyone's gaze shifted to Feng. As they looked at the cloaked figure standing among thousands of enemies with one blue and one white sword in hand, they were filled with a sudden reverence. Feng had charged into the enemy ranks by himself, yet his advance never faltered. Moreover, everywhere he passed, life ceased to exist. Even when he took the life of Heaven's Burial's guild leader, Heaven's Burial's members could only watch, powerless. Now, this was a real expert. He even killed Singular Burial in such a predicament. Galaxy Past could not help his astonishment as he watched Singular Burial's body hit the ground, still holding the instantaneous movement scroll unlike return scrolls. Instantaneous movement scrolls could be used without an activation process yet. Not even Singular Burial had reacted in time to save his own life. One could just imagine how fast Feng was. If a galaxy past had been in that position, he had no doubt that he would have suffered a similar fate kill him. Daybreak Fog bellowed now that quite a few people had already escaped the Forbidden Domain. They could naturally use skills and tools against Feng. Moreover, Feng stood in the heart of Heaven's Burial's army. He had also just used several skills consecutively, so this should be on cooldown. They still had a chance to kill this man. Moreover, Feng had less than half of his HP remaining, which increased their chances of killing him. Hearing Daybreak Fog's command, many of Heaven's Burial's experts recovered their senses. Some immediately launched powerful skills and spells, while some used magic scrolls. Watching these attacks rain down on him, Feng activated Void Shield before dashing toward the nearby expert. Feng was already fast enough to dodge the majority of the spells and skills. Even when targeted by some rare, unavoidable attack, he could rely on his extraordinary senses to block them. Meanwhile, Void Shield created a shield that had 10 times its user's maximum HP. After activating Power of Darkness, Feng's HP had broken past the 160,000 threshold. In other words, the shield could absorb over 1,600,000 damage in addition to increasing Feng's HP recovery rate by 500% and movement speed by 100%. Feng bobbed and weaved, avoiding the ranged attacks. Not only hadn't his HP decreased, but it had begun to recover at a visible rate as Feng passed. The players in his path promptly faded in a shower of sparkles. None of these players could survive his hits. Even the expert players died by the time Feng was within melee range if they didn't activate a life-saving skill in time. After a brief moment, hundreds of weapons and equipment joined the battlefield, dropping from Heaven's Burial's elites and experts. That Feng had killed the bloodlust Feng radiated was many times stronger than that of Heaven's Burial's experts after they had consumed the secret potential potion. His bloodlust was so intense that Heaven's Burial's members shuddered. Unconsciously backing away, they now realized that they hadn't trapped Feng. Rather, they had jumped into the tiger's den as an offering. Impossible. Is he the incarnation of a god? The distant spectating players were stupefied as Feng took a step forward. Heaven's Burial's members took a step back. They maintained a distance of over 20 yards away from Zero Wing's leader, not daring to move an inch forward. Heaven's Burial's army consisted of over 10,000 elite members, yet not one of these players dared to charge at Feng. Seeing this, the various large guilds in the distance inwardly celebrated. They were thankful that they had never provoked Zero Wing. Big Sis Fog, what should we do now? A core member from Heaven's Burial asked Daybreak Fog, who currently wore a grim expression. Do we continue fighting? Fight! When Daybreak Fog watched Feng walk through Heaven's Burial's army, as if he were strolling through his own backyard, she could not help but shake her head and order, have everyone retreat. Feng's horrific combat power had long since frightened these players. They had lost any will to fight. If Heaven's Burial continued this battle, it would only result in more casualties. When Daybreak Fog gave the command to retreat, Heaven's Burial's members breathed a sigh of relief as they fled from the battlefield. However, Feng had no intention of letting Heaven's Burial go. He led his guild mates in the continued slaughter. He only gave up the chase after the enemy players left the Frozen Scar. Meanwhile, recordings of this battle were instantly uploaded to the official forums, the outcome causing an uproar throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Crap. Zero Wing is too strong. It exterminated over half of Heaven's Burial's 20,000-man army with just a team of 1,000 players. Who would dare doubt Zero Wing's strength after this? Now, that is what I call a swordsman, as expected of the man nicknamed the Sword King by the secret pavilion. This won't do. I must join Zero Wing right away. For a time, the names Black Flame and Zero Wing became the focal point of Starmoon Kingdom once again. Black Flame's newfound fame inspired many independent players to join Zero Wing. Eager to learn some of these combat techniques, one player had repelled an entire guild by himself. No one had ever thought it was possible without a doubt. The Sword King Blackflame was the perfect role model for independent experts. Why wouldn't they want to join Zero Wing? After the battle in the Frozen Scar ended, all kinds of weapons and equipment decorated the spacious battlefield. Every one of these items was enough to drive an ordinary player mad. These items would even tempt guild elites. Yet despite so many precious items laying on the ground, not a single player dared to approach them. They stood by quietly as Zero Wing's members looted the battlefield. Zero Wing struck gold this time. Those are all items from over 10,000 elite players. Purple Eye watched Zero Wing's members' jealousy as they collected the weapons and equipment. Weapons and equipment were vital to a large guild's development due to the lack of available weapons and equipment in a large guild. Ordinary members were sometimes forced to stay that way despite having combat standards of an elite member. Now that Zero Wing had received so many weapons and equipment from Heaven's Burial, it could nurture another large batch of elites, growing even stronger as a guild. Heaven's Burial's members sure are wealthy. Feng couldn't help his astonishment as he read the item list his subordinates had compiled. Chapter 1396, Frost King. Chapter 1396, Frost King. Guild Leader, we've struck gold. Why are Heaven's Burial's weapons and equipment such high quality? The several core members tasked with compiling the list of the harvested weapons and equipment could not help but gasp when they saw the final numbers, excitement flashing in their eyes in this battle. Heaven's Burial had suffered over 10,000 casualties, and Zero Wing had lost over 300 experts. Fortunately, they had won the battle, so they could retrieve the majority of the weapons and equipment their companions had dropped. The lost levels were the only real loss. Of course, after considering the 10,000-plus weapons and equipment Heaven's Burial had dropped, Zero Wing had come out making a profit, but they hadn't expected so much profit. Even Feng was surprised by how wealthy Heaven's Burial's members were as he read the item list. Overall, the quality of Heaven's Burial's equipment nearly rivaled Zero Wing's. Some of Heaven's Burial's core experts had even better equipment than Zero Wing's main force members. The 4 epic weapons and equipment pieces Heaven's Burial's experts had dropped was the proof of this. They had also dropped over 400 level 40 dark gold weapons and equipment. Normally, players only dropped 1 item upon death. Hence, the likelihood of a player dropping their best weapon or piece of equipment was very low, likely less than 10%. I really underestimated Heaven's Burial's foundations. Feng was inwardly astonished as he gazed at the 4 epic weapons and equipment. The various large guilds have been enthusiastically collecting epic weapons and equipment, but they weren't easy to obtain. Even Grand Lord ranked field bosses had very low chances of dropping them. Normally, players could only obtain an epic item from high-rank quests or opening dark gold treasure chests, since most large guilds had very few epic items at this stage of the game. Even first-rate guild were lucky if they had 5 or 6, yet Heaven's Burial had dropped 4 such items. One could just imagine how many epic items the guild actually had. What Feng didn't know was that the majority of Heaven's Burial's epic items had come from Beast Emperor, who had gone to great lengths to obtain these items for the guild. He wanted to help Heaven's Burial's main force grow stronger. Unfortunately, he had only benefited Feng. Among the 4 epic items were a single weapon and 3 pieces of equipment. The weapon was a greatsword meant for berserkers called Thunderblade. The greatsword's attributes were superior to Fire Dance's epic-ranked Petrified Thorn. The other epic items included 2 cloth armor pieces and a piece of plate armor. One of the cloth pieces was a headpiece called the Eye of Arnos, while the other was a set of robes named the Fluctuation Robe. Both pieces of equipment focused on increasing the user's basic attributes. As for the plate piece, it was a breastplate for shield warriors and berserkers called the Indestructible Breastplate. With these 4 epic items, his top-tier experts would have an easier time with their Tier 2 promotion quests. Quick, look, the Frost King is coming. While Zero Wing had rested after the battle, a commotion shook the forest some distance away from the snowy plain. Agonizing cries filled the chilly air, startling the guild and independent players as they shuddered. A moment later, a 5-meter-tall figure burst through the trees. The figure was a frost giant in crystalline armor, and wielding 2 frost sabers. This monster was none other than the king of the Frozen Scar, the Frost King. Frost King, elemental creature, mutant Grand Lord. Level 54. HP 260, 000/260, 000. Everyone's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when they saw the Frost King's stats. How is this possible? The Frost King has leveled. Crap. He has 260 million HP. How can a Grand Lord have so much? He's even tankier than a mythic monster of the same level. Why does it feel like the temperature has dropped? Can a team of 1,000 players really defeat a monster like that? Once they saw the Frost King's stats, fear tore through the crowd. Even the various large guilds that had come to raid this monster panicked, as the Frost King's stats were far beyond their expectations. As the Frost King approached the massive crowd of players, some guild experts felt an invisible pressure weighed down their bodies. Some guilds began to hesitate, reconsidering the raid based on their reports. They could only raid the Frost King using 1,000-man teams. If more than 1,000 players were within 1,500 yards of the Frost King, the boss's stats would increase substantially. The more players there were nearby, the greater the Frost King's self-buff would be. He would very quickly grow beyond players' capabilities staring at the Frost King's current information. However, many of these players didn't know if it was even possible to take the monster down with only a 1,000-man team. The pressure radiating from the Frost King was just too strong. This boss might even be able to suppress mythic monsters. This pressure would significantly hinder players' combat power in a fight. What a powerful pressure. No wonder why Heaven's Burial planned to use Zerg tactics against him. Purple Eye also felt the Frost King's pressure bear down on her as it approached. However, rather than worry, excitement and anticipation made her eyes sparkle based on the prior reports. They knew that the Frost King was very powerful. As a preventive measure, the Star Alliance had dispatched over 20,000 members and intended to use the most common strategy to deal with field bosses. Zerg tactic only. The Star Alliance intended to use a tactic that was slightly different from those in other virtual reality games. Since God's Domain's field bosses grew stronger when a certain number of players was within range, it wouldn't be wise to dispatch all of one's forces during the raid. Instead, they would send in a limited number of players, keeping the remaining forces on standby. When someone died, they'd send in another player to the fallen player's place. This way, a team could continue the raid with the optimum number of players, slowly whittling the boss down as one of the most common strategies the various large guilds used to raid field bosses. It was the reason that these guilds preferred to kill field bosses over dungeon bosses. If they lacked quality, they could make up for it with quantity. Furthermore, the more powerful a monster was, the better loot it would drop for a horrifically powerful monster like the Frost King. Needless to say, his loot would be awe-inspiring. The Frost King's first kill would also grant access to Evernight City. It seems that the Frost King belongs to us this time. When Galaxy Pass saw how powerful the Frost King was, he began to laugh. He had worried that Zero Wing would be a powerful opponent for the Star Alliance. But the guild didn't seem capable of raiding the Frost King at this point. Zero Wing had only sent a little over 1,000 members to the Frozen Scar. The guild's few reinforcements weren't enough to take down the Frost King. Even if Zero Wing called for more reinforcements now, the Star Alliance would have long since defeated the Frost King by the time those players arrived suddenly. The Frost King, who was 2,000 yards away from the nearest group of players, released a low, wordless shout, and human-like sneer appeared on his face as he stared at the players from the various guilds. Then he vanished. By the time he reappeared, he was less than 500 yards away from the guilds. Since well over 1,500 players were now within range, the Frost King's basic attributes instantly skyrocketed. The Frost King raised his sabers and swept them at the players before him. 2 energy beams shot forth from the sabers, devouring the army of players. Everything in the beam's path froze instantly. In the blink of an eye, Frost covered the world in a 1,000-yard cone before the boss. Every player caught in the attack had transformed into an ice sculpture. Even MTs who had activated their life-saving skills had lost their lives. Only a few players with quick reactions and invulnerability skills had survived. In just one move, the various large guilds had suffered over 2,000 casualties. Impossible. How is the Frost King's perception range so wide? How are we supposed to withstand such destructive power? Everyone was astonished. The guilds that had intended to defeat the Frost King with Zerg tactics, in particular, felt faint abruptly. The Frost King charged into the nearest crowd, massacring the players. Despite so many players desperately trying to hinder and attack the boss, the Frost King's movement speed was simply too high. Not only did the mutant easily dodge the incoming attacks, but he also dealt horrific damage. With a single stroke of his saber, the Frost King could create a groove in the ground that extended for over 50 yards, killing dozens of players instantly. Even when the occasional player's attack struck the Frost King, they couldn't deal more than -500 damage. The Frost King's defense was almost more powerful than mythic monsters of the same level. In contrast, the Frost King's HP had increased to 500 million. Now, its battle recovery alone could heal 5 million HP every 5 seconds. After a short moment, the various large guilds had been wiped out, suffering extreme losses. Only a small number of lucky players had escaped the Frost King's Wrath Guild leader. Are we still going to raid it? Purple Eye asked, her expression darkening as she watched the various large guilds fall. Damn it. Why did things end up like this? Galaxy Pass frowned as he watched the Frost King's unstoppable rampage. The boss had actually taken advantage of the guild's plans to use Zerg tactics to strengthen itself. That was simply unheard of. Retreat. Pull away from a boss. Immediately, the Star Alliance's members fled from the battlefield, not daring to linger after a few more moments. Only a small number of players occupied the previously crowded plains, as most had fled to the Frozen Scars entrance. Everyone's gone? Feng muttered as he glanced at the crowd by the dungeon's entrance. He then swept his glance towards the Frost King, who had calmed. Smiling, he then said in the team chat, "All right, let's move out." He had guessed that this would happen. After all, even he had only dared to come this far after thorough preparation. It was only natural that the various large guilds, which had very little understanding of mutants, would end up like this. Hearing Feng's words, his guildmates' excitement grew. They followed after Feng and slowly approached the Frost King. The guilds and independent players at the entrance noticed the movement. What's Zero Wing trying to do? They're insane. They're going to fight that thing. Chapter 1397. Zero Wing takes action. Chapter 1397. Zero Wing takes action. The players near the Frozen Scars entrance were confused as they watched Zero Wing's members approach the Frost King. Every one of these players had seen for themselves how powerful the Frost King was. Not only did the boss have a domain that could suppress his enemy's attributes, but he also possessed frightening, destructive power. Current players had no hope against this monster. Not even the most common Zerg tactics had any effect on the Frost King, much less a measly army of 1,000 players. Even level 44 shield warriors with over 40,000 HP had died instantly after activating shield wall. If none of their MTs could tank the Frost King, how were they supposed to raid this boss? Although Zero Wing's 1,000-man team was incredibly powerful, that strength was nothing more than a joke before the Frost King guild leader. They're not really trying to raid that thing, are they? Curiosity overtook Purple Eye as she watched Zero Wing's army inch closer to the Frost King. I don't know, but Black Flame should be fully aware of the Frost King's might. He shouldn't be foolish enough to challenge that boss. Perhaps he's trying to gather some intel to prepare for a future raid attempt, Galaxy Pass said, shaking his head. He didn't understand Zero Wing's actions. Either in his opinion, they'd likely need a 1,000-man team of Tier 2 players to kill the Frost King. Trying to raid the boss with anything less would be futile. Players simply couldn't fill the gap in strength with numbers as everyone's attention shifted towards Zero Wing. Feng waved his hand. Suddenly, miniature ballistas began to appear within the guild's army. In the blink of an eye, 50 miniature ballistas were organized into 5 rows, following which Zero Wing's members began to assemble the war weapons crap. Zero Wing's using siege weapons to deal with the Frost King. That's way too extravagant. Madness. This is madness. Are they not afraid that the Frost King will destroy the miniature ballistas? The spectating players could not help but gasp as they saw the rows of miniature ballistas, unable to believe their eyes. The various large guilds' upper echelons were particularly dumbfounded. Zero Wing was using siege weapons to raid a field boss. Not even super guilds would dare to be so wasteful. It was just too much of a risk. Even if they killed the boss with the siege weapons, the losses would far exceed their gains. Every siege weapon was extremely valuable. Moreover, since these weapons posed a greater threat, monsters almost always targeted them first. Yet, not only had Zero Wing brung siege weapons to a field boss raid, but they had brought 50 miniature ballistas in total. Just what does Zero Wing intend to do? They're mobilizing their guild's foundations to raid a boss. Aren't they worried that other powers will take advantage of the fight and try to rob them? Purple Eye gaped when she saw the miniature ballistas. While the potential profit of killing the Frost King was quite valuable, it was likely less valuable than 50 miniature ballistas. If Zero Wing lost those weapons in battle, it would severely impact the guild's overall combat power. Do you think that any power remaining in Starmoon Kingdom would dare steal or destroy those weapons? Galaxy Past asked, smiling bitterly. In reality, Zero Wing's revelation of their siege weapons in this raid was a declaration that it wasn't afraid of a theft attempt. It was proof of the guild's strength. They had already witnessed Zero Wing's power, particularly Black Flame's strength. Black Flame had killed Heaven's Burial's guild leader amidst an army of thousands of elites. The other members from Heaven's Burial had only been able to watch helplessly as he took their guild leader's life with such strength. Who would possibly dare pick a fight with Zero Wing? To put it bluntly, doing so was suicidal. It was much different from the attitude Zero Wing had adopted when the weapons and equipment Heaven's Burial had dropped littered the battlefield. Despite so much precious loot before them, none of the various large guilds or independent players had dared to claim them. Along with the miniature ballistas, Feng had used demon summoning and called forth a level 72, Tier 3 Inferno Demon. Due to Demon Ruler's effect, the Inferno Demon's attributes received a 30% buff, becoming significantly stronger than a normal Tier 3 demon. Inferno Demon, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 72, HP 33, 800, 000/33, 800, 000. Feng also summoned Anna as a Grand Lord ranked mutant. The Frost King was even stronger than a mythic monster of the same level. As a mutant, its intellect was also quite high. Zerg tactics wouldn't be effective against this boss. If they were, the various large guilds of the past wouldn't have suffered so many losses to deal with a single mutant, even going as far as mobilizing siege weapons to exterminate the creature. Not even an army of hundreds of thousands of players could defeat it, of course. The mutants back then had grown over a considerable amount of time. They weren't like the Frost King, who had just become a mutant and hadn't had much time to increase his strength. However, as the Frost King's initial tier was high, it could even annihilate a 1,000-man team of Tier 2 players if not dealt with properly. Guild leader, the boss is coming. A Ranger Scout announced. Good. Main force, prepare to move. Dark God's Legion, protect the miniature ballistas. Exterminate anyone that dares to approach. Feng instructed guild leader, rest assured, if any guild or player tries to pull something, we'll wipe them off the map. The Dark God's Legion members guaranteed as they patted their chests, saying so. The Dark God's Legion members spread out around the miniature ballistas. A few members took out magic array scrolls for the double protection barrier, constructing a magic barrier around the siege weapons. Meanwhile, the main force members spread out and charged towards the Frost King due to the Frost King's domain. The main force members' attributes fell significantly upon entering the boss's sphere of influence. Upon sensing the approaching players, the Frost King swung one of his sabers at the crowd. A streak of blue light swept towards Zero Wings, and just before the blue light struck, a shadow descended from the sky and stood before the MTs. Holding its flaming spear before it, the Inferno Demon blocked the streak of light boom. The impact immediately threw the level 72 Inferno Demon over 30 yards, its HP decreasing by over 100,000. The distant spectators gasped when they saw the Frost King's display of strength. What strength! Feng was similarly astonished despite blocking the attack. The Inferno demon had still received so much damage from one casual attack. If not for the Bible of Darkness's buff, it wouldn't have lasted long against the Frost King. Noticing the boss prepare to launch his second attack, Feng took out the ancient weather book and used weather control suddenly. The chilling atmosphere began to warm rapidly as a scorchingly hot sun dominated the sky, while the ancient weather book didn't seem to have any practical effect against monsters. The exact opposite was true in God's domain. Players weren't the only ones affected by their environment. The same was true for monsters. If a monster fought in an environment that ran counter to its nature, the monster's combat power at least would decrease by half. This was also why the various large guilds had searched for any skills or spells that could affect weather in the past. However, skills and spells of this type were even rarer than curses and taboo skills of the same tier. Generally, only superpowers could get their hands on one suddenly. The snowy plains transformed into a burning hellscape. Although players didn't prefer this fiery environment either, Zero Wings members had consumed the Sea God's blessing. They could adapt to hot or cold adequately. In contrast, the Frost King, an ice elemental, was exceedingly uncomfortable. Disregarding Zero Wings members, the Frost King turned and attempted to flee the hellscape. Stop him. Don't let him get away. All ballistas attack. Upon Feng's command, the assembled miniature ballistas launched exploding arrows simultaneously. Shio! A rain of fire descended upon the Frost King, the scene far more spectacular than normal boss raids. Chapter 1398, Tier 4 Strength. Chapter 1398, Tier 4 Strength. The 50 exploding arrows rained down on the Frost King like meteors roar. Noticing the incoming attacks, the Frost King roared. It then brandished its twin sabers, cutting down the exploding arrows before they could land. The boss knocked the majority of the exploding arrows off course. As for the remaining arrows, the Frost King simply took a step forward and dodged most of them, while blocking a small portion with his sabers. In the end, only 3 exploding arrows had connected with their target, 32,964. Minus 33,157. Minus 32,849. Such high defense. Zero Wings members could not help their surprise on its own. An exploding arrow was as powerful as a Tier 2 spell, but with the miniature ballista's damage modifier, these arrows could compete with the strongest Tier 2 spells. Overall, a single exploding arrow could deal over minus 100,000 damage against a Great Lord of the same level. Yet the few that had struck the Grand Lord rank Frost King had only dealt a little over minus 30,000 damage. One could imagine how pitiful their damage would be if players relied on Tier 1 skills and spells to take down this boss. Everyone finally understood why Feng wanted to utilize the miniature ballistas. With the minute damage players' attacks would deal, even a 1,000-man team was unlikely to overcome the Frost King's battle recovery. If more than 1,000 players fought the Frost King at the same time, the boss would become even stronger, his strength and defense reaching new heights. The Grand Lord would be unstoppable as expected of a mutant. Despite such an uncomfortable environment, its reaction speed is still so fast, Feng commented, smiling slightly as he watched the Frost King, who still attempted to flee the hellscape. In truth, Feng hadn't expected 3 of the 50 arrows to hit the Frost King. After all, he was very familiar with how terrifying a mutant was. Tier 2 attacks would have a limited effect on this creature. Finally, Anna finished her incantation with a wave of her staff. A level 75, Tier 3 Golden Giant, and 10 level 75, Tier 2 Rock Guardians appeared before her. The Rock Guardians immediately formed a magic barrier to trap the Frost King. However, the Frost King was simply too powerful. Despite the barrier, his basic attributes remained unaffected. Fortunately, the Rock Guardians barrier created an opportunity for the 50 miniature ballistas to bombard the boss, following which the miniature ballistas launched another volley at the Frost King. This time, due to the limited space the Frost King had to maneuver, he dodged and blocked significantly fewer arrows. In the end, over a dozen exploding arrows found their mark, damages over minus 30,000 appearing above the boss's head. One after another suddenly, the Inferno Demon descended from the sky and activated the Tier 3 skill. Macropyrice elementals like the Frost King feared fire-type attacks over all else. With a single attack, the Frost King lost over 1 million HP instantly upon receiving such a significant amount of damage. The Frost King retaliated, swinging one of his sabers at the Inferno Demon with lightning speed. Although the Inferno Demon had used its flame spear to block the attack, it still lost over 100,000 HP. Fortunately, Zero Wings healer supported the summoned demon from a safe distance, granting the creature the ability to fight the Frost King for a long time. With the Inferno Demon and Golden Giant tanking the Frost King, Zero Wings members could freely attack the boss from the sides. Although their damage was insignificant at best, they could, more or less, hinder the Frost King's movements by attacking his joints for a time. The Frost King engaged in a fierce battle against the Inferno Demon and the Golden Giant, the sounds of weapons clashing echoing throughout the plains. At the same time, the miniature ballistas continued to fire one exploding arrow volley after another, whittling down the Frost King's HP. Meanwhile, Feng switched to the aura of fire and circled to the Frost King's back before activating Flame Burst. The Frost King released an agonizing cry as he received Feng's 15 consecutive strikes. 61, 574. Minus 123,487. Minus 61,746. In total, Feng's 15 attacks dealt over minus 1 million damage. Is he a monster? The watching upper echelons from the various large guilds were stupefied. Even their guild's top-tier experts had only dealt several hundred damage to the Grand Lord with their skills. Yet Feng's normal attacks dealt over minus 5,000 damage, while his skills dealt over -10,000 aside from Feng's individual performance. These upper echelons winced as they watched Zero Wings members waste the precious, exploding arrows. This situation showed them how truly powerful Zero Wing's foundations were throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Only Zero Wing would dare to raid a measly field boss with such an extravagant method, following which the Frost King's HP rapidly decreased under Zero Wing's combined assault 99%, 95%, 89%. As time passed, the originally peerless Frost King's maneuverability suffered as his HP decreased. When the Frost King had only 30% HP remaining, he finally seemed to realize that his life was in danger. Suddenly, the Frost King stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath him to sink slightly, following which pillars of ice rose from the dirt surrounding the Grand Lord. The cage of ice rendered the miniature ballistas and players' attacks ineffective. After another 5 seconds, the Frost King split into 2 identical clones. However, both Frost Kings only had 15% of their total HP's eyes. This a joke. The distant spectating players gaped when they saw 2 Frost Kings. One Frost King was frightening enough, yet now Zero Wing had to face 2 of them. Just how were players supposed to defeat such a boss? The large guild's members weren't the only ones horrified. Zero Wing's members' hearts sank at the sight. For a moment, they were at a loss. The Inferno Demon and the Golden Giant had already struggled to tank the mutant. Moreover, after such a long fight, the healer's mana was close to depletion. The healers couldn't possibly keep up with the damage if they had to face 2 Frost Kings simultaneously. After all, not even the Tier 3 Inferno Demon and the Golden Giant could defend themselves and the players against 2 Grand Lord mutants' attacks properly. Any attack they failed to block would instantly deal over minus 1 million damage, while skills would deal 2 to 3 million damage. At this rate, the Inferno Demon and Golden Giant would die very quickly. Without these 2 summoned monsters in the way, the Frost Kings wouldn't need long to annihilate Zero Wing's team. Suddenly, one of the Frost Kings threw the Golden Giant from the magic barrier, leaving the Inferno Demon alone to deal with the 2 bosses' pincer attack. Both Frost Kings revealed sinister smiles, their sabers releasing a frosty aura that dropped the surrounding temperature sharply. They then swung their sabers down at the Inferno Demon. All living creatures must die. The 2 Frost Kings bellowed, as they sent 4 arcs of blue light at the Inferno Demon when struck. The Inferno Demon's HP, which had been at 50%, plummeted to 0, its body transforming into particles of light and disappearing. How is that possible? Everyone was stunned that 2 Frost Kings had killed a Tier 3 Inferno Demon instantly. It's over. Zero Wing's loss is inevitable. Galaxy Past was indescribably shocked as he watched the Inferno Demon vanish from the battlefield. He hadn't dreamed that the Frost King was this powerful, however. After using this powerful skill to execute the Inferno Demon, each of the Frost Kings had lost 5% of their HPs. Now, they only had 10% HP remaining after dealing with the Inferno Demon. One of the Frost Kings moved to deal with the Golden Giant, while the other attacked the Rock Guardians. Before they could, however, a figure appeared before the Frost King that targeted the Rock Guardians. This figure was none other than Feng. Despite noticing the swordsman, the Frost King didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he swatted at Feng as if he were a fly. Despite such a casual attack, a black spatial tear ripped along the Saber's trajectory. Guild leader Zero Wing's members panicked. The attack could even send a Tier 3 Great Lord flying. No player could possibly avoid it, but as they watched, the spectating players were astonished, yet again activating Heavenly Dragon's power. A golden glow swallowed Feng. He also activated Blade Liberation. Immediately, he swung Killing Ray to meet the Frost King's saber. The instant the 2 weapons collided, the saber was thrown back as if it had been struck by a cannonball. Impossible. He repelled the boss. The various large guilds in the distance could not believe their eyes. While they had considered the possibility that Feng might use a life-saving skill to block the attack, they had never expected the man to repel the Frost King's attack with one of his own. My strength is already on par with a mythic monster of the same level. Feng glanced at the sacred sword in his hand in confusion. This was the first time he had activated twofold Berserk since upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring to the fragmented legendary rank. Chapter 1399, Horrific Outbreak. Chapter 1399, Horrific Outbreak. He blocked the attack by himself. An indescribable shock filled the watching players when they saw Feng emerge from the clash unharmed. They had experienced the Frost King's strength personally. The Grand Lord had killed players with activated Berserk skills, as if they were a joke yet. Feng had repulsed the Frost King with a single blow, although the Frost King had weakened slightly after finishing off the Inferno Demon with that powerful skill. Players had no hope against its strength. I wonder what Heaven's Burial's reaction will be if Zero Wing takes down the Frost King. Purple Eye mused, smiling bitterly at the repulsed Frost King. She had hoped that the Star Alliance could use the Frost King to elevate its status in Starmoon Kingdom. Unfortunately, that plan was no longer feasible. However, the setbacks the Star Alliance suffered were nothing compared to those of Heaven's Burial. After overcoming so many challenges to gain an advantage over Zero Wing, not only had Heaven's Burial failed to hurt the guild, but it would also lose the advantage of its link between Red Iron Town and Evernight City. We can't underestimate Heaven's Burial. Although they've suffered a miserable defeat here, based on the Secret Pavilion's report, the guild has Beast Emperor's backing. That Beast Emperor fellow has already taken control of several large guilds, including the top first-rate guild, Overlord Dynasty, and is the Purple Thorns Kingdom's undisputed ruler. It won't be so easy for Zero Wing to defeat Heaven's Burial, Galaxy Pass said, shaking his head before the Secret Pavilion had secured ownership of the Star Alliance. His ambitions had been great. He had dreamed of becoming an overlord in God's domain one day. However, after joining the Secret Pavilion, he had come to understand one thing. God's Domain was unlike any other virtual reality game that had ever existed without the foundations of a super first-rate guild or super guild. Ruling over a kingdom was easier said than done. The opponents on the surface were far from the only ones vying for dominance. Many powers lurked in the darkness, developing in secret. If these powers decided to take action, even a first-rate guild might not withstand their might. However, the fact that Zero Wing managed to become the ostensible overlord of Starmoon Kingdom was already plenty amazing. The guild leader is so awesome. He even blocked that kind of attack. Feng's performance had rekindled hope in Zero Wing's guild members whose confidence had begun to waver. They immediately resumed their bombardment, using the miniature ballistas to attack the Frost Kings madly, although the Golden Giant was having great difficulty in dealing with one of the two Frost Kings. Now that the Frost Kings had weakened slightly, the level 75 Great Lord ranked Golden Giant would not fall that easily, either. Not to mention, the Frost King Feng was dealing with had very little HP remaining. Zero Wing definitely had a chance to emerge victorious in this raid. You don't have much time left. Everyone, prioritize attacking my Frost King. Feng instructed hurriedly after repulsing the Frost King before him. While he indeed possessed the strength of a Tier 4 player right now, he could maintain 2 full Berserk for only 24 seconds. If he did not finish this battle within that time, annihilation would be inevitable. Feng dashed at his Frost King, who was forced to retreat 4 steps. Abyssal Bind. Phantom Kill. 9 Dragon Slash. At this moment, Feng no longer dared to hold anything back. Suddenly, 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground and bound the Frost King. Although Abyssal Bind had little effect on the Frost King, the skill had still managed to freeze the Frost King's movements momentarily, allowing Feng and his doppelganger to arrive before the Frost King in tandem flame burst. The swords carried by both Feng and his doppelganger transformed into dazzling, miniature suns that assailed the Frost King's body. Among the 30 consecutive strikes that landed on the Grand Lord, each one dealt over -300,000 damage. Critical hits dealt over -600,000 damage. In addition to Feng and his doppelganger, the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms also danced around the Frost King's body, cutting at it. Not to forget, there were still the exploding arrows coming from a distance. Although the Frost King managed to block most of the attacks sent at him, the Grand Lord's HP still plunged to 8%. Feng's explosive power thoroughly stupefied everyone once more. Sure enough, a Grand Lord ranked mutant really is tough to deal with. Feng's head ached when he looked at the Frost King maintaining its defense against the attacks sent at him. The difference in physique was simply too massive. If Feng were up against an ordinary Grand Lord, he could easily overwhelm the monster's defenses with his combat techniques and strike directly at its body, dealing substantial amounts of damage to it. However, despite the highly disadvantageous environment, the Frost King's reaction speed and attack speed remained terrifying. It was just too difficult for Feng to land an actual blow on the Grand Lord. Even when Feng and his doppelganger struck simultaneously, the Frost King was still able to cope with both of their attacks if the situation dragged on. Even after 2 full Berserk's duration ended, they still wouldn't be able to kill one Frost King, much less both of Thema. Feudal struggle. At this time, the Frost King suddenly changed the trajectory of one of his sabers, switching from defense to offense and striking at Feng from an angle. Dang. Fortunately, Feng managed to protect his side abdomen in the nick of time, using Killing Ray. In return, however, he had to take 2 sidesteps before he could stabilize his bodies, starting to recover his strength already. Feng's complexion darkened as he looked at the vibrating sacred sword. Although he was aware that the Frost King would recover from his weakened state very quickly, he never thought that it would happen this quickly. However, the Frost King had no intentions of giving Feng any opportunities to react. The boss promptly brandished his sabers and forced Feng into a defensive state. Now, even Feng's doppelganger had difficulty finding an opportunity to land and attack. This situation panicked Zero Wing's members. They were all aware that Feng was currently using 2 full Berserk, and that the combination Berserk skill only had a short duration. However, the exploding arrow's power was simply too mediocre. Each arrow dealt only a little over -30,000 damage. Even if they landed 20 arrows per volley, they would deal just over -600,000 damage to the Frost King. With that kind of damage, it was simply impossible to defeat the Grand Lord within a short period. As Feng was starting to get pushed back, he abruptly stabbed Killing Ray into the ground. Suddenly, a blue pulse of energy spread out into his surroundings, chilling field. In the next moment, 9 frost spears appeared around Feng and stabbed madly at the Frost King. Although each frost spear carried only 90% of the skill user's strength, Feng was able to superimpose the strength of 3 spears, the current limit of his capabilities. His technique might not be as refined as Sirius's, but by combining 3 spears into one, he could still roughly double the strength of each attack. Meanwhile, 180% of his current strength was more than enough to suppress the Frost King following, which, each time the Frost Spears clashed with the Frost King's sabers, the resulting impact would create an opening for Feng's doppelganger to land a few attacks. This situation chopped chunk after chunk from the Frost King's HP when the Frost King only had 3% of his HP remaining. He became thoroughly enraged. Suddenly, his snowy white body turned pitch black, and the aura he gave off was replete with an indescribable sense of evil, despicable living beings. You all have truly angered me now. The enraged Frost King's HP abruptly fell by a sizable portion, following which, the Frost King suddenly abandoned the sabers he held. He then raised one hand into the air and began chanting an incantation that was absolutely foreign to the players on the battlefield a moment later. A massive, threefold magic array covering a 500-yard radius appeared in the skies. Is Heaven Splitter? Feng's complexion darkened as he looked at the dense and violent mana gathering overhead. From time to time, he could also see blue arcs of lightning flashing across Heaven Splitter was a Tier 4 super large-scale destruction spell. Its result was complete and utter destruction at this moment. Feng went into a frenzy as he controlled Chilling Field to execute Sword's Orbit, launching a relentless stream of attacks at the Frost King as the mana in the skies grew increasingly violent. The Frost King's HP likewise declined 2%. 1%. Die! Feng bellowed as he activated Divine Providence and Dragon Breath immediately. A white beam of light devoured the Frost King, reaping the final strand of his HP. Chapter 1400, King's Loot. Chapter 1400, King's Loot. When the HP of one of the Frost Kings reached 0, both Frost Kings suddenly turned into ice and shattered. At the same time, the heavy pressure on Zero Wing's members lifted, and they collapsed wearily to sit down on the ground that was so close. Everyone from Zero Wing breathed out a sigh of relief when they noticed the magic array in the sky disappearing gradually. Had the magic array been allowed to gather mana for even a moment longer, this battle would definitely have ended in their annihilation after the Frost King's death. Everyone received a generous amount of EXP. Although not everybody managed to level up, their experience bars still increased by a sizable portion, equivalent to 1 day's worth of grinding. However, compared to the EXP they received, everyone paid much more attention to the loot of the Frost King. The reason for this was the loot's abundance. The Frost King actually dropped over 100 items when it died. Even the final bosses of leveling maps would not drop such a large number of items. Usually, one would be fortunate to get 1 or 2 dozen items. Yet, now, there were actually over 100 items dropped. Just looking at the loot made everyone's heart race. What? So many items actually dropped. Envy suddenly filled the eyes of the distant spectating large guilds and independent players, many of them wishing they could charge forward and steal some of the items for themselves right now. However, the onlookers simply left their fantasies as fantasies, setting aside how much time they would need to cross the long distance separating themselves and the loot. Just getting through Zero Wing's experts to reach the loot would already be a near impossible feat. Crap. I bet there are going to be plenty of dark gold weapons and equipment among the loot. Dark gold rank? Aren't you underestimating the mutated Frost King a little too much? I recall that the last mutant that appeared in White River City had dropped epic items after it died. Since the Frost King was much more powerful than that previous mutant, most likely there are going to be many epic items among the loot. Even until now, our guild has only managed to obtain 1 epic item. Moreover, it was even taken by the guild leader. If I could have one as well, I'd definitely be willing to leave my guild and join Zero Wing. Everyone speculated on the Frost King's loot. What frightening loot. With merely a glance at the items dropped, Feng already spotted more than 10 weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, The majority of the loot consisted of various attribute gemstones, and magic crystal treasure chests. Attribute gemstones were one of the hard currencies in God's domain. No matter what level players reached, attribute gemstones would not become obsolete. Meanwhile, the magic crystal treasure chest was something only Grand Lord ranked bosses and above had a chance of dropping, starting from level 50, depending on the magic crystal treasure chest quality. The number of magic crystals it rewarded would also vary. This could be considered a relatively good way for expert teams to obtain magic crystals. Common magic crystal treasure chests gave between 5 to 20 magic crystals, and on the market, they sold for roughly 3 gold. Each bronze magic crystal treasure chest gave between 30 to 50 magic crystals and sold for roughly 12 gold. Each mysterious iron magic crystal treasure chest gave between 100 to 150 magic crystals and sold for roughly 37 gold. Each secret silver magic crystal treasure chest gave between 300 to 500 magic crystals and sold for roughly 120 gold. Each fine gold magic crystal treasure chest gave between 1,000 to 2,000 magic crystals and sold for roughly 450 gold. Each dark gold magic crystal treasure chest gave between 3,000 to 5,000 magic crystals and sold for roughly 1,200 gold each. Meanwhile, the Frost King had dropped a total of 5 magic crystal treasure chests, 3 secret silver rank, 1 fine gold rank, and 1 dark gold rank. After another 10 minutes or so, Feng was finally done organizing the Frost King's loot. As he was doing so, he could not help but grow ecstatic among the loot. There were 2 tier 4 magic scrolls. These things were extremely valuable treasures in God's domain. Not to mention, one of these 2 scrolls was even a summoning scroll. The value of this scroll was simply incalculable. Aside from those, there were also various advanced recipes and designs for the various lifestyle classes. The one Feng loved the most was the Titan device design, which ranked near the top even among advanced designs. Or to put it another way, the Titan device was one of the consumable items all players dreamed of obtaining. Like the strengthening device, the Titan device was similarly a consumable item. Only, unlike the strengthening device, which was used to extend the durability of equipment, the Titan device was used to increase the mana density around players. It allowed players to exert even more of their own strength. Of course, the increase in mana density provided by the Titan device was not as significant as that of the fragmented legendary ranked 7 Luminaries ring. It was roughly at the level of a town or city with 5 magic towers, higher than the mana density currently available in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. However, the duration of the Titan device was considerably short, lasting only 3 hours. Even so, it was still exceedingly popular among the players of God's domain in the past. As long as Titan devices appeared in an auction house, the various large guilds and adventurer teams would immediately buy them out. Unfortunately, the Titan device design was extremely rare. Even after 10 years had passed, very few guilds had managed to get their hands on one. Only super first-rate guilds and super guilds had several of the designs, while first-rate guilds would have been fortunate to have even 3 or 4 pieces. As a result, the Titan devices these guilds produced were rarely ever sold to the public and were generally kept for internal consumption. Aside from the Titan device design, the Frost King had also dropped 2 epic items and 1 fragmented legendary item. The quality of the loot dumbfounded even Feng. Of the 2 epic items, one was a necklace called Magic Devouring Charm. The necklace's level range was between 45 and 100. Unfortunately, the necklace's basic attributes were average at best. Moreover, the necklace had only 1 passive skill. In Feng's opinion, though, this necklace was definitely a top-tier necklace for magical classes. The reason for this was the passive skill Mana Body. Mana Body increased the wearer's spell completion rate by 3% and spell effectiveness by 30%, while decreasing spell casting time by 20%. This could be considered a godly skill for magical class players. Aside from the Magic Devouring Charm, the other epic item was a spatial bag. The value of this item exceeded even the Magic Devouring Charm. Although the spatial bag did not provide any attributes or skills to players, it could be stored inside a player's bag space and be used to store 12,000 slots worth of items, nearly double the available slots in Feng's current bag space. Meanwhile, the most amazing aspect of the spatial bag was its built-in warehouse. Players could store non-bag space items, such as diamond wood and 7 Luminaries crystals, inside this warehouse. Moreover, the spatial bag could store up to 300 non-bag space items, triple the amount the Hurricane sailboat could carry. If put up for auction, it could easily sell for over 50,000 gold. With this, transporting diamond wood will become much more convenient. As Feng looked at the spatial bag, he quickly thought of many more ways of making money. Non-bag space items were generally very precious in God's domain. Due to the trouble of transporting them, these items generally sold for very high prices. Hence, maritime adventurer teams were able to make a fortune by transporting items. As long as one transported some popular non-bag space items to a location that did not produce them, one would be able to sell the items for astronomical prices. Now that Feng had the spatial bag, he could travel to various countries to purchase their local non-bag space items for a low price and resell these in other countries. After he was done looking at the 2 epic items, he could not help but shift his sights to a dazzling staff. Despite the 2 epic items earlier being worth tens of thousands of gold, the total value of these 2 items was not even worth 1/10 of this staff. The reason being, this staff was a fragmented legendary weapon. Chapter 1401, Advanced Garrison Order. Chapter 1401, Advanced Garrison Order. To current players, epic items were already godlike existences that were unobtainable. What more fragmented legendary items? Even until now, there had been no news of any guild or player that had managed to get their hands on a fragmented legendary item. Although there was the possibility that the ones who had done so were keeping it a secret, like Zero Wing, the odds of it happening were very low. After all, in addition to fragmented legendary items being extremely rare, the difficulty of acquiring one was also exceedingly high in the past. Shadow, which had been a second-rate guild, had never obtained a single fragmented legendary item. From this, one could imagine just how rare fragmented legendary items were. Meanwhile, the fact that the Frost King had dropped a fragmented legendary staff could definitely be considered exceptional luck compared to equipment and accessories. Weapons are the foundations for improving a player's combat power. As expected of a fragmented legendary weapon, its attributes really are terrifyingly strong. Frostflame Wrath, 2-handed staff, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement: Strength 600, Intelligence 1500. Attack power 220% of intelligence. All attributes increases according to user's level. When equipped, strength increased by 30%, agility increased by 50%, intelligence increased by 60%, endurance increased by 50%, vitality increased by 50%, casting speed increased by 30%, cast range plus 20, magic damage increased by 30%, all spell effectiveness increased by 30%, spell critical rate increased by 30%, spell cost decreased by 10%. Completion rate of all ice and fire-type spells and skills increased by 5%. Ignore levels plus 20. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Frostflame Origin increases the power of ice and fire-type spells cast by user by 1 tier. Can be increased up to tier 5. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Elemental Shield reduces all magic damage received by 50% and physical damage by 30%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Frostflame Hell deals ice and fire-type damage to all enemies within a 50-yard radius for 10 seconds. Spell effectiveness will be 1 tier higher than user's current tier. Can be increased up to tier 5. Cooldown 10 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Frostflame Space, with the user as the center, decreases the attributes of all enemies within a 100-yard radius by 30%. Increases user's attributes by 80% and physique by 50%. Also creates an ice-type doppelganger and a fire-type doppelganger. Doppelgangers will have 100% of users' basic attributes, but can use only their corresponding type of spells. While inside Frostflame Space, as long as either user or one doppelganger survives, user will not die. When Frostflame Space's duration ends, user will recover back to peak condition duration. 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 hours. Additional active skill, 3 dash. Summon Mount. Summons a Frostflame cheetah that has 300% movement speed and is 1 tier higher than user. Mount's tier cannot exceed tier 5. Duration, 3 hours. Cooldown, 3 hours. This staff was once owned by Irene Jacques. However, the core runes have been damaged. The staff needs to absorb 10 God Crystals to recover. Current number of absorbed God Crystals, 0/10. To Elementalists, the Frostflame Wrath was simply a divine weapon. Moreover, obtaining this staff was equivalent to obtaining a Dark Gold mount as well. The mount summoned could also serve as an MT, making up for the disadvantages of an Elementalist. Only, the staff's equipment requirements were somewhat high normally. Magical class players rarely ever invested their free attribute points into strength. Moreover, magical class equipment rarely ever provided strength bonuses. A level 45 magical class player would be fortunate to have even 300 strength at 1,500 intelligence required, was similarly a hard target to achieve for current players. At this stage of the game, magical class players that had 1,000 intelligence could already rank near the top among their class, however. As long as he could arm one of the guild's Elementalist experts with a Frostflame Wrath, they would immediately soar to become a peak expert, following which Feng stored the Frostflame Wrath and began going through the other items dropped. This is... Very quickly, Feng discovered a crystal token inside his bag. Meanwhile, there was the word City carved on the token. His eyes immediately glowed at the sight. What? An advanced garrison order? The reason why the NPCs of Evernight City had mentioned that guilds could garrison Evernight City if they killed the Frost King was the garrison order. The Frost King would drop with the garrison order. A guild could garrison a city and enjoy various benefits. Every NPC city possessed different levels of authority. Meanwhile, an advanced garrison order allowed a guild to have advanced authority right off the bat. Could the basic garrison order have transformed into an advanced one due to the Frost King turning into a mutant? Based on Feng's memories, the guild that killed the Frost King in the past had obtained only a basic garrison order. Advanced garrison order. Owner of this token may allow one guild to permanently garrison Evernight City and enjoy advanced authority in the city. The basic garrison order of a dark city allowed the connection of a guild town to said dark city. As the amount of reputation a guild possessed in a dark city increased, the amount of authority it had within the city would increase as well. Greater authority allowed a guild to connect multiple towns with the city. Meanwhile, if a guild possessed advanced authority in a dark city, not only could it connect multiple guild towns to the city, but it could also purchase land in the central area of the city in God's domain. Dark cities were much more popular among players compared to ordinary NPC cities. However, players needed to complete certain quests before they could enter a dark city. Either that, or become a red or dark player. Despite the various weapons and equipment available for exchange inside dark cities being limited to red and dark players, that did not stop normal players seeking items suitable for themselves from exchanging for these items. Normal players just needed to commission a red or dark player to act as a proxy for them in exchange for compensation. Hence, trade within dark cities was very active, particularly after players reached level 50 and high-quality weapons and equipment became increasingly rarer. Such dark city exchanges would become even more popular in God's domain. In the past, the population of dark cities had, at one point, even exceeded that of capital cities of kingdoms. One could just imagine how many players were conducting trades in dark cities. Of course, red and dark players could not freely exchange for high-quality weapons and equipment in dark cities. Not only did they need a sufficient amount of reputation, but they also needed to spend contribution points of the corresponding dark city when exchanging for items. Without sufficient contribution points, red and dark players could not exchange for items. Meanwhile, upon inspecting the advanced garrison order, the sound of a system notification entered Feng's ears. System, do you wish to bind the token? Without hesitation, Feng chose to bind the token to himself. After all, one of his goals in coming to the Frozen Scar this time was the garrison order. System, You have bound the token to yourself. Please visit Magistrate Magrants at Evernight City Hall. After binding the advanced Garrison order, Feng continued looking through the remaining loot. These were level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment. If sold, each one of them could easily fetch over 1,000 gold. Overall, more than 10,000 gold's worth of level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment had dropped once he had organized the loot. He did not share any details with the team. He merely gave all participants the GCPs they deserved so that they could exchange for the weapons and equipment they wanted once they returned to the guild. After all, a 1,000-man team was different from a 100-man team. There just wasn't enough equipment to share with everyone. If a team auction were held, it would definitely consume a lot of time. Hence, he might as well place all the dropped dark gold weapons and equipment in the guild warehouse and let everyone make their choices. As for the epic items and above, they were the guild's secrets and should not be displayed or put up for exchange casually. I should make a trip to Evernight City and open up the transfer path. Feng then removed the Guild War order and took out a return scroll to leave the Frozen Scar. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing successfully raiding the Frost King had spread throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1402, Popular Battle Arena. Chapter 1402, Popular Battle Arena. The news of the Frost King's defeat immediately caught the attention of many adventurer teams and independent players. This is a lie, right? I heard that many people got annihilated by the Frost King. Even the allied forces of the various large guilds, consisting of over 100,000 elite players, were helpless against the Frost King. Just how did Zero Wing succeed? Zero Wing's killing the Frost King means that it can now directly garrison Evernight City. With this, Stone Forest Town will also be connected with Evernight City. Previously, I avoided going to Stone Forest Town since I felt it was too much of a hassle. However, if there's a teleportation array connecting the town to Evernight City, it might not be a bad idea to pay the town a visit. Now that Stone Forest Town has a link to Evernight City, it will definitely remain the #1 town of Starmoon Kingdom even in the future. I wonder what kind of actions Heaven's Burial will take. The various adventurer teams and independent players were overjoyed over the fact that they could travel directly to Evernight City via Stone Forest Town. Previously, Stone Forest Town was already very popular for the many rare items being sold there, as well as having a training location like the Battle Arena. Only, due to the inconvenience of traveling to Stone Forest Town, many players in Starmoon Kingdom had given up on the endeavor. Now that Stone Forest Town was connected to Evernight City, visiting the town became much more convenient. Starmoon City, Heaven's Burial's residence. Damn it, Zero Wing actually succeeded. Broken Flow's complexion darkened after watching the video showing Zero Wing's raid of the Frost King. Guild leader, what should we do next? Heaven's Burial had suffered tremendous losses this time. Not only did over 10,000 elite members die, but they even lost the kill of the Frost King. Now, Zero Wing's prestige in Starmoon Kingdom was as dazzling as the midday sun. Meanwhile, as soon as the various adventurer teams and independent players received news of Zero Wing's success, they all started thinking about teleporting from Evernight City to Stone Forest Town and taking a look around. One could just imagine how bustling Stone Forest Town would become once it was actually linked with Evernight City. Wheel let Zero Wing enjoy its success for now. It has merely opened a teleportation channel between Stone Forest Town and Evernight City right now. In God's domain, levels and resources are the truly important things. What we truly need to focus on this time is the Empire's Rise expansion pack. Moreover, Beast Emperor has just sent a message for our side to start preparing soon, Singular Burial said, sneering. However, we can't let Zero Wing off too easily, either. Notify the personnel at the auction house. Tell them to increase the number of rare items we're putting up for sale, as well as lower the processing fees a little. I want to see just how many merchant players and adventurer teams are really willing to go to Stone Forest Town. Guild leader, if we do that, Red Iron Town's income will dwindle to nothing, Daybreak Fog said worriedly. With the current income of Red Iron Town's auction house, not only were they able to support the town's development, but they also had funds to spare for Heaven's Burial's own development. However, If they lowered the processing fees they collected, they would only be able to sustain the town's development. To Heaven's Burial, which was currently in dire need of funds, this was not a beneficial situation. It's fine. As long as Beast Emperor and we can deal with the matter over at the neutral map, Red Iron Town and Stone Forest Town will be meaningless to us, Singular Burials said, laughing. All right, just go and get the necessary arrangements done. He and Beast Emperor were fully aware of how powerful Zero Wing was. Since the very beginning, they never intended to rely on Red Iron Town to compete with Zero Wing. They simply wanted to use the town to hinder Zero Wing's development, somewhat understood. After giving the matter some thought, Daybreak Fog found Singular Burial's decision reasonable. She then made her way to Red Iron Town, the first floor hall of Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Currently, there was a long line of players waiting in the hall to get into the combat rooms. Although duels held in the combat rooms had minimal effect for top-tier experts, they were very effective for the general masses. After all, players could maintain a calm state of mind while in a high mana density environment. For ordinary players, the effectiveness of fighting inside a combat room for 1 hour was equivalent to fighting PvP battles in the outside world for 10 hours or more. What's up with those two people? How many times have they entered the advanced combat rooms already? Do they have too much money to waste? A few players could not help their surprise at seeing Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon trying to rent the advanced combat rooms for the 9th time initially. Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon were already quite eye-catching as they stood inside the first floor hall due to their levels and equipment. Adding on the fact that they would return to the first floor once every half an hour to rent the advanced combat rooms, they naturally would garner attention renting 2 combat rooms. Each time meant spending 4 magic crystals. Doing so 8 times meant spending 32 magic crystals. On the market, 32 magic crystals could easily fetch 8 gold or more. Many expert players did not even earn 1 gold a day. Although adventurer teams were generally wealthier than individual expert players, no matter how the waiting players looked at it, spending 8 gold in such a short time was simply extravagant yet. Now, both Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon were actually planning on renting the advanced combat rooms again. That was simply ludicrous, sir. I'm very sorry, but as per our Battle Arena's rules, non-members are allowed to rent the advanced combat rooms only 8 times per day. If you wish to increase your number of entries, you'll have to become a member of the Battle Arena. In that case, you get 16 entries per day. If you become an advanced member, you can rent the advanced combat rooms without limit, the female NPC receptionist said, smiling as she looked at Remnant Cloud. I get to use the advanced combat rooms 16 times a day if I become a member? Remnant Cloud fell into deep thought. That is correct. The female receptionist nodded. If you wish to become a member of our Battle Arena, you'll have to deposit 1,200 magic crystals into your individual account. Having just arrived at Stone Forest Town recently, the players lining up at the counter next to Remnant Clouds were startled when they heard the prices quoted by the NPC receptionist as Zero Wing gone mad. There's someone willing to rent the expensive advanced combat rooms, yet Zero Wing has actually gone and limited the number of entries? Do they hate getting magic crystals that much? That's right. Only adventurer teams on Firecloud Fox's level would be willing to pay such a high price. If it were me, I would rather spend my magic crystals at the Trial Tower. Just as everyone was ridiculing the Battle Arena's regulations, Remnant Cloud suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "What are the conditions to become an advanced member here?" He dumbfounded everyone. What's going on? Is Firecloud Fox that wealthy? Everyone could not help but be shocked by Remnant Cloud's question. Although this was their first time hearing about the advanced membership, needless to say, the advanced membership fee would definitely be much higher than the basic membership fee. If you wish to become an advanced member directly, you have to deposit 3,000 magic crystals into your personal account. If you become an advanced member, not only will you be able to rent the advanced combat room without limit, but you'll also receive a 20% discount when using the normal combat rooms. The NPC receptionist explained. How fraudulent. If I had that many magic crystals, I would rather stay cooped up inside the Trial Tower than come here. Zero Wing is insane. Is there really someone who would be so foolish? A commotion broke out when the onlookers heard the NPC receptionist's explanation. Previously, The price of the Battle Arena's basic membership was already pretty fraudulent. However, the price of the advanced membership appeared utterly ridiculous. 3,000 crystals? A tight frown formed on Remnant Cloud's face. After a moment of deliberation, he said, I just need to have a total of 3,000 magic crystals stored inside my personal account, right? That's right. The receptionist nodded. If that's the case, carry out the basic membership procedures for the two of us for now, Remnant Cloud said, gritting his teeth as he paid 2,400 magic crystals to the NPC receptionist. This amount was already close to 1/3 of Firecloud Fox's stockpile of magic crystals, of course. If it was possible, Remnant Cloud very much preferred to become an advanced member instead. That way, he could keep improving himself inside the advanced combat room. However, he had brought less than 3,000 magic crystals this time. Hence, he could only settle for basic membership for now. Understood. The NPC receptionist received the 2,400 magic crystals and started the membership procedures of the Battle Arena, with Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon. After completing the procedures, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon immediately turn around and dash towards the staircase, apparently planning on entering the advanced combat rooms again. Is this a joke? Is he some actor hired by Zero Wing? The surrounding players wore a look of confusion on their faces as they watched Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon leaving hurriedly for the 7th floor of the Battle Arena. They simply could not believe this situation. The two players were actually willing to become members of the Battle Arena just so that they could have more chances to enter the advanced combat rooms. Just what kind of magic does this advanced combat room possess? Wait a minute. I'm not renting a normal combat room anymore. I want to rent an advanced combat room instead. Quite a few expert players that were about to pay their rental fees suddenly changed their minds. They were intensely curious about what was so special about the advanced combat room that it could mesmerize experts like Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon to such a degree. Chapter 1403, Sacred Training Ground. Chapter 1403, Sacred Training Ground. Due to Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon's actions, many expert players inside the first floor hall of the Battle Arena grew interested in the advanced combat rooms. They immediately began applying to rent a room for themselves one after another, curious to find out just what was so special about the advanced combat rooms. I want to rent an advanced combat room. Here are 2 magic crystals. Just what is so special about the advanced combat room? I want to give it a try. Just a short moment after Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon left, over a dozen players expressed their intentions to try the advanced combat rooms. However, as there were only 9 advanced combat rooms available, the others had no choice but to wait for their turn. The expert players that got to use the advanced combat rooms entered their respective rooms while filled with skepticism. However, as soon as they entered their rooms, they immediately received a surprise as an illusory creature that looked like their doppelganger appeared before them. Upon fighting with these illusory creatures, the players found out that not only were the illusory creatures capable of using the exact same skills they themselves did, but the illusory creatures even executed the skills perfectly, like second nature. There was no sense of awkwardness in their movements whatsoever. Moreover, the might of the skills the illusory creatures executed were much more powerful than the players' own. After just a short clash, the players found themselves completely suppressed by the illusory creatures. Their defeat took less than 30 seconds. If not for the weapons and equipment they wore possessing powerful skills, they might not even have lasted 10 seconds. So strong. Is this for real? Can I really exhibit that kind of combat power? Why is there such a huge gap between the skill he used and the skill I used? Upon reviving, the players looked at their respective illusory creatures in shock. Originally, they could already exhibit greater combat power in the Battle Arena due to the high mana density here. However, they never imagined that they had the potential to elevate their combat power to such a degree. The illusory creatures' grasp on timing and skill completion rates, in particular, captivated them completely. Before they knew it, their respective illusory creatures had already killed them, following which, the expert players inside the advanced combat rooms fully indulged in the wonders of the room. Even after 30 minutes had passed, and they were ejected from their respective rooms, they still wore a dazed look on their faces. Didn't I just enter recently? It's over already? Why do I feel like only a few minutes passed? The expert players looked at the advanced combat rooms they were just kicked out from with great reluctance. However, as their time limit was up, they could only accept their fate and dash downstairs to get in line and rent the advanced combat room. Once more, huh? What's going on with these people? The next batch of players queued up to use the advanced combat rooms stared in confusion at the last batch of players coming out from the rooms. They could not understand why these players were in such a hurry to go downstairs after leaving the advanced combat room's commander. It seems that more and more people have found out about the secret of the advanced combat room. Should we continue queuing up for the rooms, or should we head to the Divine Coliseum instead? Graceful Moon frowned when she saw another batch of experts coming up to the 7th floor. She and Remnant Cloud had intended to keep the functionalities of the advanced combat rooms to themselves and monopolize the rooms for as long as possible. After all, only 9 advanced combat rooms were available. If other players found out about the wonders of the rooms, the advanced combat rooms would definitely be heavily contested. The spars held inside the advanced combat rooms had inspired her greatly, so much so that it was much more effective to train inside the advanced combat rooms than spar against an opponent of equal or superior standards. After just 9 training sessions, she had already managed to improve the completion rate of one of her Tier 1 skills by 3%. Although 3% did not seem like much, since the completion rate of this skill had increased from 82% to 85%, both the might and effect of the skill had undergone a qualitative transformation. Moreover, by fighting against the illusory creature she had managed to get a grasp on when would be a good time to use her skills, the advanced combat room was so beneficial that she and Remnant Cloud had even delayed their plans to train at the Divine Coliseum in preparation for tomorrow's ranking competition. Not many people have discovered it yet, so the wait should not be that long. Let's continue queuing up for now. We'll return to the Black Dragon Empire only after the queue gets too long. Remnant Cloud said after giving the matter some thought previously. He had planned on heading to the Divine Coliseum to train after testing the advanced combat room once. However, just one try had gotten him addicted. Compared to the Divine Coliseum's trial tower, the advanced combat room could provide him with much greater aid, especially when it came to the improvement of skill completion rates. Meanwhile, details regarding the advanced combat rooms quickly spread, causing a huge commotion on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. Amazing advanced combat rooms appear in Stone Forest Town. Shortly after this post appeared, it was already upvoted to the top 10 positions on the forums. This allowed everyone to find out about the advanced combat rooms. Is this a scam? Is the advanced combat room really that miraculous? Why would I need to lie to you? Right now, the advanced combat rooms are already in great demand. Just the number of players currently queued up for the rooms is already close to 300. Many people are regretting the fact that they did not rent a room for themselves before, when nobody was using them. I heard that due to the high demand, the Battle Arena amended the regulations for the advanced combat rooms. Now, non-members get only 1 entry per day, while basic members get 4 entries. Only advanced members have no limit. Moreover, the rental price has also increased from the previous 2 magic crystals to 4 now. Zero Wing is so fraudulent. They actually dare to charge for magic crystals? This is insane. Who would be willing to rent something so expensive? Expensive? You can't rent one right now, even if you want to. Moreover, it is precisely because of this price hike that there are currently only around 300 people lined up. If Zero Wing kept the previous price, you might not get a room even after waiting 10 days. Forget 4 magic crystals. If I can get into a room right away, I'm even willing to pay 10 magic crystals. For a time, everyone was filled with anticipation towards the advanced combat rooms of Stone Forest Town. This was especially true for expert players. Previously, the only attraction for them in the battle arena was the monthly tournament held there. At most, they would use the normal combat rooms to spar with friends. They had no particular need for the battle arena. However, with the appearance of the advanced combat rooms, these experts became entranced with the battle arena. Meanwhile, inside Evernight City, Feng had arrived before the city hall. The city hall of the Dark City was much stricter than White River City's city hall. Moreover, just standing before the building itself, Feng could already feel a dense power of darkness coming from it. He could even see the power of darkness in the form of dark fog encircling the building. Even dark players would feel uncomfortable when subjected to such a dense power of darkness, however. To Feng, who wielded the Bible of Darkness, this power of darkness was practically non-existent. As a result, he arrived inside the courtyard of the city hall with relative ease. However, the farther he got into the city hall, the denser the power of darkness present in the atmosphere. The pressure he felt grew increasingly heavier as well. This is a restricted area of the city. Non-related personnel are forbidden entry. As soon as Feng arrived before the city hall's main entrance, for level 200, Tier 3 Dark Knights blocked his path, exuding a threatening aura. If Feng made any sudden movements, they would promptly take action. They were much crueler when compared to the guards in ordinary NPC cities. "I have come to meet with Lord Magrance," Feng said as he revealed the Advanced Garrison Order. Advanced Garrison Order? The 4 Dark Knights were momentarily stunned when they looked at the crystal token in Feng's hand. Their attitude instantly became much more respectful as one of them said, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll notify the Lord Magistrate immediately." The Advanced Garrison Order was like the proof of one's status. Wielders of this token were equivalent to the major nobles of Evernight City. Let alone guards like themselves, even the magistrate of Evernight City had to treat the owners of Advanced Garrison Orders with respect very quickly. The Dark Knight that went to report Feng's arrival returned. The NPC then stopped before Feng and said respectfully, "The Lord Magistrate has already been notified of your presence. Please follow me." After saying so, the Dark Knight led Feng into the City Hall. Crap. Who's that? He's actually able to enter the City Hall. That's not possible, right? I heard that one needs to reach at least Baron rank in order to enter the City Hall. How could someone have reached that rank already? Could that person be Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame? I heard that Zero Wing has killed the Frost King and can directly garrison Evernight City. Black Flame? The rumor is actually true. If it's true, we're in luck this time. If we want to go to Stone Forest Town in the future, we can simply teleport there. Several players got goosebumps when they saw Feng entering the City Hall. Meanwhile, news of the situation also spread rapidly throughout Evernight City. Chapter 1404, Advanced Auction House appears. Chapter 1404, Advanced Auction House appears. After entering the City Hall, the Dark Knight led Feng to an office on the 5th floor. Even before Feng entered the office, though, he could already feel an aura of death leaking out of the room and shuddered involuntarily at the aura's intensity as the doors to the office opened. An aura several times stronger than even that of a Tier 4 mythic monster washed over him. For a moment, it felt as if the space around him froze. "Come in." A deep and chilling voice came from within the room. Upon entering the room, Feng was immediately greeted by the sight of the deep voice's owner sitting behind an office table. The owner of the voice was a hunched, middle-aged man with skin as pale as snow. The man wore a set of dark robes and held a stack of parchment in his hands. If not for the faint tinge of life in the aura the man exuded, one would even think that they had come across the god of death. Meanwhile, this man was none other than Magrance, Evernight City's magistrate. Magrance was the overlord of Evernight City. At the same time, he was also a Tier 5 Dark Magus, an existence that even Starmoon Kingdom feared. Magrance was the reason why the Kingdom's army did not dare take action against Evernight City. Facing an NPC of such caliber, Feng did not dare waste time playing around with words. He immediately took out the Advanced Garrison Order and placed it on the table. "Lord Magistrate, I wish to have my guild garrison this city. I hope that you can permit it," Feng said respectfully. "This is indeed my city's Advanced Garrison Order." "All right, I permit your guild to garrison Evernight City." Magrance nodded after glancing at the crystal token on the table. He then took out a piece of parchment and a map of Evernight City and said, "Write down your guild's name on this parchment. You may then pick one of the empty spots on the map to cite your guild's residence." After receiving the parchment and map, Feng wrote the words "Zero Wing" on the parchment without hesitation. He then started browsing through the available locations for a guild residence. Is this the privilege of having an advanced garrison order? Feng grew ecstatic when he saw the available locations on the map. Evernight City was different from ordinary NPC cities. There was a huge difference between its normal, inner, and central areas. The privileges that a guild got to enjoy within the city was dependent on the location of its garrison. The members of a guild garrisoned in Evernight City's normal area were allowed entry into Evernight City, even without doing the city's entry quest. Those of guilds that garrisoned the city's inner area were also qualified to take part in the Dark Auction, which was held once a week at the city's auction house. Usually, players would need to have a certain amount of local reputation and complete a series of quests in order to participate in the weekly Dark Auctions. Lastly, the central area was where all guilds within Starmoon Kingdom wished to garrison. As long as a guild managed to set up a residence in the central area, its guild members could exchange for weapons and equipment in Evernight City without having to become a red or dark player. The quality of the weapons and equipment its members could exchange for would depend on the guild's reputation within the city. The only downside to this was that, unlike the items exchanged by dark players, the items exchanged by guild members who were not red or dark players were bound to themselves. However, the number of spots available in the central area of Evernight City was extremely limited. In addition, as there was no fee for garrisoning Evernight City, the 10 available spots will be distributed via an elimination system. Guilds would be ranked according to the number of city contribution points they accumulated each month, and those qualified to garrison the central area could compete for the 10 spots each month with the advanced garrison order. Zero Wing could directly garrison the central area. On the other hand, Heaven's Burial only managed to garrison the inner Area Lord Magistrate. I've already made my decision. After Feng made his selection, he returned the parchment and map to Magrants. Excellent. From now on, Zero Wing will be one of the guilds garrisoned in Evernight City. You may go and take a look at your guild residence now, Magrants said, nodding after he took a look at the contents of the parchment. He then waved his hand, signaling permission for Feng to leave. At the same time, the sound of a system notification entered Feng's ears. Evernight City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to garrison Evernight City's central area, rewarding 1,000 Evernight City guild reputation and 3,000 Evernight City guild popularity. The system announcement repeated 3 times, notifying every player within Evernight City of its contents. Many large guilds reacted enviously to this situation. Setting aside the guild reputation awarded, just the guild popularity awarded was already enough to make the various large guilds go crazy. After all, the quality and quantity of guild quests a garrison guild could receive in Evernight City varied, depending on the amount of popularity it had. This would also have a significant impact on the amount of contribution points the guild members accumulated. Crap. Zero Wing is amazing. I heard that, even until now, Heaven's Burial has only managed to get into the inner area after going through many difficulties. With this, Zero Wing's members are going to have an awesome time. As long as they collect enough contribution points, they can exchange for weapons and equipment suitable for themselves at any time. I heard that the benefits a guild receives for garrisoning the central area aren't limited to just that. It seems that guild members also receive a 30% discount when using the teleportation arrays of Evernight City. If that's the case, then I must join Zero Wing. I can save money in exchange for suitable weapons and equipment without having to rely on dark players. For a while, practically every player in Evernight City was discussing Zero Wing. This situation also frustrated the various dark players and dark guilds of Evernight City, who lost their opportunity to make a fortune generally. Normal players paid at least double the original price of an item when getting dark players to act as proxies for them. Now, however, normal players could just join Zero Wing and gather a sufficient amount of Evernight City contribution points to exchange for items themselves. With such an option available, only a fool would continue purchasing Evernight City's products from them. Back in Evernight City Hall, Feng spent 1,000 gold to establish a teleportation channel between Evernight City and Stoneforest Town. This matter immediately attracted the attention of many players. Guys, look, the teleportation array has 2 available destinations now. This is great. We can actually teleport directly to Stone Forest Town now. With this, I won't have to waste hours traveling to the town anymore. I previously did not bother visiting Stone Forest Town due to the long distance. This is a good opportunity to visit it. I heard that Stone Forest Town opened a new kind of combat room. We can go there and give it a try now. In just a few short minutes, thousands of players had transferred to Stone Forest Town via teleportation array. Although it cost 80 copper to teleport to Stone Forest Town, it was much more convenient than traveling there from the nearest NPC town. As a result, many independent experts and adventurer teams began feeling that garrisoning Stone Forest Town was not a bad idea. After all, with Evernight City serving as a transfer point, they could save up on plenty of time. Meanwhile, the activation of the teleportation channel also caused the player population of Red Iron Town to decrease drastically. Black Flame, I'll let you have your fun for now. However, you'll soon know that all your efforts are in vain. Singular Burial sneered as he read the report he just received. He then looked at Daybreak Fog on the screen before him and said, "You all can begin operations now." Guild leader, leave it to us. Daybreak Fog smiled, her eyes filled with confidence. Meanwhile, Feng, who was surveying Zero Wing's residence in Evernight City, got a sudden call from Melancholic Smile. Guild leader, the advanced auction house has been constructed. Should we open it to the public now? Melancholic Smile asked, her face tinged with excitement. Chapter 1405. Zero Wing Auction House. Hearing Melancholic Smile's report, Feng could not help but grow joyful. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time now. Good. Send a few advanced NPCs from the battle arena to manage the auction house's affairs right away. Afterwards, announce to the public that we are only collecting a 1% processing fee. If one becomes a member of the Zero Wing Auction House, they can have the processing fee for the first 5 items they consign each day waived. Meanwhile, those wishing to become a member only need to pay a one-time fee of 10 magic crystals, Feng said. It's about time we kick Red Iron Town out of the competition. Guild leader, isn't this going a little too far? Melancholic Smile was somewhat astonished by Feng's declaration. The auction houses of NPC cities generally charged a minimum processing fee of 15%. Those in capital cities charged at least 20%. On the other hand, Red Iron Town's auction house charged a 10% processing fee. Although a 5% difference seemed small, that was far from being the case. For example, if one were to sell an item that was worth 1 gold, they would end up earning an additional 5 silver coins if they sold their items in Red Iron Town rather than an NPC city. Moreover, items that were put up for sale in auction houses were generally of high value. A 5% reduction in processing fees could allow the seller to save a large sum of money. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing's auction house were to collect only a 1% processing fee, it would be lucky to earn enough to maintain its operations. After all, there were only so many players in a town. Thus, there was a limit to the number of items that would be put up for sale each day. Besides which, the advanced auction house itself was a very large building requiring hundreds of NPCs to manage. Although they could oppress Red Iron Town by doing so, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to earn any money. Either don't worry about it. Just get it done, Feng said, chuckling, not bothering with explanations. He then took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Stone Forest Town's guild residence in God's Domain. The building that brought a guild town or city the most profits would always be the auction house. Even the income of a battle arena could not compete with that of an auction house. This was also the reason why the various major powers and many independent players believed that Heaven's Burial would one day surpass Zero Wing. After all, financial strength and resources were a guild's foundations. Without those, a guild would not be able to develop whatsoever, while collecting only a 1% processing fee might seem very little. And with Stone Forest Town's player population, Zero Wing would indeed be very fortunate to break even. It did not possess only Stone Forest Town. The guild still had a small city that was soon to be completed. Luring more players to Stone Forest Town would also help attract more players towards Zero Wing's new city. At that time, Zero Wing's overall income would naturally increase. Not to mention, as more guild towns started obtaining their own auction houses, their guilds would also lower the processing fees charged in order to be more competitive. What Feng was doing was simply accelerating the inevitable, unfortunately, for Heaven's Burial. While he could afford to take such an action, the latter could not. It would definitely deal a fatal blow to Red Iron Town's auction house. Hence, making this move was equivalent to killing two birds with one stone. Understood. Melancholic Smile could only reveal a bitter smile as she disconnected the call. If Heaven's Burial were to find out about this, the upper echelon of the guild would most likely faint from anger. Meanwhile, inside Red Iron Town's auction house, Daybreak Fog announced the new regulation of the Heaven's Burial auction house. The original 10% processing fee was lowered to just 5% now. This change immediately caused a commotion among the players inside the auction house. Heaven's Burial is so generous. They actually have the processing fee they're charging. It seems Heaven's Burial is trying to put pressure on Zero Wing. Ha ha ha. My timing is simply impeccable. With this, I get to save a few more silver coins. Isn't this processing fee a little too cheap? Even if I import items from cities other than Starmoon City, as long as I sell them at a sufficiently high price, I can still make quite a profit. Red Iron Town's rise is definitely unstoppable now. Many players inside the Heaven's Burial auction house were surprised at Heaven's Burial's crazy move. Meanwhile, news of the change also quickly entered the ears of the various powers of Starmoon Kingdom. Have the higher-ups of Heaven's Burial lost their minds? Are they not afraid of not making money by pulling such a stunt? It seems Zero Wing has truly angered Heaven's Burial this time. Although Heaven's Burial will lower their profits by doing so, the number of players visiting Red Iron Town will definitely reach scary heights in the future. The town's player population might even exceed Stone Forest Town's. With this, Stone Forest Town's position as the #1 town will no doubt get stolen very quickly. Ha! This will most likely put Zero Wing in a predicament. Heaven's Burial has actually played such a move right before the start of the Candlelight auction. The number of players willing to purchase Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops will surely decrease significantly. Zero Wing must be fuming right about now. The various major powers within Starmoon Kingdom were greatly shocked by Heaven's Burial's crazy actions. However, they also felt joyous about this development currently. The players selling items at Red Iron Town mainly consisted of Starmoon City residents. Very few players from other NPC cities were willing to visit Red Iron Town just to utilize its auction house. The main reason for this situation was the expensive teleportation fees. With the processing fees charged by the Heaven's Burial auction house halved, the money saved could be used to cover the teleportation fees. This change would definitely attract large groups of players from other NPC cities. Hence, it was only a matter of time before Red Iron Town surpassed Stone Forest Town once the independent players and adventurer teams based in the various NPC cities of Starmoon Kingdom received this information. They started organizing their items, prepared to make a trip to Starmoon City in less than half an hour since the announcement was made. Red Iron Town's player population increased by over 50,000. Now, the town's total population was only a little over 100,000 away from catching up with Stone Forest Town's. Big Sis Fog, the rare items the guild leader had us send over have arrived. Moreover, based on the reports we've received, many merchant players in Stone Forest Town have already begun leaving the town. By the looks of it, they are planning on going to Red Iron Town. A level 30-plus female assassin reported good. Put the items up for sale in batches. After this, I want to see if there are still people willing to purchase the private houses and shops of Stone Forest Town, Daybreak Fog said, nodding. Although Heaven's Burial would not earn much by lowering the processing fees to such a level, being able to lure away the merchant players of Stone Forest Town was already more than enough, as doing so would decrease Stone Forest Town's popularity in turn. Meanwhile, in front of Stone Forest Town's advanced auction house, the massive size of the building had attracted the attention of many players. What a huge building. It's practically as large as the battle arena. Could Zero Wing be planning on setting up another battle arena? That shouldn't be the case. Towns and cities are limited to only one battle arena each. Quick look. The magic barrier hiding the building is starting to disappear. Just as the passers-by were discussing the newly constructed building in Stone Forest Town, the gigantic barrier shrouding the entire advanced auction house began shattering a moment later. A building that could rival Stone Forest Town's battle arena in grandeur appeared before everyone's eyes meanwhile. At the entrance of this majestic building, the words Zero Wing Auction House were carved in large letters. Chapter 1406, Dominating Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1406, Dominating Starmoon Kingdom. An auction house? What? Zero Wing built an auction house as well. Isn't the design for it supposedly very rare? What a big auction house. I recall that the Heaven's Burial auction house only has 3 floors. This one should have at least 5. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Nice timing. I was originally planning on a trip to Red Iron Town to sell my items. Now, I can save myself the effort. The passers-by were momentarily stupefied by the appearance of the advanced auction house. For a time, they all thought that their eyes were playing tricks on Themas for the Guild Spy Station in Stone Forest Town. They were utterly dumbfounded when they saw the Zero Wing auction house. Ever since Heaven's Burial constructed an auction house, the various large guilds and superpowers had gone nuts searching for an auction house design of their own. Unfortunately, the design was simply too rare. Even now, there was no news of any super guild, or any guild for that matter, successfully constructing another auction house shortly after the appearance of the Zero Wing auction house. The nearby players rushed into the building as soon as everyone entered the auction house. They were stupefied. The reason for their reaction was the space inside the building being much larger than what they had seen from the outside. The size of the first floor hall alone could already rival that of a sports arena. The various decorations adorning the hall also made them feel like they had just entered a palace. The Zero Wing auction house was much more luxurious than even the auction houses in most NPC cities and was only slightly inferior when compared to the auction house in Starmoon City. Moreover, the Zero Wing auction house had a total of 7 floors. The first floor was meant for consigning items, the second floor for purchasing items, the third floor for bartering, the fourth floor for NPC basic auctions, the 5th floor for NPC intermediate auctions, the 6th floor for NPC advanced auctions, and the 7th floor for large-scale private auctions. Has sent the Zero Wing auction house a little too amazing. There's actually a bartering function available as well. That's nothing. There are even NPC-hosted auctions here. The basic auctions are held once every 3 days, the intermediate auctions are weekly, and the advanced auctions are every 15 days. This is simply insane. I've been to the Heaven's Burial auction house before, and it is far inferior to the Zero Wing auction house. The requirements for participation in the NPC auctions are very stringent, though. Just the basic auction alone requires a minimum transaction amount of 150 gold at the Zero Wing auction house every week. Even expert players like ourselves would have difficulty meeting this requirement, let alone the 800 gold per 15 days and 5,000 gold per month requirements for the intermediate and advanced auctions. Zero Wing is simply too ruthless. I don't think that these requirements are high at all. Powerful adventurer teams should have no problem trading that much. If an entire adventurer team puts in the effort, it should be possible to sell 5,000 gold's worth of items within a month. These requirements are impossible only for individual players. In any case, it is pointless for individual players to participate in the advanced auction since they're too poor to afford anything there to begin with. After entering the Zero Wing auction house, everyone could not help but discuss the establishment with gusto. To independent players, bartering was undoubtedly their preferred method of carrying out transactions. The same was true for players belonging to the various adventurer teams. Very quickly, news regarding the Zero Wing auction house spread throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. What? Zero Wing actually has such an amazing auction house. This is wonderful. I have a few items I wish to barter. With this, I won't have to worry about getting taken advantage of by the various large guilds. The Heaven's Burial auction house simply isn't on the same level as the Zero Wing auction house. Hopefully, The zero-wing auction house's processing fees aren't too expensive. For the bartering function, I'm willing to pay as high as 15%. Posts about the zero-wing auction house went viral on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums, completely overshadowing the news of the Heaven's Burial auction house lowering its processing fees. Or to put it another way, nobody was talking about the Heaven's Burial auction house anymore. How is this possible? Daybreak Fog had a complicated expression as she read the latest reports sent to her by her subordinates. At this moment, she was filled with shock, rage, and a little bit of helplessness. The Heaven's Burial auction house was Red Iron Town's foundation originally. They had been prepared to use the Heaven's Burial auction house to put pressure on Zero Wing. Now, however, the tables were turned. With the appearance of the Zero Wing auction house, all their previous efforts had instantly gone to waste. Shortly after news of the Zero Wing auction house started spreading, Red Iron Town's player population quickly decreased by 20%. Moreover, this number was still climbing steadily. One could not help but admit that the bartering function was simply too attractive to the majority of players. Meanwhile, after the Zero Wing auction house's existence became public, Melancholic Smile followed Feng's request, releasing an announcement that the Zero Wing auction house would charge only a 1% processing fee on all transactions. In addition, players who became a member of the auction house would have the processing fee for their first 5 items sold each day waived. Soon after, this announcement triggered another uproar on the official forums. Has Zero Wing lost its mind? It's only charging such a small processing fee despite having such a great auction house. Is Zero Wing not afraid of making a loss? Such ruthlessness. Originally, I thought that Heaven's Burial was already plenty ruthless. Turns out, Zero Wing is even more ruthless. With this, the Heaven's Burial auction house is definitely a goner. Is Zero Wing planning on dominating Starmoon Kingdom's auction houses? At this moment, whether it was the independent players, adventurer teams, or large guilds, they all could not help but gasp when they saw Zero Wing's announcement now. Not only did Stone Forest Town have a teleport channel with Evernight City, but it also boasted an auction house with a built-in bartering function. Moreover, the auction house was charging only a 1% processing fee on all transactions. To players who frequently sold their items at auction houses, the Zero Wing auction house was practically heaven. With such benefits available, players from the various NPC cities of Starmoon Kingdom would definitely surge to Stone Forest Town. At this rate, Zero Wing would truly dominate Starmoon Kingdom. Big Sis Fog, what should we do now? One of the players managing the Heaven's Burial auction house could not help but ask as she looked at Daybreak Fog shortly after Zero Wing's announcement. The number of players visiting the Heaven's Burial auction house had more than halved. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the establishment lost all its customers. Zero Wing. Daybreak Fog practically shouted every syllable at the top of her lungs when she saw Zero Wing's announcement. With this, not to mention relying on the Heaven's Burial auction house to sustain Red Iron Town's development, they would already be fortunate to get back their investment in the auction house. Aside from Heaven's Burial's upper echelon, the adventurer teams garrisoned in Red Iron Town were also filled with regret when they heard about the Zero Wing auction house. So long as they remained garrisoned in Red Iron Town, they would not be able to set foot into Stone Forest Town. Like many other adventurer teams, they possessed plenty of rare items. Meanwhile, it would be a colossal waste to simply convert these rare items into coins. However, they also did not normally have an opportunity to barter for other items, unless they were prepared to get taken advantage of yet. Now, despite such a good opportunity having presented itself to them, they had crushed it with their own 2 hands. Meanwhile, due to the appearance of the Zero Wing auction house, Stone Forest Town's player population had suddenly increased by over 50%. Currently, the streets were packed with players. Among them, the visiting merchant players inundated Melancholic Smile with offers stating their willingness to sign all sorts of unbalanced agreements. Right now, she was already having trouble keeping up with the incoming calls and messages, much less do anything else. Guild leader, I've just received the latest statistics. Currently, over 3,000 players have become a member of the Zero Wing auction house. Moreover, this number is still rising rapidly. The transactions made at the auction house have also far exceeded our initial expectations. Just the processing fees we've collected thus far have already exceeded 200 gold. A big smile appeared on Melancholic Smile's face as she read through the report. Despite the zero-wing auction house opening for business just recently, the results were already so overwhelming. At this point, it was already safe to say that the zero-wing auction house would definitely surpass the Candlelight Trading Firm and Battle Arena in future income generation. Guild leader, it's about time. Can we hold the auction now? Chapter 1407, Manatite Mine. Chapter 1407, Manatite Mine. Upon hearing Melancholic Smile's reminder, Feng nodded in agreement. He, too, felt that now was a good time to hold the auction for Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops, although the zero-wing auction house was currently raking in money at a frightening pace. It would not be enough money to cover the various maintenance and construction costs of Zero-Wing's future city. Moreover, Zero-Wing's guild branch over at the Black Dragon Empire and Immortal Light over at the Apocalypse Empire both required considerable funds as the era of mounts had already arrived. They needed to equip guild members with mounts as soon as possible to improve their leveling speeds. Fortunately, Zero-Wing had a stable, allowing it to save plenty of money on mounts. Only with Zero-Wing's current funds, the number of mounts it could afford was like a drop in the ocean when compared to the number of members in the guild following, which Feng left the matter regarding the auction to Melancholic Smile to manage, while he returned to White River City to make preparations for claiming the Manatite mine in the Sea of Death currently. Although Zero-Wing was capable of earning a lot of coins, its supply of magic crystals was grossly inadequate. Now, Feng also needed to supply magic crystals to the Ring of Gospel, in addition to the 3 magic towers in Stone Forest Town. The number of magic crystals that the battle arena was currently raking in was just not enough to sustain such enormous expenditures. Not to mention, once Zero-Wing City was completed, the guild's magic crystal consumption would definitely become even more frightening in God's domain. The various large guilds all wish to construct as many cities as possible. After all, a city represented the generation of a massive amount of wealth, both coins and credits. However, constructing a guild city was easier said than done. To put it simply, while constructing a city was easy, maintaining it was quite difficult. The reason for this was a guild city's consumption of extraordinarily frightening quantities of magic crystals. Hence, in Feng's previous life, even first-rate guilds could construct only a very limited number of cities. Only the various superpowers that had occupied or veins capable of producing magic crystals could easily maintain multiple guild cities. Ordinary large guilds would already be fortunate to be able to maintain a small city now that Zero-Wing City was nearing completion. Feng naturally had to make some preparations ahead of time. White River City, Candlelight Trading Firm. When Feng arrived before the Candlelight Trading Firm's entrance, he noticed that the situation at the trading firm had changed quite remarkably. Currently, there was a long line of lifestyle players queued up outside the trading firm, many of whom had reached intermediate or advanced rank. Meanwhile, of the various lifestyle classes present, alchemists numbered the most. The Candlelight Trading Firm's test is simply too terrifying. Even an intermediate alchemist was disqualified. A level 10 player lining up to apply for Candlelight's test exclaimed in surprise when he saw an intermediate alchemist walking out of the trading firm wearing a disappointed expression. Although intermediate alchemists were not as popular as advanced alchemists among the various large guilds, if they wished to join a guild, the various large guilds would still welcome them with open arms. After all, nurturing an intermediate alchemist was neither easy nor cheap. Nevertheless, the Candlelight Trading Firm had actually rejected an intermediate alchemist without hesitation based on your level. You must have just recently entered White River City, right? A level 28 basic alchemist standing behind the level 10 newcomer said. Chuckling, he continued, "There is nothing surprising about an intermediate alchemist getting disqualified. Previously, there were even advanced alchemists that got disqualified. This can't be true, right? Those are advanced alchemists we are talking about." The level 10 newcomer revealed a dubious expression when he heard the basic alchemist's words. You better believe it. Ever since the Candlelight Trading Firm revealed the new benefits it is offering to alchemists, It has become a sacred land for alchemist players. For your info, if you manage to become the 10th most skilled alchemist in Candlelight, you will get to use Secret Silver ranked alchemy tools. These are tools that very few guilds in Starmoon Kingdom possess. Moreover, this is the benefit provided to just the 10th ranking alchemist. If you manage to reach 4th place, you will get to use an entire set of Secret Silver alchemy tools. Meanwhile, the 1st ranking alchemist gets to use an entire set of Dark Gold alchemy tools due to these benefits. Alchemists from all over Starmoon Kingdom, as well as from several neighboring kingdoms, have come to join Candlelight. As a result, Candlelight's criteria for alchemists have also increased significantly. You should feel fortunate that you're not an alchemist. Otherwise, as an apprentice, I'm afraid you won't even get through the first test. When the level 28 basic alchemist spoke about the Candlelight trading firm, his eyes were filled with yearning. Inwardly, however, he also felt a sense of helplessness. While the alchemists of the Candlelight trading firm received excellent benefits, the requirements to join Candlelight were proportionally difficult. It seems that those alchemy tools are working quite well as promotional tools. Feng could not help but smile when he overheard the conversation between the two lifestyle players. I should find an opportunity to obtain high-ranking forging tools and engineering tools as well. While the importance of lifestyle players had grown during recent times, it had not reached a point where lifestyle players were indispensable in the game. However, once mainstream players reached level 50, the need for lifestyle players would thoroughly reveal itself. At that time, the guilds that controlled the most top-tier lifestyle players would be able to dominate the trade market of God's domain, following which Feng entered the Candlelight trading firm and went straight to his personal special forging room. He then took out the Titan device design from his bag and started examining it. The Manatite mine located on the island in the Sea of Death was very special. Originally, Feng planned on capturing it only after Zero Wing's entire main force had obtained their Tier 2 classes. However, there was no need to do so. Now the Manatite mine was located on an island called Karna Island, which had powerful monsters and an unusual environment. Not only was the island covered in the corrosive power of shadows, but the mana density was also abysmally low. Due to this reason, initially, no guild had attempted to capture Karna Island in the past. Nobody could have imagined that such a low mana density environment actually housed a Manatite mine, something the various large guilds had dreamed of. Obtaining an environment with extremely low mana density would have a drastic impact on players' combat powers. On Karna Island, players would be fortunate to be able to exert even 20% or 30% of their combat powers. The monsters on Karna Island were already terrifyingly strong to begin with. With the low mana density environment factored in, even a team of Tier 2 experts would have minimal odds of capturing the island, much less a team of Tier 1 experts. However, the Titan device could be used to counter the problem of low mana density, making it possible for Tier 1 experts to capture the island. In advanced forging design really is complex. No wonder even master forgers did not dare to casually attempt to produce the items recorded on one. Feng could not help but take a deep breath after examining the contents of the design. Originally, the success rate of producing an item recorded on an advanced forging design was already very low. Meanwhile, the complexity of the Titan device's production method was above average even among advanced forging designs, which would depress the production success rate further. Based on Feng's initial estimates, if he tried producing the Titan device as an advanced forger, his success rate would be only around 10%. He would be lucky to succeed once out of 20 tries. Fortunately, he had upgraded Icarus's heart to epic rank, so he could temporarily promote himself into a master forger. Following which, Feng used God's Blessing and sacrificed 500 life force to extend God's Blessing's duration from 1 hour to 2 hours. After activating God's Blessing, Feng did not waste time, taking out the Book of Forging and the necessary materials, which he had tasked others with preparing for him beforehand. He then began carefully forging the Titan device. Meanwhile, the auction over at Stone Forest Town had officially commenced. Chapter 1408. Horrific auction inside the 7th floor auction hall of the Zero Wing auction house. Previously, everyone had thought that very few people would attend the auction this time, since only Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops were up for sale. Yet now the hall, which could accommodate up to 30,000 people, was actually at capacity. Moreover, this was despite Zero Wing having limited entry into the auction to only members of the Zero Wing auction house and those that carried more than 2 gold on their persons. Usually, only expert players would have such a large sum in their pockets. Commander, look, there are so many adventurer teams participating in the auction this time, not only from the Black Dragon Empire, but also from other kingdoms. Graceful Moon was slightly shocked when she looked at the familiar figures around her. She had never thought that the Zero Wing auction would hold such a huge influence. However, after further consideration, she found it reasonable. After all, the current Stone Forest town was simply too excellent. The town had a battle arena with advanced combat rooms, which allowed experts of her caliber to improve rapidly, as well as a high-class auction house, which had a system-operated bartering function. After finding out about these facilities, adventure teams would be crazy not to want to develop here. Let them be. I've already had Flying Fox prepare quite a lot of funds. We don't need to fear being outbid by them, Remnant Cloud said, chuckling as he glanced at several well-known adventurer teams he was familiar with. These adventurer teams all ranked within the top 50 in the Black Dragon Empire. His original plan was to compete for the adventurer houses that were going up for auction at the Candlelight Trading Firm in a few days' time. However, after taking into account the current state of Stone Forest Town, he concluded that Firecloud Fox's financial strength was no match for that of top adventurer teams. Not to mention, Zero Wing was planning to sell only 5 adventurer houses. Hence, he had decided to settle for buying 2 or 3 private houses in Stone Forest Town instead, enough to accommodate their adventurer team's main forces. Meanwhile, in order to surely obtain those private houses, he had mobilized the entirety of Firecloud Fox's forces and raised a total of 5,000 gold. With that kind of money, he could already purchase a relatively large private house in the Black Dragon Empire's capital. Just as everyone in the auction hall was discussing the Zero Wing auction, Melancholic Smile came out from behind the main stage and announced the start of the auction. Since only the private houses and shops of Stone Forest Town were being sold this time, Melancholic Smile did not bother with providing much of an introduction. Instead, she directly displayed the locations of the private houses and stated that the minimum price was 800 gold. She then allowed everyone to start bidding. 850 gold, 900 gold, 1,000 gold. In the blink of an eye, the price of the first private house shot up to 1,200 gold, stupefying the various independent players present. Meanwhile, the adventurer teams that had only several dozen members fell into despair. At this price, one could already purchase a relatively good private house in an ordinary NPC city, yet this amount of money still wasn't enough for a private house in a player town. 1,600 gold, Remnant Cloud shouted, gritting his teeth. However, as soon as Remnant Cloud made his bid, a level 45 female elementalist clad in aquamarine mage robes, who sat a short distance away from him, shouted, 2,400 gold. The FFF adventurer team will be taking this house. The female elementalist bid immediately attracted everyone's attention, the people inside the hall turning to look at her one after another. What? Even a top adventurer team from the Black Dragon Empire has come to join the competition. Isn't she Luo Fei, FFF's vice commander? The female elementalist declaration immediately dispelled many adventurer teams' notions of competing against her. An adventurer team capable of rising to the status of a top adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire naturally possessed extraordinary strength and wealth. Most likely, even third-rate guilds were no rival for the Empire's top adventurer teams. In terms of financial strength, a top adventurer team of the Empire could even compete with an ordinary second-rate guild. Not to mention, FFF was one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 5 adventurer teams. It was simply impossible for ordinary guilds and well-known adventurer teams to vie with an existence like that. 2,600 gold. At this time, a handsome man wearing silver armor raised the price once more. This first house belongs to the Lonely Drinkers adventure team. When everyone heard the adventurer team mentioned by this man, they received another shock. Lonely Drinkers was a top adventurer team in the Dark Knight Empire. Although its influence was not comparable to the FFF adventurer teams, in terms of strength, it was not far from rivaling FFF 3,000 gold. Iluafe frowned as she placed a higher bid, 3,200 gold. The handsome man did not give up, either for a time. The auction became a competition between these two top adventurer teams, leaving no room for the other adventurer teams present to intervene. In the end, the first private house went to Iluafe for 4,500 gold. Among the private houses on sale this time, it was the closest to both the Zero Wing Auction House and the Adventurers Association. However, this outcome still made the players present gasp involuntarily. Nobody had thought that two top adventurer teams from two different empires would actually come to contest for Stone Forest Town's private houses. If they were to relate this incident to others, most likely nobody would believe them now that even the top adventurer teams of empires are coming to compete for Stone Forest Town's private houses. The adventurer teams that previously garrisoned Red Iron Town are most likely dying with regret right now. These top adventurer teams are simply too rich. If I had that kind of money, I would definitely use it to purchase a shop in a major NPC city instead. What do you know? In the future, Stone Forest Town will become even more amazing than major NPC cities. There is no loss in buying the town's private houses now. In the future, the houses will most likely go for even higher prices. No one had ever thought that the private houses of Stone Forest Town would be so popular. The guild members of the various large guilds present were stupefied by this scene in such a way. A total of 20 private houses were sold in the Zero Wing auction, with the most expensive for 4,500 gold and the cheapest for 1,500 gold. Throughout the auction, many more top adventurer teams and well-known adventurer teams had revealed themselves, driving home to everyone present just how frightening Stone Forest Town actually was. Meanwhile, the shops were even more hotly contested. Of the 10 shops sold, even the cheapest one had gone for 3,500 gold, while the most expensive one, which was located between the Zero Wing Auction House and the Battle Arena, had gone for 9,000 gold. Meanwhile, the majority of the merchant players competing for these shops possessed either the support of a large guild or a top adventurer team. Ordinary merchant players had no chance of getting a shop for themselves at all when the auction concluded. Zero Wing had earned a total of 113,000 gold now. Zero Wing possessed enough funds to cover not only the follow-up construction costs of its city, but also the establishment of a guild town by Zero Wing's branch guild over the Black Dragon Empire after the auction ended. Word about what happened during the auction also spread like wildfire. Upon receiving this news, the various adventurer teams and merchant players that were still undecided were rendered utterly speechless. They also regretted the fact that they did not try to compete for the private houses and shops. Meanwhile, throughout all this, Feng had been fully focused on forging the Titan device in White River City's Candlelight trading firm. After actually attempting to make the Titan device, he had to admit that the difficulty of doing so was exceedingly high. Despite him having been promoted to a master forger, his success rate was only around 25%, though he was fortunate to succeed 2 out of 10 tries during the actual production. Meanwhile, the cost of each attempt was roughly 2 gold. Overall, each Titan device cost 12 gold to produce. Without sufficient funds, even a large guild would not dare to spend so much. After all, the Titan device simply improved the combat state of player. It did nothing for a player's basic attributes. While Feng was forging a Titan device, the system notified him of an incoming call. When he turned his head to glance at the caller ID, he could not help but be stunned to discover that the person calling him was actually the vice commander of the Midnight Tea Party, Endless Scars. Chapter 1409, Promotion to Master. Chapter 1409, Promotion to Master. Why is she calling me all of a sudden? Feng was somewhat confused as he looked at Endless Scars' ID. Endless Scars had been a legendary existence in the past. In addition, Midnight Tea Party, the adventurer team she was currently in, had been an existence that even super guilds feared. However, neither Endless Scars nor the Midnight Tea Party had shown any interest in guilds. Hence, Feng didn't bother keeping in touch with Endless Scars and the Midnight Tea Party. He never imagined that Endless Scars would take the initiative to contact him now. However, Feng did not put too much thought into the matter. He immediately put down his work and accepted the call. Guild Leader Black Flame. Congratulations. I heard that even the various superpowers are feeling envious over the current Stone Forest town. Endless Scars said sincerely, a faint smile on her face that's nothing to brag about. Vice Commander Endless is the one who's amazing. You've managed to obtain such a powerful weapon and equipment since I last saw you. Feng said as he looked at the dark purple mage robes Endless Scars was wearing in the screen. Currently, although Feng could not see Endless Scars' level, the mana surrounding her was actually visible to the naked eye, flickering in and out of existence, which was definitely not an effect that ordinary epic items could create. One could just imagine how powerful the weapon and equipment Endless Scars carried on her body were. To what do I owe this sudden call? It's nothing important, really. I just wish to invite Guild Leader Black Flame to join me on a quest, Endless Scars said, giggling. As long as you help me complete this quest, I am willing to compensate you with a secret technique tablet. Even if we fail to complete the quest, I'll still compensate you with 5,000 magic crystals. A secret technique tablet? Feng was shocked. Secret technique tablets were extremely rare items that the various superpowers in God's domain desperately competed for, as these allowed players to grasp all sorts of powerful combat techniques. Under normal circumstances, nobody would trade away their secret technique tablet. Feng found it very hard to imagine that Endless Scars would be willing to use such a rare item as remuneration. Even a bronze secret technique tablet was still quite shocking. If she used it to employ the help of a Super Guild's peak experts, said Super Guild would no doubt agree to the request without hesitation. That's right. However, unless you agree to help me, I cannot tell you the exact information of the secret technique tablet. Smiling, Endless Scars prompted, how about it? Are you willing to help me with this small problem, Guild Leader Black Flame? After giving the matter some thought, Feng asked right now. No. When Feng did not agree to her offer right away, Endless Scars could not help but grow confused. Most likely, even super guilds would immediately agree to her request if they were offered a secret technique tablet, yet he was actually hesitating. A lot more preparations need to be done before we embark on the quest. It won't be possible to do so within a short period of time. All right then. Feng currently had many tasks he still needed to deal with. In addition, there was the ranking competition tomorrow over at the Black Dragon Empire. Gentle Snow had already requested his presence at the event. If he wanted to help out with Endless Scars' quest now, he was almost guaranteed not to make it back in time for the competition. After all, a quest that forced someone like Endless Scars to ask for help, in addition to using a secret technique tablet as payment, would surely not be a simple one. It would no doubt be impossible to complete quickly. Good. We have an agreement, then. I'll contact you once my side is ready. At Feng's reply, a hint of joy appeared in Endless Scars' eyes, her lips curling up slightly. Oh, right. As a bonus, I'll let you in on something. The ranking competition being held in the Black Dragon Empire this time is slightly different. I've heard that the top 3 guilds will receive an invitation to the Secret Pavilion's main headquarters to take part in the Secret Pavilion's internal auction. The Secret Pavilion's internal auction? Feng could not help but grow a little excited upon hearing These's a transcendental existence in the virtual gaming world. The Secret Pavilion possessed countless rare in-game items. However, this was still only the tip of the iceberg. What was truly amazing about the Secret Pavilion was its ability to procure items in the real world that were of great help to a guild's development, such as training slots, data of expert players that could be used in a simulation system, S-rank nutrient fluids, Harmony tea, virtual gaming cabins, and other products. Even first-rate guilds would have a very difficult time procuring these things in large quantities. What more other large guilds? However, the Secret Pavilion only sold these items in its internal auction. Moreover, the auction was not held in the virtual world of God's domain, but in the Secret Pavilion's main headquarters in the real world. In the past, those qualified to participate in the Secret Pavilion's internal auction were first-rate guilds at the very minimum. Guilds of lower status had had no chance of participating in the event whatsoever, of course. In order to obtain these items, the various large guilds would also have to pay a significant price. The currency used during these internal auctions was not credits, but top-tier weapons and equipment, as well as precious in-game items that were generally not sold to the public. Either that or magic crystals at the bare minimum. Even coins were not accepted. The internal auction was equivalent to using real-world resources to exchange for resources in God's domain as Zero Wing. This was indeed an excellent opportunity. S-rank nutrient fluids and virtual gaming cabins were generally not things that could be purchased even if one had the money to do so. Yet, these items were paramount to a guild's development. Even if one was reluctant to part with their resources in God's domain, they would still be willing to part with a considerable portion if it meant obtaining these items to Feng. However, this was wonderful news. Currently, he had plenty of resources in God's domain, such as the advanced mana armor kits, magic devices, and various exotic potions, and now the Titan devices. He also possessed advanced speedboats, which were important to the various superpowers at this stage of the game. If push came to shove, he could even use the miniature ballistas, soul water, and soul crystals, items that a superpower like the Secret Pavilion would definitely want to trade. Not to mention, he could also produce all of these items without limit, so long as he had the materials. He was more than willing to convert these items into real-world resources. I heard that the Secret Pavilion has put in quite a lot of effort into its internal auction this time. Participation in it offers plenty of benefits for an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing. It's best if you make some preparations for the auction. Endless Scars gave a reminder before disconnecting the call. There is indeed a need to make some preparations. Feng nodded in agreement. The items sold at the Secret Pavilion's internal auction were not cheap. Based on what he had heard, a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid could go for 3 to 4 million credits worth of rare items, which really wasn't a price that ordinary guilds could afford. If he did not stockpile some resources ahead of time, he might end up being a spectator at the auction after his call with Endless Scars ended. Feng resumed forging Titan devices. In order to increase his success rate, he had even taken out his precious magical gold as well as 100+ Magisteel ingots, which the guild had collected, raising his success rate to roughly 35%. As Feng continued forging Titan devices, he became increasingly proficient at it. Moreover, when he recalled the scene where Celiura remolded and repaired 1,000 transformations, particularly how she utilized magic arrays to condense materials together, he could not help trying to condense materials using magic arrays himself, especially since he had the 7 Luminaries ring to increase the ambient mana density. After all, as long as he learned to condense materials using magic arrays, not only would his production speed increase, but his success rate would also increase. Significantly, the first attempt failed. The second attempt failed. After experiencing numerous failures, Feng started recalling and experimenting with the various magic arrays he had produced before. Suddenly, the Celestial Magic Array came to mind. Out of curiosity, he tried using a foundational Celestial Magic Array to condense the materials. As the materials took shape, the amount of mana gathered in the magic array became increasingly terrifying. 5 minutes later, a Titan device appeared before his eyes. However, unlike the previous Titan devices he made, the color of this Titan device was silver instead of a dull gray. Did it succeed? Feng carefully inspected the Titan device's attribute panel. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification entered Feng's ears. System, congratulations. You have created a new advanced item system. Congratulations. You have been promoted into a Master Forger. Chapter 1410, All-Round Device. Chapter 1410, All-Round Device. I got promoted into a Master. Feng could not help his confusion as he looked at the system notification. He had long since maxed out his forging proficiency. However, he had not created any new item since becoming an advanced forger. So he had remained stuck at the rank all this time. It never occurred to him that creating a new advanced item would directly promote him into a Master Forger. With this, he would save a lot of time now that Feng had truly been promoted into a Master Forger. He could retrieve the Master Forger's insignia and further improve his production success rate. He could also start learning foundational forging skills, which were reserved for Master Forgers. These foundational forging skills were of great help to Master Forgers in creating new items. For example, There was material analysis, which allowed master forgers to analyze material to get a better idea of what materials would complement it. Aside from that, there was also attribute analysis, which allowed master forgers to produce weapons and equipment tailored to a particular player, allowing the said player to exert more of their actual strength due to the existence of these skills. Master forgers enjoyed a much higher status than advanced forgers. There's no reward notification for becoming a master forger. Could someone else have become a master forger already? Feng felt slightly surprised as he took a look at the system notification. Once more, reaching the master rank was not easy for lifestyle players, especially in the top 3 most popular lifestyle classes. A lot of effort was needed to do so. Even Cream Cocoa and the others, people supplied with all sorts of precious resources, had yet to become master forgers. Meanwhile, he had only managed to become a master forger so quickly due to his luck. He never imagined that there would actually be someone who would become a master forger even sooner than he did. However, Feng did not dwell on the matter. There were plenty of talents in God's domain. There was nothing strange about someone becoming a master forger ahead of him after his joy from becoming a master forger faded. Feng shifted his gaze to the silver device sitting atop his workbench before. Due to his excitement, he had completely neglected to inspect his creation. What amazing attributes! Feng's eyes glowed as he looked at the attribute panel displayed before him. Not only did the silver device increase the user's surrounding mana density by an additional 20% when compared to the Titan device, but it also amplified basic attributes. Although it only increased the user's basic attributes by 5%, this was still a rare bonus. After all, the Titan device was originally a tool specifically meant to counter low mana density environments. Now, that also increased all of its users' basic attributes by 5%. Using it was equivalent to equipping an additional advanced mana armor kit. System, please give the advanced item a name. You may also leave your personal mark on this item. Since it increases both attributes and the environmental mana, let's call it the all-round device. After giving the matter some thought, Feng wrote down the new name for his creation. With this, he could make as many copies of the forging design as he wished. However, he would allow only those who had become master forgers to attempt forging the all-round device. After all, the difficulty of forging his creation was slightly higher than that of the Titan device. It would be a miracle if an advanced forger could attain even a 10% success rate after becoming a master forger. Feng did not immediately continue forging all-round devices. Instead, he made a trip to the Forging Association to collect his Master Forger's insignia. While he was at it, he also spent 20 gold to learn material analysis and attribute analysis. Master Forger's insignia, dark gold rank item. Increases production speed by 20% and production success rate by 3% user restriction. Yifeng. Cannot be dropped. With the Master Forger's insignia, not only did he take less time to forge the all-round device, but his forging success rate also increased considerably. In addition, due to him being the creator, he also received a slight bonus to his production success rate. Now, even without the support from materials like the magical gold, he still achieved a 40% success rate. On average, he could produce 2 all-round devices out of 5 attempts. With this, the cost of the all-round device was directly halved to only 6 gold. Moreover, the EXP awarded for successfully forging an all-round device was much higher than that for the Titan device. Each success awarded EXP equivalent to a chieftain of the same level. Meanwhile, Feng took roughly 15 minutes to successfully produce 1 all-round device, essentially spending 15 minutes to kill a chieftain of the same level. Although the efficiency was slightly poor, he could keep producing the all-round device as long as he had sufficient materials. This would be equivalent to him continuously killing chieftains of the same level, something rarely possible out in the fields overall. Feng's experience bar skyrocketed following which Feng forged 1 all-round device after another, passing more than half a day unawares. Meanwhile, he also reached 76% of level 57. As long as he continued forging the all-round device for another day, he would reach level 58. In the eyes of other players, this would definitely be an astonishingly fast leveling speed. Just as Feng was about to start forging another all-round device, Gentle Snow suddenly contacted him, guild leader. The ranking competition is about to start soon. Why aren't you here yet? Don't tell me you've forgotten about it? Gentle Snow asked, a frown on her facettes, starting already. Feng automatically checked the time and discovered that he had actually unknowingly spent close to an entire day cooped up inside his special forging room. All right, I'll head over immediately. His harvest today was considerably good. Due to his increasing proficiency with the forging process, he managed to forge a total of 131 all-round devices and over 100 Titan devices. Not only did he have enough for his trip to Karna Island, but he also had some leftovers he could sell or use as a guild benefit, although the Titan device only improved the mana density around its user if it was used appropriately, such as in the exploration of low mana environments. Its value would increase several-fold in reality. There were quite a few low mana environments in God's domain, many of them locations that guilds and adventurer teams wish to explore. Only, due to the environments severely affecting one's combat power, players were generally forced to give up on ranging through these areas. Take the Dragon's Graveyard, a well-known forbidden land in the Black Dragon Empire, for example. Due to a certain incident, many dragons had died in that location in the past. Now, it was a forbidden land for the living, a level 50 to level 100 super large-scale leveling map that had practically no mana present, such that players could not use tier 1 skills and spells there. If players entered the map, their combat power would be reduced to less than 10%. As luck would have it, the bosses located at the inner and core areas of the Dragon's Graveyard had quite a significant chance of dropping the stable design and all sorts of advanced designs and recipes. However, this was still just the tip of the iceberg. If one managed to get the first kill on the Dragon's Graveyard's final boss, they would be awarded their choice of weapon at Black Dragon City. Moreover, this weapon would be a fragmented legendary weapon. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds in the Black Dragon Empire had put in a lot of effort into searching for tools that could help raise one's ambient mana density. Only after gathering sufficient tools did they succeed in raiding the Dragon's Graveyard. Meanwhile, back then, the Titan device had been one of the best tools available for the purpose in the past. A single Titan device had easily sold for 50 gold. One could just imagine how desperate the various large guilds were back then. Of course, compared to the value of a fragmented legendary weapon, this price was not worth mentioning whatsoever. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. As soon as Feng appeared inside Black Dragon City's teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of a massive crowd of players. After he exited the teleportation hall, the players were still packed like sardines. Normally, one could see such a street scene only in small but popular places like Stoneforest Town. Even the imperial capitals of the 4 great empires were far from comparable to Black Dragon City. Right now the streets teemed with not only level 40+ players, but even the rarely seen expert players. Players riding mounts were also a dime a dozen at the moment. It was as if every expert player in the Black Dragon Empire had gathered at Black Dragon City. One could just imagine how lively the ranking competition this time was going to be, following which Feng summoned the evolved demonic Flame Tiger and made his way towards Black Dragon City's underground arena. Chapter 1411. Initial Appearance in Empire. Chapter 1411. Initial Appearance in Empire. Black Dragon City, underground arena. Currently, the street outside the arena was crowded with players. However, the players that could actually enter the facility numbered extremely few. Players who wished to enter the underground arena needed an invitation from the secret pavilion or to have passed the qualifiers for the official competition. Everyone else could only stand outside the arena, of course, catering to the general public's interest. The secret pavilion would also livestream the competition on the large screens outside the underground arena, allowing people on the streets to watch the matches. This was a privilege available only to players that had rented the entire underground arena. However, it cost around 15,000 gold to rent the underground arena of an imperial capital for an entire day. Most likely, only the secret pavilion was capable of carrying out such a feat. Other superpowers would balk at spending so much money just to host a competition aside from playing on the screens outside the underground arena. the live stream of the competition would also be uploaded to the official forums, allowing all players in the Black Dragon Empire to watch it as well. Hence, a player who achieved a good battle record in the competition could definitely become famous throughout the Empire meanwhile. The members of guilds that receive an invitation from the Secret Pavilion were currently entering the Underground Arena 1 after another quick look. Those players in that group seem to be from the first-rate guild Undefeated Dynasty. Their levels are so high. They're all actually above level 45. Look, those people seem to be Fantasy Shrines members. The equipment they're using is so good. Every one of them is actually geared with 1 or 2 pieces of epic equipment. The bystanders were stunned by the 5 first-rate guilds that were entering the Underground Arena. The weapons and equipment worn by the expert players they normally saw were already plenty amazing. However, now they were looking at the representatives of the 5 first-rate guilds whose levels and items surpassed those of expert players by leaps and bounds meanwhile. Each of the 5 first-rate guilds attending the competition this time had sent between 8 and 12 representatives. Even the most inferior piece of equipment these representatives wore was level 40 dark gold equipment. As for epic weapons and equipment, although not everybody was equipped with one, each first-rate guild boasted at least 7 or 8, let alone the ordinary players on the street. Even the second-rate guilds attending the competition were shocked at the robust foundations these first-rate guilds displayed. Snow, is the guild leader not here yet? Zhao Yueru asked as she walked out of the Underground Arena. Currently, she was dressed in a set of dazzling crimson robes and held a blue crystal staff in her hand meanwhile. The instant Zhao Yueru appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of many players on the street. However, while part of the reason why so many players had their attention stolen by her was the contrast between her devilish body and angelic countenance, the greater reason was her personal fame just recently. Zhao Yueru had annihilated the expert team of Corpse Soul all by herself. Meanwhile, Corpse Soul was an infamous dark guild in the Black Dragon Empire. The top-tier experts of the Dark Guild were existences that gave the various large guilds headaches. Many second-rate guilds and even first-rate guilds had to treat the Dark Guild cautiously yet, due to one of Corpse Soul's experts provoking Zhao Yueru. The latter had annihilated the entire 20-man team said expert belonged to. Enraged by this situation, Corpse Soul had dispatched several of its top-tier experts to assassinate Zhao Yueru. However, not only did those top-tier experts fail to accomplish their mission, but a few of them had even fallen in her hands after news of this matter spread. Zhao Yueru's nickname of Flame, which became famous across the entire Black Dragon Empire, he should be here soon, Gentle Snow said as she looked at the time. Grinning, she said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that you can't wait to show Yi Feng the results of your latest training?" The guild's core upper echelon knew that Yi Feng and Black Flame were the same person. Back when Gentle Snow found out, she had been stunned. She had never imagined that Yi Feng could create such a powerful guild, one capable of rivaling even veteran first-rate guilds. All by himself, Of course, I want to see what kind of reaction he'll make when he finds out that I've already reached the refinement realm. Zhao Yueru giggled ever since joining Zero Wing. She realized that there would always be someone better than herself. Previously, she had been one of Ouroboros's top-ranking top-tier experts. Yet, after entering Zero Wing, she had failed to rank even within the top 10 of the guild. However, now that she had become a refinement realm expert, she was confident of entering the top 10 of Zero Wing and instantly reaching the level of peak experts like Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose. While Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru were chatting, another team of players walked out of the entrance of the Underground Arena. These players all sported a crimson flame emblem, the symbol of the Crimson Castle Guild, one of the guilds that frequently clashed with Zero Wing's branch guild, which Gentle Snow managed. Although Crimson Castle was only a second-rate guild, Nine Dragons Emperor secretly supported it. Crimson Castle had also allied with a few other second-rate guilds. Hence, the guild strength was not one bit inferior to that of first-rate guild's guild leader Snow. Long time no see. I never thought that you would be interested in the ranking competition as well. It seems the competition this time is going to be interesting. Crimson Fox, the guild leader of Crimson Castle, said, smiling as he walked up to Gentle Snow. "Aren't you here as well, Guild Leader Crimson?" Gentle Snow said. She could not help but feel a little surprised as she looked at Crimson Fox and his entourage currently. Crimson Fox had already reached level 45, and the majority of his equipment were dark gold rank. As for the weapon he carried and the top he wore, Gentle Snow could not determine their quality due to their glow effects having been hidden. However, she could tell that they were either epic rank or epic growth-type weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, similar to Crimson Fox, the other members of Crimson Castle were all level 45. The weapons and equipment they possessed nearly rivaled Crimson Fox's. Aside from these players, Gentle Snow had also spotted 2 cloaked players among Crimson Castle's team. Although she could not see the levels and equipment of these players, the pressure she picked up from them was much greater than even the pressure Crimson Fox exuded. Guild Leader Snow, neither of our guilds were able to achieve a clear victory in our previous war with each other. Are you interested in settling our dispute through the ranking competition this time? Crimson Fox said, a sly smile on his face. How do you want to compete? Gentle Snow asked. We'll compete using our guild rankings in the competition this time. Whoever places higher will be the winner. Meanwhile, whoever loses will give up on Hidden Fog Town. How about it? Crimson Fox suggested, as Crimson Fox had deliberately spoken in a very loud voice. Everyone on the street heard his words. What's going on? Is Crimson Castle planning on competing with Zero Wing? As expected of large guilds, they're actually using a town as a wager. I wonder if Zero Wing will dare to accept the challenge. If Zero Wing is afraid of accepting even such a small challenge, what qualifications does it have to participate in the ranking competition? At this moment, everyone could not help but turn a look at Gentle Snow and Crimson Fox in regard to this situation. Gentle Snow also hesitated to decide. Hidden Fog Town, a dark town located in the vicinity of Lake Heart City, had a mithril vein. Conquering Hidden Fog Town was equivalent to obtaining the mithril vein, which would greatly help in a guild's production of weapons and equipment. Only, due to Zero Wing and Crimson Castle's inconclusive war over this dark town, neither guild had managed to capture it thus far. While Gentle Snow was hesitating, a deep voice resounded throughout the entire street before the underground arena. Okay, Zero Wing agrees to your conditions. Immediately, every player on the street shifted their gaze to the source of the voice. In the next moment, a majestic monster with its paws covered in flames and lightning stalked into the crowd. Radiating an indescribably heavy pressure, this monster was none other than the evolved demonic flame tiger. In terms of strength, it surpassed even a lord of the same level. Not to mention elite players. Even expert players would have to run for their lives if they encountered the demonic flame tiger as an opponent. Meanwhile, upon seeing the demonic flame tiger, the players standing in its path moved to the side automatically, wearing dumbfounded expressions. What kind of mount is that? How is it giving off such intense pressure? Who is that person? Chapter 14:12. All parties alarmed. Chapter 14:12. All parties alarmed. And you are? Crimson Fox could not help but grow confused as he watched Feng approach his location currently. Feng was wearing a black cloak, so Crimson Fox could not see his appearance and level at all. However, based on the deadly threat Crimson Fox sensed from the demonic flame tiger, he could tell that Feng was definitely not your run-of-the-mill expert. Everyone present similarly shifted their gazes to Feng, curious to find out Feng's identity. In the next moment, Feng removed his black cloak, displaying his disguise as Black Flame. Currently, he was fully garbed in black, light armor sporting dark blue magical patterns. At his waist hung 2 exquisite long swords. The mana enveloping his body was also much denser than the ambient mana. Meanwhile, those within range of Feng's aura felt as if they were standing before a humanoid beast. Right now's Black Flame. You mean the Black Flame with the nickname of Sword King? Yes, I am absolutely sure of it. I've watched his battle videos before. I never imagined he would actually come to spectate this competition. Crap, just what kind of equipment is he wearing? The mana surrounding his body feels so dense. A few players familiar with Black Flame immediately recognized Feng's identity. A huge commotion promptly broke out on the street as everyone started discussing Black Flame in Starmoon Kingdom. Everyone was familiar with Black Flame's name. However, aside from merchant players, most players rarely paid attention to matters relating to other kingdoms and empires. If not for the God's Domain experts list having recorded Black Flame's name, ordinary players would most likely have no idea who Black Flame was guild leader. At this moment, Gentle Snow's eyes were filled with surprise as she looked at Feng. Although she had long since known that Feng improved rapidly, she never imagined that it would be this fast. It had only been a short time since the last siege war at Stoneforest Town ended. Yet compared to the pressure she felt from Feng back then, the pressure he gave off now was superior by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the various large guilds present on the street were likewise shocked by the pressure from Feng. So, this is Zero Wing's guild leader? It seems the rumors about him are true after all. He really is a monstrous existence. Fortunately, the ranking competition forbids guild leader and vice guild leader characters from participating. Otherwise, Zero Wing would definitely be the dark horse of this competition. The upper echelons of the various large guilds inwardly celebrated as they looked at Feng. If the secret pavilion allowed someone like Black Flame to participate in the ranking competition, Zero Wing would be unstoppable. In the entire Black Dragon Empire, most likely only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion possessed experts capable of contending against Black Flame as Feng approached the members of Crimson Castle on the demonic Flame Tiger. The aura he exuded also grew increasingly powerful. Even the space around him started to stagnate. Meanwhile, those subjected to his aura felt an indescribable pressure bearing down on them, discomfort overwhelming their bodies. Soared King Black Flame. Initially, Crimson Fox also revealed a shocked expression at his taste of Feng's presence. Very quickly, however, he calmed down and smiled, saying, "Since guild leader Black Flame has already said so, whichever one of our two guilds ranks lower in this competition will have to give up on Hidden Fog Town." Naturally, Feng nodded with guild leader Black Flame's word. "I can rest assured now. I still have other matters to attend to, so I will not take up your time, guild leader Black Flame." Upon hearing Feng's answer, Crimson Fox revealed a delighted smile. He immediately turned around and walked back into the underground arena. Meanwhile, the two cloaked players in Crimson Fox's entourage could not help but send a few additional glances at Feng before re-entering the arena. Boss, that person is Black Flame. He might have prepared some trump cards for the competition. Is it really all right to proceed with our original plan to compete with Zero Wing? A level 45 shield warrior standing beside Crimson Fox asked worriedly, "What's there to worry about?" The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has long since investigated everything there is to know about Zero Wing. While the top-ranking experts of Zero Wing are indeed scary, none of those experts are among the representatives Zero Wing has dispatched for the competition this time. Zero Wing's representatives consist solely of the experts that originally belonged to Ouroboros. There's no need to be fearful of them, Crimson Fox sneered. Even if Black Flame does have some kind of backup plan, do you think our side doesn't possess one as well? Boss, what do you mean? The shield warrior asked in confusion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has always found Zero Wing to be an eyesore. Do you think they would secretly send only two experts to help Crimson Castle? Crimson Fox whispered. Rest assured, Zero Wing has no chance of winning against us. Most likely, even getting into the top 10 will be a problem for them. After all, among the participants in the competition this time, many are newcomers nurtured by superpowers. After the shield warrior gave the matter some thought, he found his guild leader's words reasonable. In order to ensure its conquest of Hidden Fog Town, Crimson Castle had made plenty of preparations. The shield warrior then unconsciously turned to look at the two cloaked men some distance behind him. His body shuddered involuntarily when he felt the killing intent the two were radiating. He had personally witnessed the strength of these two players before, even when these two players went up against 5 of Crimson Castle's top 10 experts all by themselves. They had easily emerged victorious, not even losing 1/10 of their HPs. Moreover, this was while the two players were keeping many of their trump cards hidden. If those two players went all out, they could trounce all 10 of Crimson Castle's strongest experts, even if the latter teamed up. Guild leader, you shouldn't have agreed to their bet so hastily, Gentle Snow said helplessly as she looked at Feng. It is obvious that Crimson Castle has come prepared this time. The two cloaked experts following behind Crimson Fox have never appeared in our investigations of Crimson Castle before. It is highly possible that they are Crimson Castle's trump cards this time. Although those two experts had hidden their levels and equipment, the killing intent they radiated was no laughing matter. They must have experienced countless battles to have gained that kind of killing intent. Moreover, she could tell that those two experts were already actively restraining their killing intent. Only, as the killing intent they cultivated ran bone deep, they couldn't conceal it completely. She had no doubt that those two experts were frighteningly powerful. Otherwise, Crimson Fox would not have so willingly agreed to such a risky bet, that's right. Guild leader, the pressure I felt from them is much stronger than even what the top-tier experts of Corp Soul gave off. There's a high chance that those two players are Refinement Realm experts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt such intense pressure from them, Zhao Yuuru said, nodding in agreement with Gentle Snow's words. Far from just Refinement Realm experts. Those two people have already reached the Flowing Water Realm. They are capable of making the best response through observing their opponents, Feng said, shaking his head when he was walking towards Crimson Castle's group. He could clearly feel how powerful those two cloaked players were. Or, to put it in another way, their presence was right in his face. Hence, he had deliberately released his aura in order to test the two cloaked players' reactions, and indeed, just like he had guessed, both of them were definitely experts. The instant he directed killing intent towards Crimson Castle's group, only these two players had prepared to retaliate straight away. It was obvious that they had perceived and reacted to the subtle actions he made. As for Crimson Fox and the others, they had not shown a single reaction whatsoever. Guild leader, why did you agree to the bet then? Gentle Snow could not help but grow anxious. Going up against two Flowing Water Realm experts was no joke. In a situation where both sides possessed similar levels and attributes, either one of these Flowing Water Realm experts could easily annihilate all 5 members that Zero Wing had dispatched. With these two players taking the field, Crimson Castle had a sporting chance of contesting for the top 3 positions. If the first-rate guilds taking part in this competition did not dispatch any powerful experts, it might even be possible for Crimson Castle to win the championship. As for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild like itself would not take such a ranking competition seriously. At most, it would only field some of the newcomers it nurtured to let them gain some experience. Want to be interesting that way? Feng retorted, laughing. Not to mention, if even Crimson Castle has some trump cards, do you think Zero Wing doesn't? Chapter 1413, Feng's Trump Cards. Chapter 1413, Feng's Trump Cards. Trump cards. Gentle Snow stared at Feng in confusion. Zero Wing had already decided the 5 members who would be participating in the ranking competition. Changing representatives at the last minute was impossible. She had also geared them with the best weapons and equipment available to her. Currently, even the most inferior piece of equipment these 5 players wore was level 45 Dark Gold equipment. Zhao Yuuru was even equipped with a Tier 1 set equipment for Elementalists, in addition to a piece of epic growth-type equipment. The weapon Zhao Yuuru wielded was even an epic staff. In terms of equipment, Zhao Yuuru could definitely rank near the top among those participating in this ranking competition. Hence, it would be very difficult to further upgrade the weapons and equipment of Zero Wing's representatives. As for their techniques, those were not something that could be improved within a short period. This isn't the place to talk about them. Let's go to our guild's designated room first, Feng said as he sent a glance at their surroundings. Currently, members of various large guilds were focused on them. It was obvious that these guilds were starting to grow cautious of Zero Wing in this competition. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement with Feng's word. Feng was currently too eye-catching. He also didn't have his aura concealed. Although it was impossible to make out his level and the quality of his weapons and equipment, judging by the increased mana density around Feng, An expert could readily tell that Feng was incredibly powerful after Feng and the others entered the underground arena. The members of the various large guilds stationed outside the arena to keep an eye out for noteworthy opponents immediately reported back to their superiors. Meanwhile, over a dozen people were currently seated inside one of the underground arena's luxurious VIP rooms. Even the lowest level player among these people was level 45, while the highest even reached level 46. The dark gold equipment they wore were also of a style. These were obviously set equipment. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds had trouble collecting one set of level 45 dark gold set equipment. Yet there were actually 6 sets here. Seated in the front of this group of players were a man and a woman. These two people were none other than Nine Dragons Emperor and Phoenix Rain. Although both of them were representatives of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, they sat on different sides of the room, each of them leading a group of newcomers they'd cultivated on their own. The newcomers of each side also faced their counterparts as if they were mortal enemies. They looked nothing like members of the same guild to the various large guilds. The ranking competitions hosted by the Secret Pavilion were a good opportunity for them to raise their fame. To the various superpowers, however, these competitions were merely amusements. After all, even without doing any publicity, everyone was already familiar with their guild's hints. During every ranking competition, the various superpowers in God's domain would field their internally nurtured newcomers instead of their mainstays. One of the reasons for doing so was to allow the newcomers to gain some combat experience. The second reason was to let the public know just how powerful the newcomers they nurtured were. Interesting. Zero Wing's Black Flame has come as well. Nine Dragons Emperor's lips curled up slightly when he read the report that just came in. He actually agreed to Crimson Castle's wager. It seems he's pretty confident in his own guild members. Pavilion Master, should we supply a few more epic items to Crimson Castle? Martial Dragon whispered no need. The helpers and items we've provided Crimson Castle are already enough to defeat Zero Wing, Nine Dragons Emperor said, shaking his head. Sneering, he continued, however, tell the others to go all out against Zero Wing's members. Make sure to give them a beating. Let the players of the Black Dragon Empire know just what kind of guild Zero Wing is. He hated Zero Wing down to the bone. If not for Phoenix Rain's partnership being known by all in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which prevented him from publicly mobilizing the pavilion's forces against Zero Wing a second time, he would have long since trampled Zero Wing's branch guild. He wouldn't have let the branch guild survive until now, however. As long as Crimson Castle won its bet and secured Hidden Fog Town, Zero Wing's branch guild's days would be numbered. Hidden Fog Town did not only possess a small mithril vein, but was also located in Sky Fog Valley, a resource-rich map, as well as the most important level 50 to level 70 map in the Lake Heart City region. As long as Crimson Castle obtained Hidden Fog Town, it would have absolute control over Sky Fog Valley. Moreover, the several second-rate guilds Crimson Castle was allied with could easily gather at the guild town then. As long as Zero Wing's members dared to set foot into Sky Fog Valley, they would not get out alive. Furthermore, without the resources of Sky Fog Valley, Zero Wing's development at Lake Heart City would definitely slow down. Sooner or later, Crimson Castle would surpass Zero Wing and chase it out of Lake Heart City. Meanwhile, even if the upper echelon of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were to find out about this matter, they would not say anything about it. After all, Nine Dragons Emperor did not personally take action. Understood. Martial Dragon nodded. He then proceeded to make the necessary arrangements. Inside one of the rooms that the secret pavilion prepared for the various invited guilds. Guild leader, the competition is about to start soon. Just what do you want to show us? Zhao Yuru asked curiously. At this point, it was already impossible for them to further increase their combat power, unless they took the equipment of Aqua Rose and the guild's other peak experts. However, that was obviously out of the question. Aside from that, Zhao Yuru could not think of anything else that could possibly increase their strength within such a short time. First, eat these, Feng said as he took out one moonlight fruit after another from his bag. The moonlight fruit was a treasure he had harvested from the Dark Canyon. When consumed, it would permanently improve the user's physique by 2%. A player could consume a maximum of 5 moonlight fruits permanently improving their physique by 10%. He had only obtained a little over 100 moonlight fruits from the Dark Canyon. After distributing some to Aqua Rose and the others who had reached level 50, he had only 83 left guild leader. How did you manage to get your hands on these things? Shock filled Gentle Snow's eyes when she read the Moonlight Fruit's introductory text. She had never even heard about a fruit capable of permanently increasing a player's physique, much less seen one. Such a fruit could easily sell for thousands of gold. Nevertheless, Feng took out 30 Moonlight Fruits, including a portion for her. I got them from the secret land my promotion quest transported me to. Make sure not to tell anyone about them. Feng did not hide the origin of the Moonlight Fruit, as everyone present was a trusted aide of Gentle Snow. Moreover, he was also familiar with their personalities in the past. These top-tier experts of Uroboros were all very famous in Starmoon Kingdom besides Zhao Yueru. The others participating in the ranking competition this time were Fierce Snake, Windmill, Wild Bone, and Negative Life. Fierce Snake was a level 45 Berserker, while Windmill was a level 45 Summoner, both of them former members of Uroboros' 12 Apostles. As for Wild Bone, he was a level 45 Shield Warrior and was previously Uroboros' third-ranking Shield Warrior. Lastly, Negative Life was a level 46 Ranger. In terms of talent, he was inferior only to Soaring Snake, the leader of the 12 Apostles. Only, as he had entered the virtual gaming world a lot later than Soaring Snake, his combat standards had been inferior to Soaring Snake's. However, after receiving various resources from Zero Wing, his combat standards had improved rapidly. Right now, he was already close to rivaling Minor Wind in terms of combat standards. These people had stayed by Gentle Snow's side all this time, so Feng was not afraid word of the Moonlight Fruit would leak out. These Moonlight Fruits are amazing. I can already feel my combat power increasing by at least 10%. Zhao Yueru exclaimed in surprise after consuming 5 Moonlight Fruits and carefully sensing the changes to her body. As for everyone else, due to their deficient standards, their combat power had only increased by 5% or so. Right, don't get too excited yet. Just a 10% increase to your physique won't be enough to make up for the gap in techniques. Next up were these, Feng said as he began taking out epic items from his bag one after another, placing a total of 6 on the table. A portion of these epic items was loot from Heaven's Burial, while the rest came from boss drops and quest guild leader. Did you rob a kingdom's treasury? Zhao Yueru's eyes widened when she saw the epic items on the table. The others were likewise stupefied by this scene. While they all knew that Zero Wing's foundations were extraordinary, they had never thought that the guild could still bring out so many epic items for them to use. Right. Yueru, how much intelligence and strength do you currently have? Feng asked. My intelligence is at 1,370. As for my strength, it's at 400, Zhao Yueru stated proudly. These attributes were considerably high for an elementalist of her level. That should be barely enough, Feng muttered after some mental calculations. He then started taking out attribute gemstones and a skill book for a tier 1 passive skill that increased the user's strength attribute. First, equip these tier 3 gemstones. After you're done, with a magic devouring charm and Eye of Arnos. Zhao Yueru was rendered speechless when she heard Feng's comment that her attributes were barely enough. However, she still obediently equipped the attribute gemstones and the 2 pieces of epic equipment and learned the tier 1 skill. How are your intelligence and strength now? Feng asked. My intelligence is at 1,590 and my strength is at 614, Zhao Yueru replied, feeling greatly elated. Good. Then temporarily set aside that staff of yours and use this one for the competition, Feng said as he handed Frostflame's Wrath to Zhao Yueru. Chapter 14:14. Competition starts. Chapter 14:14. Competition starts. This is, as Zhao Yueru gazed at the staff with a red and white glow, its beauty captivated Eros, a fragmented legendary weapon. Frostflame's Wrath radiated an intense, powerful the moment it appeared, making ordinary players feel quite uncomfortable. The surrounding mana inadvertently flowed towards Frostflame's Wrath, and it instantly became the focal point of the room at this moment. Zhao Yueru wasn't the only one to notice how unique Frostflame's Wrath was. Even Gentle Snow and the others had noticed the weapon's extraordinary features. Could that be? Gentle Snow had déjà vu when she saw Frostflame's wrath. A possibility surfaced in her mind, but she quickly shook the thought away, refusing to believe it was feasible when Zhao Uru accepted Frostflame's wrath and checked its attribute panel. She was stunned. How is this possible? This is a fragmented legendary weapon. Zhao Yueru couldn't believe her eyes. To obtain a single epic item, a large guild would have to invest countless resources and manpower. At this stage of the game, a first-rate guild would be fortunate to have 7 or 8 epic items. Even the various superpowers had very few epic items, however. Even now, no one had heard of any of the superpowers obtaining a fragmented legendary item. First-rate guilds and below could only fantasize of wielding such items, yet Feng had just handed her a fragmented legendary staff. She even began to wonder if Feng had a few hidden backers. You need to keep this staff a secret. You should be aware of the consequences should others discover this matter. Feng whispered a warning. Although he had revealed Frostflame's wrath, not just any player could inspect it. Only the wielder could check its attribute panel. Hence, aside from Zhao Yueru and himself, nobody knew that Frostflame's wrath was a fragmented legendary weapon. However, since Gentle Snow had her own fragmented legendary item, could likely guess the staff's identity. Other players would, at most, assume it was a top-tier epic weapon. After all, fragmented legendary items were truly too rare. Even after 10 years in God's domain, Shadow had never obtained a single fragmented legendary item. Zhao Yueru nodded seriously. She had never expected Feng to let her use such a precious weapon. She wouldn't expose the guild's secrets. All right, before you enter the competition field, use these all-round devices. How far you go in the competition will depend on you. Feng then took out 10 all-round devices and handed them to Zero Wing's 5 representatives. Each all-round device lasted 4 hours, 1 hour more than the Titan device's duration. 2 all-round devices should be more than enough to last until the end of the ranking competition. Although players weren't allowed to use magic scrolls and items such as berserk potions and frost grenades in the secret pavilion's ranking competitions, they could use anything else. The underground arena's large-scale arena in the Black Dragon Empire could accommodate 100,000 people. Currently, players filled the space. The venue was even livelier than the competitions in the Dark Arena due to the ranking competition's lower restrictions. This time, the secret pavilion had invited all of the local second-rate guilds and above. The local well-known players and adventurer teams had received an invite as well. It wasn't hard to fill the underground arena's largest venue. So many players are participating in the competition this time. I know, right? The last one only included the players from the Black Dragon Empire, but I've heard that quite a few superpowers have sent their newcomers to gain some experience in this competition. In addition, famous experts from the neighboring kingdoms have come to join the fun. The secret pavilion has doubled the number of official slots in the competition. Now, a total of 6,400 people can take part. Many of the top 100 players from the previous competition will likely lose their spots. Haha! Our 100 Beast Adventurer team's commander and vice commander will definitely rank among the top 200. We'll be able to rank among the top 30 adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire. Top 200? Your commander only ranked 40th during the last competition. He'll be lucky to make it into the top 500 this time. I heard that even the FFF adventurer team is only aiming to get 2 people into the top 100. After all, the newcomers from the various superpowers are terrifying. Furthermore, several hundred top and well-known adventurer teams from the neighboring kingdoms have also sent participants. That's right. Don't forget, this competition isn't just a contest between adventurer teams. The Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds are also participating. Those guilds' foundations are far more powerful than adventurer teams. One top-tier expert from a second-rate guild could easily trample an expert from a well-known adventurer team. Only representatives from top adventurer teams have a chance of securing a top position in this competition. The crowd and the spectator stands engaged in heated discussions regarding the competition generally. They only got to watch such a large-scale competition once a month. It was the highest standard competition ordinary players had access to. Most ordinary players envied those who got to watch the competition in person, however. These players were even more jealous of the players in the 30 VIP rooms. From these rooms, players could see the 10 stages as if they stood next to them. The difference between the experience of sitting in a VIP room versus sitting in the spectator stands was like the difference between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, there was a limited number of VIP rooms available. After prioritizing the superpowers, the secret pavilion handed these rooms to the first and second-rate guilds before dividing the rest among the top 5 adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire. Everyone else could only look upon these rooms in envy while players chatted. Yuan Tiexin, the host of this ranking competition, appeared on the main stage. Immediately, cheers erupted throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to watch the Black Dragon Empire's monthly ranking competition. As there are a lot more participants this time, we've modified the competition slots and rules slightly. First, there are 6,400 official participants this month. These participants will be categorized into 10 stages. Each participant will fight in 30 matches. The system will randomly determine these matches' competitors. Each victory will grant 1 point. In the end, the top 100 participants of each stage will move on to the competition's main phase. During the main phase, guilds and adventurer teams that rank within the top 3 of their respective categories in terms of average strength will receive an invitation to the Secret Pavilion's internal auction. I won't continue to waste everyone's time, so let the competition begin. The moment Yuan Tiexin announced the start of the competition, the audience cheered once more. At the same time, the various participants felt a heavy pressure weigh them down. They hadn't realized that the first phase alone would eliminate 5,400 players. Every one of the 6,400 participants was an expert, yet so many people would be eliminated so quickly. This competition would be far crueler than the previous events, which had only included 3,200 players. After Yuan Tiexin finished speaking, the system began to distribute the 6,400 participants randomly into 10 groups. Each group had 640 participants. However, only 100 players would proceed to the final phase. The various guilds and adventure teams' ranks would be determined based on their average results during this final phase. Zero Wing is pretty lucky. All 5 of its representatives have been selected for the competition's 2 death groups. Ranking among the top 50 won't be a problem, not to mention ranking among the top 10 guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. Crimson Fox could not help but laugh when he saw the system-generated lists, sneering as he glanced at the VIP rooms above him. Chapter 14:15. Who has bad luck? Chapter 14:15. Who has bad luck? The screens above the 10 stages displayed the participants' numbers in each group. Of course, the various major powers had already investigated the noteworthy participants. The moment the system finished forming each group, they located the noteworthy participants' stages. The participant for the 3rd and 5th group are amazing. Isn't number 29 Falling Flowers, the 10th ranked swordsman in the Purple Thorns Empire? Crap. Thorny Language, one of the experts that ranked within the top 100 in the previous competition, is number 1,514. The spectators talked among themselves when they saw the name lists on the screens. Group 3 and 5 received the most attention. These 2 groups contained 1/3 of the players who had been predicted to rank among the top 100 this time. The battles in these 2 groups would be very intense. When Gentle Snow saw the list from her VIP room, her expression darkened. Among Zero Wing's 5 representatives, 2 had been assigned to Group 3, and 3 were in Group 5. It wouldn't have been a problem if these groups had slightly more experts than the others, but that clearly wasn't the case. Among the Superpowers newcomers, 13 were in Group 3, and 19 had been assigned Group 5. These 2 groups alone included more than half of the newbies from the various superpowers. In addition, each of these 2 groups had over a dozen representatives from first-rate guilds. They also consisted of many players from the various top adventure teams. Overall, these people had taken roughly 90 slots among the 2 groups. There were also the various independent experts from the Black Dragon Empire and the neighboring kingdoms. Who knew if dark horses hid among these independent experts? Group 3 and 5 were death groups. Aside from Zhao Yueru, Zero Wings representatives would have a difficult time qualifying for the competition's final phase. If they encountered one of the seeded participants or one of the superpowers newcomers, they would have to endure an arduous battle. Points would be awarded to guild representatives who made it into the final phase. These points would be used to calculate each guild's rank. Aside from superpowers, which wouldn't be included in the guild rankings, each guild had 5 representatives. Naturally, the more qualified representatives a guild possessed, the greater its advantage would be unless 3 or more of Zero Wings representatives made it to the final phase. It would be at a disadvantage against Crimson Castle. Furthermore, Crimson Castle had 2 Flowing Water Realm experts. Those 2 experts were almost guaranteed to rank quite high during the final phase. Relax. None of them should have any problem qualifying for the next phase, Feng reassured, chuckling when he noticed General Snow's worried look. While there were many experts in Group 3 and 5, Zhao Yueru and the others were no weaklings. Their weapons and equipment ranked among the best in this competition. In addition, they had equipped the all-round device. They had no reason to fear anything less than a refinement realm expert. Feng's confidence rendered Gentle Snow speechless. If this were an ordinary competition, she wouldn't mind losing. In fact, this was a good opportunity for Zhao Yueru and the others to gain combat experience. However, the development of Zero Wings Branch Guild was on the line. If they succeeded, it would further the Branch Guild's progress in the Black Dragon Empire, enabling it to contend with the 5 first-rate guilds in the Empire. If they failed, however, the consequences would force her into an awkward position. After all, she was the Branch Guild's manager. She had no wish to see it fail. As Feng spoke, the competition began, following which the system randomly selected participants for the first fight. In the blink of an eye, the list of matchups appeared on the screen above their respective stages. These participants simply needed to enter their respective stages to begin the match. Group 1, number 4187 vs number 712. Group 2, number 1714 vs number 6024. Group 3, number 584 vs number 5513. Matches occurred simultaneously on the 10 stages. While the audience could watch all 10 stages at the same time, the large screens outside the underground arena would only stream the most noteworthy match. That Shield Warrior with the Crimson Shield is so amazing. He actually killed that level 43 Berserker after losing less than 1/10 of his HP. He is pretty powerful. He either blocked or dodged every one of the Berserker's attacks. The Shield Warrior's defense is impeccable. By my guess, he should rank among the top 100 Shield Warriors. The players crowding the open-air bars outside the underground arena heatedly discussed the players as they watched the live-streamed matches. Most of the matches ended quickly. Generally, each match lasted less than 1 minute. Even in a stalemate, the match would end after a certain amount of time, as this was the competition's initial phase. The victors of these matches would be determined by how much remaining HP each participant possessed. As one match after another came to an end, Fierce Snake, who was in Group 3, was called to the stage. His first opponent was a level 45 Guardian Knight. That Berserker, Fierce Snake, really is unlucky. He has to face Flaming Arm, the 37th ranking Guardian Knight in the Empire, in his first match. He can only blame himself for such poor luck. After ranking 37th in the class rankings during the previous competition, Dragon's Abyss, one of the top 5 top adventurer teams in the Empire, recruited Flaming Arm immediately. With the guild's nurturing, Flaming Arm must have improved quite a lot. He shouldn't have any issues ranking among the top 30 in his class rankings. When Flaming Arm appeared on Group 3's stage, many among the audience shifted their attention to his stage. After all, he was an expert capable of ranking 37th among the Black Dragon Empire's Guardian Knights. In a first-rate guild, he could become one of the guild's core MTS. Moreover, when comparing classes, Guardian Knights had an advantage over Berserkers. The match's outcome was obvious. Zero Wing is actually going to lose its very first match. Crimson Fox laughed as he glanced at Fierce Snake during the initial phase. Each participant had to fight 30 matches. Among the 640 participants in each group, only the top 100 would qualify for the final phase. Based on previous ranking competitions and the intensity of this competition, players' likelihood of qualifying for the final phase was quite low, even if they won 26 of their 30 fights. Only those who win 27 matches were guaranteed to qualify. If Fierce Snake lost his very first match, he would have to win 27 of his 29 remaining matches. Such a feat would be ridiculously difficult. Crimson Fox was also quite familiar with Fierce Snake's strength since he was one of the top-tier experts in Zero Wing's branch guild. Crimson Castle had investigated the Berserker thoroughly. Based on the reports, Fierce Snake would only rank among the top 70 Berserkers in the Empire. Normally, he wouldn't have any trouble qualifying for the final phase. Unfortunately, too many experts were participating in the competition this time. Fierce Snake had also been assigned to one of the two death groups. Now, he had to face Flaming Arm in his very first match. As a result, his chances of qualifying for the final phase had dropped. On Group 3's stage, Fierce Snake and Flaming Arm stared each other down. "You must have crap luck to encounter me in your first match. Well, are you going to leave the stage willingly? Or do you want me to throw you out?" Flaming Arm snickered at the stern-looking Fierce Snake. Any ordinary expert would normally forfeit a match against him to save their strength for the following matches. If they fought him and revealed their trump cards, only to suffer defeat in the end, they'd pay for it in the following matches. "Our luck hasn't yet been determined," Fierce Snake said, chuckling. "You overestimate yourself." Flaming Arm's gaze sharpened when he heard the bell signal the start of the match. Without hesitation, he activated his Berserk skill, growing significantly larger. Raising his shield, he charged at Fierce Snake. Chapter 14:16 Initial Appearance. Chapter 14:16 Initial Appearance. When Flaming Arm was less than 10 yards away from Fierce Snake, he shouted abruptly. Suddenly, his body released a golden glow. Divine swords began to appear around him, rotating as he moved. Tier 1 skill, Divine Storm. When activated, the skill would deal divine damage to all enemies within an 8-yard radius 3 times. Each attack contained 130% of player's strength and dealt 200% weapon damage. Flaming Arm is merciless. He's using his signature move right off the bat. Signature move? While it looks like he's trying to finish his opponent off with Divine Storm, in reality, he's only using it to trick his opponent into defending themselves or dodging his attack. When his opponent has lost the power to resist, he'll finish them off with Divine Adjudication. Divine Adjudication is an unavoidable skill, and Flaming Arm has relied on it to pass the initial phase during previous competitions. A few participants who were familiar with Flaming Arm could not help but pity Fierce Snake. Although Flaming Arm was a Guardian Knight, he had dumped the majority of his free attribute points into his strength. Moreover, his gemstones were all strength-based. He operated more like a DPS player than an MT. Flaming Arm's strength could even rival top-tier Berserkers of the same level. Even his Berserk skill was strength-based, increasing his strength by 100%. Not even a top-tier Berserker of the same level could compete with Flaming Arm once the Guardian Knight activated his Berserk skill. Seeing the enemy Guardian Knight charge towards him fearlessly, Fierce Snake activated Power of Darkness, and faint layers of dark fog swirled around his body. He then rotated as he swung his great sword horizontally. Whirlwind Slash. Immediately, a black tornado dominated Group 3's stage. "What a fool." Flaming Arm sneered as he put even more power into his charge. When the black tornado and the golden tornado clashed, a powerful shockwave tore through the stage. When the tornadoes scattered, everyone watching was stupefied. Impossible. He blocked Flaming Arm's attack. How high is Fierce Snake's strength? Flaming Arm was a Guardian Knight famed for his strength. Very few players had ever blocked his signature move, but if an opponent could block the first assault and retain their stance, Flaming Arm would lose his opportunity to follow up with Divine Adjudication. Flaming Arm's expression hardened as he glared at his opponent during the previous collision. Fierce Snake had only been forced to retreat by 1 step. On the other hand, he had taken 3 steps back. He had also lost over 500 HP. The difference between their strengths was obvious. How is his strength so high? Flaming Arm refused to accept this. To help him score well in the competition, his adventurer team had lent him a set of epic bracers, which boosted his strength considerably. With these bracers equipped, he was even confident of securing one of the top 100 positions. He had lost to an unknown berserker's strength. This all-round device the guild leader had me equip is amazing. Fierce Snake couldn't help his shock when he saw his skill completion rate. In truth, his strength attribute was only slightly higher than Flaming Arm's. The main reason behind the outcome of that clash was his Whirlwind/his completion rate. He had achieved a 90% completion rate with his counterattack. This was the first time he had executed Whirlwind/ so smoothly. As long as his skill's completion rate rose past 85%, every 1% increase would boost the attack's power. Upon reaching 90%, the skill would undergo a qualitative transformation. It was only natural that Flaming Arm had difficulty blocking his attack since I can't overcome his strength. Let's see who lasts until the end. Flaming Arm calmed very quickly. Immediately, he activated Protection Blessing. Then, while disregarding his defense, he attacked Fierce Snake ruthlessly, intent on exchanging blow for blow. Protection Blessing have the damage he received. Even if there was a difference in strength, he had the advantage in an exchange of blows since berserkers didn't have any skills that reduced incoming damage. As everyone assumed that Fierce Snake would dodge Flaming Arm's attacks, the man rushed forward to meet the Guardian Knight in battle rather than retreating. Is his brain broken? He clearly has the advantage in this fight. He could easily win if he just waited out Flaming Arm's Protection Blessing, yet he's charging towards his death. Fierce Snake's behavior confused the spectators. Fierce Snake and Flaming Arm engaged in a vicious battle, attacking and defending. However, a Guardian Knight had a much easier time defending against attacks than a berserker. With a slight adjustment of his shield, Flaming Arm could easily guard a large portion of his body. In contrast, Fierce Snake could only protect a limited space. Even with large swings of his greatsword, the difference between their damages was also clear. Even when Fierce Snake's greatsword struck his opponent, his normal attacks only dealt around minus 3,000 damage. On the other hand, Flaming Arm's normal attacks dealt over minus 6,000 damage. Meanwhile, Flaming Arm had over 80,000 HP. While Fierce Snake only had around 70,000 HP. When Fierce Snake's HP fell to 50%, Flaming Arm still had over 2/3 of his HP left. However, the more Flaming Arm fought Fierce Snake, the more afraid he became. As the battle dragged on, he could sense his opponent's combat standards improving. Moreover, the more Fierce Snake fought, the more natural the berserker's actions became. As a result, it became increasingly difficult to land an attack. On the other hand, Fierce Snake had an easier time hitting him. After another 5 seconds, Fierce Snake had only 1/3 of his HP remaining. However, Flaming Arm had the same. What? Flaming Arm is losing. No one could believe their eyes as they watched Flaming Arm's HP fall below Fierce Snake's, the gap between them growing wider as the seconds ticked by. How is his combat standards so high? Has he been toying with me all this time? When Flaming Arm saw his HP drop to a critical level, he knew that he had lost his chance of winning. Not only was the difference between their combat standards so great, but his Protection Blessing's duration was running out. What Flaming Arm didn't know was that due to the sudden increase of mana density around Fierce Snake, he couldn't fight at his peak. But as the match progressed, Fierce Snake adapted to the increase brought about by the all-round device. Honestly, Fierce Snake could have ended the battle already. However, fighting a top-tier expert like Flaming Arm was inspiring. Hence, he hadn't bothered to use any of his skills, toying with the enemy Guardian Knight. When Fierce Snake eventually eliminated the final strand of Flaming Arm's HP, gasps of amazement echoed from the crowd. Zero Wing's Fierce Snake is so amazing. I never thought that, aside from the several well-known peak experts, Zero Wing had someone like this. I've underestimated Zero Wing. It seems we'll have to be more careful of this berserker later on. His melee combat abilities are too strong. After the match, The various major powers representatives were a little afraid of this berserker, Fierce Snake. After all, Fierce Snake had relied on normal attacks to defeat the Black Dragon Empire's 37th ranking Guardian Knight. If he had used his skills, he would have wiped the floor with Flaming Arm after Fierce Snake's match. Windmill, Wild Bone, and Negative Life completed their matches. Without suspense, they won their respective battles. Moreover, they also won their matches without any skills. No one had seen the true depth of their prowess as the ranking competition grew more intense. Zhao Yueru's turn eventually came Group 5, number 918 vs. number 29. What? The Flame, which is going up against Falling Flowers. Both are experts capable of qualifying for the final phase. To think the system would pit them against each other. This is going to be interesting. Falling Flowers is one of the top 10 swordsman experts in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. I've heard that some time ago, she even defeated Whistling Sword, the 394th ranked player on the God's Domain experts list. On the other hand, even the Dark Guild, Corpse Soul, is helpless against the Flame Witch. This will be an intense fight. Everyone grew excited as they watched the two women approach Group 5 stage. As soon as the match began, both sides activated their berserk skills. Upon doing so, Zhao Yueru executed triple casting. Although she had only cast 2 Tier 1 spells and a Tier 0 spell, both her spell casting speed and her spell's power shocked the audience. Fireballs, flame spears, and flaming chains shot towards Falling Flowers in rapid succession. Despite being a refinement realm expert, Falling Flowers couldn't keep up with the attacks. After exhausting of her life-saving skills, the dozens of fireballs and flame spears killed her instantly. Chapter 1417, Shocking the Empire. Chapter 1417, Shocking the Empire. From the moment the bell signaling the start of the match rang until the moment the system displayed its end, less than 5 seconds had passed. The match was so overwhelmingly one-sided that Falling Flowers hadn't even had time to scream before she transformed into particles of light and disappeared from the stage at this point. Group 5 stage had become a smoldering mess. Looking at the stage, Zhao Yueru was momentarily dazed. She struggled to believe that it had been her doing what just happened. The audience watching Group 5's battle wore dumbfounded expressions, their minds unable to process the unexpected outcome originally. Everyone had assumed that the fight was between two players of equal strength. They had never expected this outcome. Triple casting. Just who is she? Blue Phoenix stared at Zhao Yueru, and his shock current peak magical class experts were just barely learning to triple cast, and Zhao Yueru could already triple speed cast. Even Blue Phoenix had yet to grasp that level of the technique. Even after entering the legacy space of Zero Wing's secret spellcasting technique, she had only grasped double speed casting. Moreover, based on the power of Zhao Yueru's spells, it was obvious that her skill completion rates were very high. How many secrets is Zero Wing hiding? Phoenix Rain couldn't help but glance at Zero Wing's room from her seat next to Blue Phoenix. Zero Wing had previously revealed that it had powerful magical class experts such as Violet Cloud, Aqua Rose, and Alluring Summer. Now, the guild had revealed Zhao Yueru. Due to Zhao Yueru's astonishing performance, the audience began to pay more attention to Zero Wing. How strong is Zero Wing? It even has such a powerful Elementalist expert. I had thought that Zero Wing's only capable expert was the Sword King, Black Flame. Now, it turns out that the guild has such a magical class expert. After this match, the Black Dragon Empire's players began to look into the guild known as Zero Wing the moment they did. However, they flabbergasted. They had never thought that Zero Wing would be Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. This ranking competition is going to be interesting. So, Zero Wing is pretty strong. We'll likely see a change to the Black Dragon Empire's top 10 guild list. Zero Wing should have no problems ranking among the top 10. However, getting into the top 5 will probably be a challenge. After all, the 5 first-rate guilds in our empire have many powerful experts. Why would it be easy to surpass them? While everyone discussed Zero Wing, the various large guilds turned their attention towards the guild as well. They began to search for a method to deal with Zhao Yueru. Zhao Yueru's ability to triple speed cast was powerful, she wasn't undefeatable, following which the spectators' astonishment grew as they watched one match after another. Zero Wing's 5 representatives improving their battle records: 15 consecutive victories, 20 consecutive victories, 30 consecutive victories. It seemed as if no one could stop Zero Wing's representatives. Not even top adventurer reams and first-rate guilds' top-tier experts were a match for them. In the end, all 5 qualified for the final phase. Zhao Yiru, in particular, had displayed overwhelming power from start to finish. On the other hand, some of the representatives from first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams, who had been expected to make it to the final phase, were disqualified. Zero Wing is too awesome. All 5 of its representatives made it. Even the 5 first-rate guilds couldn't accomplish the feat. I've heard that the Zero Wing guild developing in the Black Dragon Empire is only a branch guild. If even the branch guild is this powerful, how much stronger is the main branch? I think I heard that Zero Wing's branch guild in Lakeheart City has been recruiting members. Once the competition is over, I must go and apply to join the guild. Before anyone had realized it, Zero Wing had become a rival for the Black Dragon Empire's top 5 first-rate guilds. Its fame in the Empire skyrocketed. Guild leader, are you sure about giving them so many all-round devices? The outcome of the competition had shocked Gentle Snow. She was very familiar with the standards of Zero Wing's 5 representatives. Although their combat power had increased thanks to the weapons and equipment Feng had provided, the improvement was limited. It wasn't possible for them to achieve such exaggerated results. She might have understood if only Zhao Yueru had been victorious. Yet despite their assignment to the death groups, the other 4 representatives had won their matches as well. This was unbelievable. Fierce Snake and Negative Life's performances were particularly shocking. They had contended with Refinement Realm experts. In the end, they had relied on superior basic attributes and high skill completion rates. Barely defeating their opponents, Gentle Snow had found this outcome incredible. After all, she was fully aware of just how powerful a Refinement Realm expert was. Such experts should have no issues defeating non-Refinement Realm experts, even with 30% higher basic attributes. Furthermore, Fierce Snake and Negative Life's basic attributes weren't much higher than their Refinement Realm opponents. The only explanation for their unexpected performances was the all-round device. Gentle Snow hadn't expected such amazing results from the all-round devices. They were so effective that they allowed Fierce Snake, someone who wasn't even a half-step Refinement Realm expert yet, defeat a Refinement Realm expert. Relax. While the all-round devices production is somewhat costly, we can make as many of it as we want. Feng hadn't expected the item to be so effective either. After fighting so many matches, Fierce Snake and the others had obviously improved. If they could continue fighting different Refinement Realm experts, it wouldn't be long before then entered the Refinement Realm as well, becoming cornerstones for Zero Wing. As many as we want. Gentle Snow was at a loss for words as she stared at Feng's calm expression. She felt as if this was the first time she had met the man. If it were possible to mass-produce the all-round device, then with Zero Wing's current foundations, they could nurture a batch of Refinement Realm experts in a short time. She would never have dared to dream of such a thing in the past. After the competition's initial phase ended, the true ranking competition that everyone had looked forward to began. Unlike the initial qualifiers, participants that lost a match during the final phase would be eliminated, while those that won would proceed to the next round. Meanwhile, to prevent the various large guilds and adventurer teams, representatives face off against their own. The system would try to assign them to different matches as often as possible. This assured that the various large guilds and adventurer teams could collect the maximum number of points possible. Aside from Zhao Yueru, Fierce Snake and the others were strong enough to rival Refinement Realm experts. In the end, they easily passed the first 3 rounds and ranked among the top 150 in the competition. However, 3 had lost the 4th round due to Refinement Realm expert opponents with epic items. In the end, only Zhao Yueru and Negative Life had won their 4th matches in the final phase. During the 5th round, a Refinement Realm expert with more than 1 epic item had eliminated Negative Life. He had lost with little resistance. Guild leader Zero Wing is far more powerful than we had expected. What should we do now? The shield warrior named Lonely Castle asked Crimson Fox worriedly in Crimson Castle's VIP room. Although the two experts Nine Dragons Emperor had sent had made it to the 5th round, the other 3 representatives had been eliminated in the second match. What's there to worry about? Didn't you see Zhao Yueru's next opponent? Crimson Fox asked unhurriedly as he pointed to the virtual screen above the center stage. Lonely Castle was stupefied when he saw the names on the screen. He was instantly elated. Zhao Yueru's opponent for the 5th round was Eluo Fei, the FFF Adventurer Team's vice commander. She had the nickname Frost Empress and was one of the Black Dragon Empire's 4 great elementalists. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had even offered her the position of vice commander over its main force to recruit her. Chapter 14:18. You still aren't qualified. As the current match on the main stage was about to end, everyone shifted their gaze to the screen hovering above the stage, excitement and joy sparkling in their eyes. The next match is going to be awesome. The Frost Empress and Flame Witch? How unfortunate. Both clearly have the strength to rank in the top 30, yet they have to face each other in the 5th round. I wonder who's strongest. Do you even need to ask? It's definitely Eluo Fei. After all, she is the 3rd-ranked elementalist in the Black Dragon Empire. She even ended in the top 20 during the previous competition. In the Black Dragon Empire, practically everybody knew about FFF's Frost Empress. She had soared to fame during the previous ranking competition. Her beautiful face and graceful body had made it into everyone's hearts. Although she hadn't left many battle records in the Black Dragon Empire after the competition, the battle records she had left were terrifying. In one instance, she had annihilated a dark guild by herself. In another instance, she had fought the 5th-ranked player on the Black Dragon Empire's red list, the assassin Hell Prison. To be more specific, Hell Prison had ambushed Eluo Fei. In the end, however, she had defeated the assassin, and he had been forced to retreat. Hell Prison had killed several second-rate guild leaders. Although he had never killed a first-rate guild's leader, he had come very close to succeeding several times. This had earned the various large guilds' hatred. However, they were powerless against the assassin expert. Yet after a single failed attempt, Hell Prison had declared that he had given up targeting. No one knew why he had done so. But the fact that Eluo Fei had forced an assassin like Hell Prison to give up showed how powerful she was. The assassination attempt had been a while ago. Eluo Fei had certainly grown stronger since then. Big Sis reign. It seems that Zero Wing may be in trouble. Eluo Fei is highly talented. The Secret Pavilion has even labeled her as a monster-level genius. Based on the information we currently have, she has grasped at least 2 combat techniques. Moreover, one of them is an advanced combat technique. The Secret Pavilion has tried to recruit her, but she rejected their offer. Based on our reports, it seems that the Flower of 7 Sins has contacted her as well. Blue Phoenix whispered when she saw the combatants for the next round. If Zero Wing is defeated here and loses its bet with Crimson Castle, Nine Dragons Emperor will use the opportunity to crush Zero Wing's branch guild. The Flower of 7 Sins didn't just contact her in secret, Phoenix Rain said, smiling bitterly. The Great Pavilion Master informed us to give up on recruiting Eluo Fei and to avoid provoking her. She's already become one of the Flower of 7 Sins reserve upper echelons. The Flower of 7 Sins values her. What? She's already a reserve upper echelon. Blue Phoenix was shocked, staring at Eluo Fei below the main stage. Although the Flower of 7 Sins was a mysterious organization, the various superpowers had a certain amount of information on it. Like the Secret Pavilion, it was considered a transcendental power. None of the superpowers would dare underestimate it. The requirements to become one of the Flower of 7 Sins' upper echelons were even stricter than those to become a super guild's upper echelon. As the Flower of 7 Sins was an organization of assassins, strength meant everything. If one wished to become one of the organization's upper echelons, they needed to have the strength to back up the ambition. Every one of the Flower of 7 Sins' upper echelons was an absolute monster now that Eluo Fei was a reserve upper echelon. This proved that the Flower of 7 Sins had acknowledged her strength. The organization had clearly deemed that she could become a monster-level expert as well. When the waiting participants saw the next pairing, a commotion rippled through the crowd of Fey. It seems you've encountered a proper opponent this time. A slim assassin in dark gray leather armor said from beside the woman, smiling. A proper opponent? Iluafe glanced at Zhao Yuuru, who sat a short distance away. She responded indifferently. Commander, please stop joking. She's still not worthy of being my opponent. Someone on Phoenix Rain's level might be, but not her. Well, in any case, don't take the match too seriously. Just defeat her casually. Save some cards for the rest of your opponents. Otherwise, you'll have trouble fulfilling your agreement with the Flower of Seven Sins. Yin Tianxing, the FFF Adventurer Team's commander, said as he glanced at the several cloaked players beside the stage commander. Rest assured, I'll claim the championship and leave those upper echelons speechless. Iluafe confidently declared before walking towards the stage when the Flower of Seven Sins had tried to recruit her. She had given the organization a condition. She required that they turn FFF into one of the top adventurer teams in God's domain, not just the Black Dragon Empire. However, a large amount of resources would be required to do so, though. The Flower of Seven Sins had agreed to her condition. The organization had offered one of its own. She must secure the championship in this ranking competition. Iluafe didn't think too much about the condition. After all, not only had the Flower of Seven Sins given her a top-tier epic staff upon her joining, but it had also sent her into 2 legacy spaces, allowing her to improve tremendously. She had even broken through to the Void Realm, pushing her 5 senses to their very limits when Iluafe and Zhao Yuuru stepped on a stage. Cheers erupted throughout the venue. Not only were they gorgeous, but they were also highly venerated experts. He always heard that Zero Wing is a one-man guild. I never thought that it would have an expert such as you. I had planned to challenge a guild leader during my previous trip to Stone Forest Town, but I never actually met him. After this match, please convey my request to guild leader Black Flame. Tell him that I'd like to challenge him. The time and location are up to him. Iluafe spoke to Zhao Yuuru softly. The Flower of Seven Sins had actually given her 2 conditions. If she completed one of them, the organization would agree to her condition, pushing FFF to the heights of God's domain. Obtaining the championship was the first condition. The second was to kill Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Moreover, the second condition was available long-term. She had watched Black Flame's battle videos. While he was a monster, she was confident of defeating him. The moment Iluafe finished speaking, an uproar shook the arena. What's this? Iluafe just publicly challenged Zero Wing's guild leader. This is interesting. I wonder if Black Flame will accept the challenge? If he does, I have to watch it. As expected of the Frost Empress, she dares to challenge the Sword King. Everyone here was quite familiar with the name Black Flame. After all, he ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain experts list. The secret pavilion had even given him the nickname Sword King. When he had received it, it had caused quite a stir throughout God's Domain. However, while the crowd cheered over the matter, Zero Wing's members wore ugly expressions. Fierce Snake and the others, who sat below the main stage, were furious. A measly vice commander of an adventurer team had dared to issue their guild leader a challenge. Zero Wing was Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. Luo Yifei's blatant challenge was no different than spitting on Zero Wing's reputation. She simply wasn't taking Zero Wing seriously in the least. Ha ha! Nicely done. As expected of someone the Flower of Seven Sins has acknowledged. Nine Dragons Emperor laughed in his VIP room. Black Flame really is famous everywhere. Phoenix Rain muttered, sighing as she looked at Zero Wing's room, although she did not believe that Iluafe could defeat Black Flame. This challenge humiliated Zero Wing, Starmoon Kingdom's overlord. If Iluafe defeated Zhao Yuuru, the challenge would deal an even greater blow to the guild's reputation. You wish to challenge our guild leader? Zhao Yueru's gaze chilled as she glared at Iluafe. Unfortunately, you still aren't qualified. Chapter 1419, Difference in Equipment. Chapter 1419, Difference in Equipment. As soon as Zhao Yueru finished speaking, she released Frostflame's Wrath's aura as a fragmented legendary weapon. Frostflame's Wrath could exude a frightening pressure. Once a player equipped it, they could actively suppress this aura, making the staff look like an ordinary item at the same time. This aura could strengthen the player's aura. With the liberation of Frostflame's Wrath's aura, Zhao Yueru's aura underwent a sudden transformation. Fire and Ice-type mana surged toward her in a frenzy, causing the surrounding space to tremble. How can a player have such a powerful aura? Is she really the flame, which I've heard about? Why does it seem like the space around her is darker? The participants below stage felt a powerful pressure weigh them down when Zhao Yueru released Frostflame's Wrath's aura. Some participants had even taken an unconscious step back. The waiting participants weren't the only ones surprised. The various large guilds, upper echelons, and the VIP rooms were shocked as well. If a player's aura could be so powerful, ordinary players would find it taxing to endure, not to mention fighting while under the aura's pressure. Guild leader, the staff you gave to you, could it be? Although Gentle Snow suspected that Frostflame's Wrath might be a fragmented legendary weapon, she wasn't certain. After all, fragmented legendary items were simply too rare in God's domain. Even now, no one had heard of any of the superpowers obtaining one. Hence, the likelihood of Feng possessing a second fragmented legendary item should be abysmally low. That's right. It is indeed a fragmented legendary weapon. Moreover, it is a top-tier fragmented legendary staff suitable for Elementalists, Feng confirmed. Nodding, Gentle Snow was speechless as she processed Feng's nonchalant explanation. Overwhelmed by shock, very few people likely had a better idea of how powerful a fragmented legendary item was than her. After all, her current armor was fragmented legendary equipment. It was due to the 7 Luminaries battle armor that she could contend with peak experts. At the moment, she was only a refinement realm expert. She was worlds apart from Super Guild's peak experts. Yet with the power of fragmented legendary equipment, she compensated for the difference in their combat standards. Meanwhile, the fragmented legendary item Zhao Yueru wielded was a weapon. The item that provided the largest boost to a player's combat power. Only now did Gentle Snow understand why Feng had agreed to Crimson Fox's bet without hesitation, and why he had remained so calm throughout the competition. If peak experts from super guilds participated in this ranking competition, it'd be no different than adults bullying children. Thus, the various superpowers only sent in their newbies that they had nurtured internally. Otherwise, all the players from the various large guilds and adventurer teams will be able to do little more than watch from the sidelines. Meanwhile, although the match had begun on the main stage, neither side hurried to attack. Rather than the expected indifference, surprise colored Iluafei's face. She had never expected to feel such an intense pressure from a refinement realm expert like Zhao Yueru. This was the first time something like this had ever happened. Really underestimated Zero Wing. To think the guild had hidden an expert like you. Iluafei commented seriously as she watched her opponent. After getting a good look, however, Ofei smirked as she continued. However, you can only rely on this empty aura. It might be effective against ordinary experts, but it is useless against me. Saying so, Iluafei activated her berserk skill. She then began to chant incantations as she wrote runes in the air. Iluafei's chanting speed was extremely quick. She wasn't slower than Zhao Yueru in the least. Moreover, compared to Zhao Yueru's chants, Iluafei's pronunciation was more accurate. Furthermore, not only did she draw her runes as easily as a graffiti artist, but she also had no inconsistencies. What precise triple speed casting! Blue Phoenix was shocked as she watched the terrifying amount of mana gather around Iluafei. Unlike skills, spells had additional variables known as incantations and runes. Meanwhile, due to these two aspects' special characteristics, one could determine the spell's completion rate based on the amount of mana that gathered around the caster, even before the spell fully activated. The fact that more mana gathered around Iluafei despite both combatants' triple speed casting proved that her skill completion rate was higher. Naturally, her spells would be more powerful, not one to be outdone. Zhao Yueru had activated Power of Darkness at almost the same time as Iluafei activated her berserk skill, increasing all her basic attributes by 100%. Similarly, Zhao Yuuru followed up with triple speed casting a moment later. Both Elementalists completed their spells. Waving their staffs simultaneously, they gestured to their opponent's 3 magic arrays, suddenly formed behind both Elementalists normally. Zhao Yuuru was limited to double speed casting. She could only triple speed cast, due to Frostflame's wrath. However, she was limited to the most basic Tier 0 spells for her third cast. This time, she had chosen Flame Barrage. As for her other 2 spells, she went with the Tier 1 Flame Spear and Tier 1 Flame Chains. The former possessed extreme destructive power, while the latter had a certain degree of destructive power while allowing her to restrict her enemy. On the other hand, Iluofe, who had relied on her own abilities to triple speed cast, had chosen Tier 1 spells for all 3 casts: Frozen Web, Frost Prison, and Ice Blast. Despite both being Elementalists, one woman controlled fire, and the other manipulated ice, creating a dazzling scene on the stage. Although you're very strong, it's a pity that your skill completion rates are too low. Your triple speed casting is a mere facade compared to the real deal. Iluofe smiled calmly as she watched Zhao Yueru's flames. She then controlled her ice-type spells to meet Zhao Yueru's spells. Unlike melee players, a clash between magical class players did not rely on one's control of their body. Rather, it relied on one's control over an external object. Many of God's domain's spells were ranged. If a magical class player lacked control of their spell, it would be very difficult to hit a moving target. When fire and ice collided, a series of explosions erupted across the stage. Half of the stage transformed into a flaming hell, while the other half had become an icy nightmare. The results were extraordinarily spectacular. However, when their spells clashed, Iluofe, who had been confident of her victory, revealed a grim expression. She currently wore 2 pieces of epic equipment, a shirt and a pair of shoes. Her staff was also epic rank, increasing her completion rate with ice-type spells to a certain degree. She could almost achieve an 80% completion rate with all 3 of her spells no matter how she looked at it. Zhao Yueru's completion rates shouldn't exceed 70%. Yet when she pitted her spells against her opponents, her spells were crushed, and Zhao Yueru's spells maintained a significant amount of their power as they continued towards her. This outcome was simply inconceivable. What Iluofe didn't know was that Frostflame's wrath improved ice and fire-type spells by 1 tier. Although Zhao Yueru had used Tier 1 and Tier 0 spells, they instantly became Tier 2 and Tier 1 spells with Frostflame's wrath's buff. Even if her skill completion rates were no more than 70%, Tier 2 spells far surpassed Tier 1 spells with 80% completion rates. Facing the incoming flames, Iluofe had no choice but to dodge them with Blink. After all, magical class players weren't like melee players. Their attribute point allocation was different. Dodging multiple attacks at once was very difficult for magical class players, following which Iluofe ran around the stage, becoming a more difficult target for her opponent. Unfortunately, this meant that she couldn't triple speed cast. She could only rely on double speed casting. In contrast, Zhao Yueru could stand still and attack Iluofe freely. Occasionally, she was forced to dodge an unavoidable spell with Blink, but otherwise, she could easily triple speed cast very quickly. Iluofe found herself running on fumes, finding fewer opportunities to retaliate. At the same time, Zhao Yueru shaved away her HP with her spell's residual damage. After 15 seconds, Iluofe's HP fell to 50%. On the other hand, Zhao Yueru, who had only occasionally failed to dodge an attack, still had over 90% of her HP. The difference between these fighters was obviously at a glance. I'll admit that your combat standards are higher than mine. Unfortunately, if you can't defeat me despite that advantage, how are you qualified to fight my guild leader? Zhao Yueru quipped as she stopped her attack suddenly. Seeing Iluofe's sorry state, she smiled as she continued, "I've grown bored of exchanging spells with you, and I believe that my guild leader has grown impatient with our fight. How about we end this match now?" Saying so, Zhao Yueru lightly tapped the butt of Frostflame's wrath on the ground. Immediately, a blue and red dual-colored magic array formed on the ground as an astonishing amount of mana surged towards it, following which a 4-meter-tall cheetah emerged from the magic array. Crimson fire covered the cheetah's head, paws, and tail, while frosty mist radiated from its body. This cheetah was none other than the Frostflame cheetah summoned by Frostflame's Wrath's third activatable skill. Chapter 1420, Overwhelming Power. Chapter 1420, Overwhelming Power. The tall and mighty Frostflame cheetah's appearance stupefied everyone in the arena. What? Aren't magic scrolls banned? How did she summon such a powerful monster? That's not right. The system should have imposed the correct restrictions on the stage. She must have summoned the monster with an item skill. Crap, even an Elementalist can summon such a powerful monster. How is this supposed to be a fair fight? The Mount Frostflame's Wrath summoned was 1 tier higher than the player that summoned it. Since Zhao Yueru was a tier 1 player, the Frostflame cheetah she had summoned was a tier 2 lord normally. Soloing a lord-ranked monster of the same level wasn't a problem for peak experts like Iluafe, but if one summoned a lord-ranked monster during a one-on-one PvP battle, their opponent would be at an overwhelming disadvantage if they couldn't do the same. Furthermore, Zhao Yueru had already proven that she had an advantage over Iluafe. Now that she had gone a step further and summoned the Frostflame cheetah, Iluafe's chances of winning were non-existent. However, Iluafe had no intentions of giving up just yet. She immediately responded by casting the Tier 1 curse, Extreme Frost Waterfall, and the Tier 1 spell, Frost Barrier. Walls of solid ice began to form around Zhao Yueru, trapping her within. Meanwhile, a massive blue magic array appeared above her. Gusts of cold air blasting down from the array. Zhao Yueru didn't attempt to dodge the incoming cold air. Instead, she waved Frostflame's Wrath and used the Tier 1 spell, Flame Dragon's Dance. Immediately, a crimson magic array formed beneath Zhao Yueru's feet. 2 serpentine dragons of fire then emerged, intertwining as they flew to meet the frost gusts of air. Boom, boom, boom. When ice and fire tangled, white mist filled the space above Zhao Yueru. Not only did Flame Dragon's Dance crushed Iluafe's Extreme Frost Waterfall, but the high temperature also melted the ice walls trapping Zhao Yueru. In the end, Iluafe's spells failed to deal even a single point of damage. Even a Tier 1 curse is useless. Iluafe was dazed for a brief moment after watching her Extreme Frost Waterfall fail. A Tier 1 curse rivaled Tier 2 spells. Such a spell could even injure Lord-ranked monsters. Yet such a powerful attack had been utterly useless against Zhao Yueru's Tier 1 spell. The various guilds' upper echelons in their VIP rooms were stunned. A Tier 1 spell crushed a Tier 1 curse? Just how wide is the attribute gap between these two? Blue Phoenix stared at Zhao Yueru incredulously. There was only one possible explanation. The gap between the women's attributes was just massive, enough to make up for the difference in tiers. Yet, based on the reports, Iluafe should have at least 3 epic items on her. With her high level, the woman's basic attributes should be near the peak of God's domain. Even if some players had higher attributes, there should be a limit to how high those attributes could go. After all, epic items were not cabbages that could be purchased at the local market. Sure enough, weapons provide a higher buff than a piece of equipment. General Snow could not help but sigh as she watched her friend's incredible performance. If it were up to her, she'd have a difficult time defeating Iluafe without activating twofold Berserk. Yet Zhao Yueru easily triumphed despite having a single Berserk skill. Of course, the fact that both women were Elementalists was part of the reason. When both combatants were of the same class, the difference between their strength depended on the individual's combat standards, attributes, and skills. However, the main reason for such a gap was the massive difference between their equipment quality. Moreover, Zhao Yueru currently had 3 epic items on her. Among the players in this ranking competition, one could count the number who had 3 epic items on one hand. Hence, Iluafe's defeat was natural. As everyone recovered from their shock of seeing Zhao Yueru's attack, the Zero Wing representative commanded her Frostflame cheetah to pounce on Iluafe. Although the Frostflame cheetah was only a Lord-ranked monster, it still posed a significant threat to Tier 1 experts. This was especially true for magical classes, who were not fond of speed-type monster Luafe, was forced to turn her spells against the Frost Flame Cheetah while keeping an eye on Zhao Yueru's movements, seeing the cheetah distract Luafe. Zhao Yueru revealed a smile and waved Frost Flame's wrath before pointing it to the sky. A large magic array then covered over half of the stage as it manifested above the fighters. The waiting participants gasped despite being below the stage and knowing that they were safe from the current battle. The participants felt the threat of death loom over them. Even a fool could tell that Zhao Yueru had cast a large-scale destruction spell die. Zhao Yueru abruptly swung down her staff immediately. The entire stage trembled as the area's ice and fire-type mana went berserk. This move was none other than Frost Flame Hell, one of Frost Flame's Wrath's activatable skills. When activated, it dealt a combination of ice and fire-type damage to all enemies within a 50-yard radius every second for 10 seconds, with the Frost Flame Cheetah keeping her busy. Luafe had no hope of escaping the AoE in time, noticing the wave of fire and cold air surge towards her. Luafe activated Frost Barrier, becoming invulnerable to all attacks for a short time. However, despite having upgraded the spell to Tier 1, it would only last for 8 seconds. She was simply delaying the inevitable. The seconds ticked by quickly. When the 8 seconds were finally up, the Frost Barrier shattered, and the rampaging ice and fire-type mana killed Luafe instantly. As Frost Flame Hell dissipated, the spectators could see how miserable a large portion of the stage looked. Silence filled the waiting area below the stage. Although the system had announced the victor, none of the waiting participants cheered. Watching this match had inspired a deep despair in every one of them. They all thought that Zhao Yueru had simply been too cruel. First, Zhao Yueru had summoned a Tier 2 Lord to distract her opponent. Then she used a large-scale destruction spell to end the match. Even with a skill that provided invulnerability, Zhao Yueru's spell would eliminate any opponent unless their life-saving skill lasted for more than 10 seconds. As for closing in on Zhao Yueru and facing her in close quarters, such a strategy would be suicidal. With a woman's ability to triple speed cast, the closer one was to the spellcaster. The harder spells were to dodge. Players would also have to deal with a Lord-ranked monster harassing them, who could possibly beat Zhao Yueru in a one-on-one. Her power was overwhelming. To deal with someone like Zhao Yueru, one would need an ally or the ability to summon a powerful monster with their weapons or equipment. Otherwise, the woman was nearly invincible. She lost. Yan Tianxing could not help his bitter smile as he watched Zhao Yueru on the stage. He had never imagined that a monster like Zhao Yueru occupied the Black Dragon Empire. When she got serious, she could even render a peak expert like Luafe utterly powerless. When Luafe resurrected below the stage, her gaze shifted to her previous opponent. Her declaration to challenge Black Flame was nothing more than a joke now. She still found it hard to believe that she had been defeated so easily. Now, she more or less understood why the Flower of Seven Sins' second condition was long-term. She had assumed that the second condition would be easier to fulfill than the first, but looking at it now, it was obvious that the second condition was, by far, the more challenging. In the Flower of Seven Sins' opinion, she wouldn't be capable of defeating Black Flame for some time. Hence, the organization had set this condition. Chapter 1421. Dragon's Graveyard. As Zhao Yueru descended from the stage, the waiting participants instinctively stepped aside, opening a path for her. They had heard that she had killed a dark player twice after some dark guild had provoked her, dealing a heavy blow to the guild. While experts like themselves had assumed that had been a joke, they'd have to rein in their courage to stop trembling if Zhao Yueru even glanced their way. They had to be careful around her. Should they accidentally annoy the woman, they might die the moment they left the city. The flame, which is too awesome. She might even secure one of the top 10 spots. Top 10? More like top 5. The combination of that Lord-ranked monster and the large-scale destruction spell is invincible in a duel. Only a handful of participants may be able to close in on the flame, which before she activates the combination attack. Aside from those few, she can likely blast everyone to smithereens. The Frost Empress was pretty unlucky this time. If she hadn't come across the flame, which she might have ranked among the top 15, yet now she won't even stand among the top 50. With the flame, which on Zero Wing's side, Zero Wing should get a spot among the top 5 guild rankings. Unlike the participants below the stage, the audience in the stands fell into a heated discussion about Zhao Yueru. They were all curious to see what the woman's rank would be in this competition. As for Yi Luofei, who had been defeated, they couldn't help but lament for her misfortune. Damn it, why did things end up like this? Crimson Fox cursed as he watched Zhao Yueru step down from the main stage. To think they've hidden a trump card like Zhao Yueru all this time. Zero Wing is quite cunning. Guild leader, what should we do now? Lonely Castle, the shield warrior beside Crimson Fox, asked anxiously. The higher one ranked in the competition, the more points they would receive. Moreover, the point scale was steep. Players that ranked between 1000th and 501st would receive 5 points. Players' points would double if they ranked between 500th and 249th, increasing to 10 points. Meanwhile, players that made it to the 3rd round would be awarded 20 points, 50 points if they reached the 4th round, and 100 points for the 5th round, although both experts Nine Dragons Emperor had sent to assist Crimson Castle had made it to the 5th round. Nine Dragons Emperor had stated that the 2 players would be lucky to make it into the top 16, the 7th round. Reaching the 7th round only awarded 300 points, yet if Zhao Yueru ranked among the top 4 players, she would receive 600 points. Her points alone were more than the total those 2 experts could earn. If Zhao Yueru were lucky and made it into the finals, she would be awarded 1,000 points. She could earn more points than Crimson Castle's 5 representatives together. For now, hand the epic items Nine Dragons Emperor loaned us to those 2 experts. Our priority is to ensure that both reach the 7th round. As for Zero Wing, it is still unknown whether or not Zhao Yueru makes it to the semifinals. If she encounters one of those few melee experts, she could lose. If she faces Yin Tianxing, her success will immediately come to a halt. Crimson Fox said as he glanced at Yin Tianxing. FFF's commander before Yi Luofei had risen to prominence. The FFF adventurer team had stood at the top in the Black Dragon Empire due to Yin Tianxing. Even before God's Domain launched, Yin Tianxing had been a famous peak expert in the virtual gaming world for many years. Now, he was the number 2 assassin in the Black Dragon Empire Hell Prison, who had attempted to assassinate Yi Luofei. Only ranked 4th on the Black Dragon Empire's assassin ranking list, Hell Prison alone was capable of rendering the Empire's various large guilds helpless. Meanwhile, Yin Tianxing was even more powerful than the assassin. Hence, the Empire's guilds feared and respected the FFF adventurer team. Understood. Lonely Castle saw the reasoning in Crimson Fox's words. Although it was possible that Zhao Yueru could rank among the top 5, it was only a possibility. If she were unlucky, she might encounter an expert that could counter her combat method in the next round and eliminate her. Unfortunately, while Crimson Fox's hope was nice, the reality was far from it. As the competition progressed, Zhao Yueru secured impressive victories during her 6th and 7th matches, making her way into the quarterfinals. She was only 1 round away from ranking among the top 4 competitors. In contrast, Crimson Castle's progress halted in the 7th round. In the end, the guild only racked up 630 points. With that score, Crimson Castle could easily rank among the Black Dragon Empire's top 10 guilds. To Crimson Castle, it was a result worth celebrating. However, Crimson Fox, Crimson Castle's guild leader, felt no joy. After all, as long as Zhao Yueru won her next match, Crimson Castle's fate in Hidden Fog Town would meet its end. If Crimson Castle couldn't take control of Hidden Fog Town, the threat it posed to Zero Wing would decrease drastically. If that happened, Nine Dragons Emperor would turn away from the guild. Without Nine Dragons Emperor's support, Crimson Castle's dream of becoming a first-rate guild would remain a dream. After all, Crimson Castle was relatively weak among the second-rate guilds. A titan like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion only offered support due to its threat to Zero Wing. Please, don't let her pass. Crimson Fox silently prayed as he watched the screen above the stage at the end of each round. The system would randomly generate pairings for the new fight. Seeing the player IDs flicker on the virtual screen, Crimson Fox's heart began to pound. Once the quarterfinals pairings were determined, he was ecstatic. Wonderful. The heavens haven't forsaken Crimson Castle. Crimson Fox was overjoyed when he saw that the first match was a fight between Zhao Yuru and Yin Tianxing. As long as Crimson Castle won its bet with Zero Wing, its status as a first-rate guild was guaranteed. A first-rate guild. Countless guilds dreamed of achieving such glory. The Flame, which is in danger now. Yin Tianxing ranks second among assassins and is known for his speed. The Flame, which won't be able to execute her combination attack so easily against him. Even if the Flame, which loses, she'll have nothing to be ashamed of. After all, she has a class disadvantage. But Yin Tianxing's win isn't certain. It isn't so easy to close in on an Elementalist who can triple casting. If his timing isn't right when he closes in on the Flame, which he might die instantly. The Flame Witch's damage is no laughing matter. She even instant-killed a shield warrior with full HP and shield wall active. Killing a glass cannon like Yin Tianxing would be a piece of cake for her. Everyone cheered and chatted as they watched Zhao Yuru and Yin Tianxing approach to the main stage. As the timer above the main stage began to count down, Yin Tianxing turned towards Zero Wing's VIP room and announced, "Guild Leader Black Flame, this humble man has heard that your guild intends to auction adventure houses in Stone Forest Town. If I win this match, would you allocate a slot for the FFF adventure team? Of course, if I lose, I will hand over 10,000 magic crystals and a treasure map for the dragon's graveyard." When Yin Tianxing finished speaking, the venue fell silent, dumbfounded by his but everyone's first reaction was to question his intentions. Should he be trying to avenge Iluofe? Shouldn't he have made some valiant remark about defeating Zhao Yuru? Yet, the FFF's commander, one of the Black Dragon Empire's famous top adventurer teams, had just publicly declared his intention of garrisoning in Stone Forest Town. Garrisoning in Stone Forest Town wouldn't have been overly surprising. A top adventurer team occupying a guild town was always good news for the guild. Yet based on Yin Tianxing's request, it seemed as if the right to garrison in Stone Forest Town was extremely precious. He had even bet 10,000 magic crystals and a treasure map for the right. The treasure map he had gambled was even related to the dragon's graveyard. This was just ludicrous. Chapter 1422, Forbidden Lands Treasure. Chapter 1422, Forbidden Lands Treasure. What's going on? Has Yin Tianxing lost his mind? If I recall correctly, Stone Forest Town has a relatively effective battle arena. Some of the top-ranking participants in the previous competition had gone there as well. But what's so good about the town? Does he really have to go this far? Isn't it just a guild town? FFF is one of the top 5 adventurer teams in our empire. Even first-rate guilds would beg FFF to occupy their towns. I'm pretty sure FFF can gain access to Stone Forest Town just by asking. What? Don't you know? Many experts are trying to train in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. I've heard that the advanced combat rooms are super amazing. They can create a perfect replica of the player that enters the room. The replica can even execute all of the player's skills and spells at 100% completion rate. Those rooms are more effective than fighting an expert of the same caliber. That's right. Firecloud Fox's Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon visited Stone Forest Town's battle arena and used the advanced combat rooms multiple times. Both managed to rank among the top 500 in this competition. Their performance was significantly more impressive than last time. Remnant Cloud's combat power has improved so much that he even beat his old rivals. Stone Forest Town doesn't only have its battle arena. It also has an advanced auction house with a built-in bartering function. Due to the battle arena and the advanced auction house, Stone Forest Town has become Starmoon Kingdom's undisputed #1 guild town. I've heard about that, too. Many top and well-known adventurer teams in Starmoon Kingdom and several neighboring kingdoms are trying to garrison in Stone Forest Town. Unfortunately, Zero Wing only plans to open 5 adventurer houses to the public. The various adventurer teams are frantically collecting funds. When the time comes, the competition for those adventurer houses will be intense. Though, it is surprising that even an adventurer team like FFF is interested in the town. For a time, many people, both in and outside of the arena, discussed Zero Wing's Stone Forest Town. Many of the Empire's players began to gain some understanding of the guild town when the advanced combat rooms, in particular, came up in conversation. Many expert players' eyes shone with excitement. Players were more interested in improving their skill completion rates than fighting experts of the same caliber. Most layers of their standards plateaued around 80% skill completion rates. Only after achieving an 85% skill completion rate could they truly exert 100% of their skill's power and effects. Now that they knew they had an opportunity to improve their skill completion rates, why would they ignore it? While the players and the spectators stands discussed Stone Forest Town, the various guilds' upper echelons in the VIP rooms glared at Yin Tianxing. Has Yin Tianxing lost his mind? He's using the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map as a wager. Doesn't he know what the Dragon's Graveyard is? When the upper echelons heard the proposed bet, their eyes became bloodshot with anger. While the majority of the Black Dragon Empire's guilds didn't know about the Dragon's Graveyard, first and second-rate guilds such as theirs had investigated the area. Naturally, they had some understanding of the treasure map. One of the reasons for the Black Dragon Empire's names was the Dragon's Graveyard within its territory. According to legend, the Dragon's Graveyard had been home to the Black Dragon tribe. However, for some unknown reason, that location had become a dragon graveyard. Dragons were known for their love of treasure. Needless to say, dragons' habitats would contain unimaginable treasures. Although the Black Dragon Empire had embarked on several expeditions into the Dragon's Graveyard, the Empire had eventually given up on the map and labeled it a forbidden land due to the severe losses it suffered during such expeditions. If one had a treasure map for the area, they could gain frightening wealth. To solidify this assumption, their guilds had secured an astonishing bounty after exploring the Dragon's Graveyard's outer region. Upon reaching level 50, drop rates from monsters decreased drastically. The quality of dropped weapons and equipment also decreased. When killing level 50 Great Lords, players generally only obtained a single piece of level 50 mysterious iron equipment. However, it was a different story in the Dragon's Graveyard as its level 50 Great Lords dropped level 50 secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, a treasure map was akin to a treasure chest, but unlike treasure chests, players had to hunt down their prize after obtaining the map. Fortunately, the extra step meant greater rewards. Treasure maps weren't differentiated by rank, either. Rather, the value of a treasure map was based on the danger of its location as a forbidden land. The Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map would likely lead to more than one epic item. Why wouldn't they be jealous? The only problem was the graveyard's severe environment. Upon entering the map, players' combat power would fall below 10%. Players would also find it difficult to activate Tier 1 skills and spells. Generally, they were limited to Tier 0 abilities. Players had to pay a hefty price to deal with a level 50 Great Lord. Furthermore, Great Lord-ranked monsters were common in the Dragon's Graveyard. There are also quite a few Grand Lords. Commander Ilua Fei, who watched from below the main stage, stared at Yin Tianxing with confusion. Did you really have to expose that item just for an adventure house? The FFF Adventurer team had been on many adventures. It had uncovered many opportunities as well. Among the various opportunities, the greatest had been their acquisition of an epic ranked item called the True Orb from an ancient ruin. With this orb, Yin Tianxing even had a high chance of defeating the Black Dragon Empire's #1 assassin. They had obtained the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map from a dark gold treasure chest in the same ruin. One could just imagine how valuable it was. Luo Fei couldn't understand Yin Tianxing's decision. Even if their adventurer team wanted to occupy Stone Forest Town, they could compete for the opportunity in the auction. With the FFF adventurer team's financial strength, they were likely to win a slot. This gamble was just unnecessary. Guild Leader, the Dragon's Graveyard is a super large-scale map in the Black Dragon Empire with extremely abundant resources. The treasures in the area are extraordinary. However, due to the harsh environment, most large guilds have struggled to pioneer the map. Gentle Snow explained Yin Tianxing is quite generous. Feng could not help but laugh. He must know that the competition for the Garrison slots is going to be intense. But by using the treasure map as bait to convince me to agree to the bet, isn't he worried about losing it? Naturally, No one in God's domain understood the dragon's graveyard better than him according to his memories. There were a total of 3 treasure maps for the dragon's graveyard, which corresponded to the outer region, the inner region, and the map's core, respectively. Meanwhile, the treasures in each of these areas were better than the last. The wealth one could gain in the outer region was the equivalent of several dark gold treasure chests. It was rumored that the items one could find in the inner region were the equivalent of 2 or 3 epic treasure chests. As for the core, the treasures there were the equivalent of 1 or 2 inferior legendary treasure chests, although Feng had no idea of which treasure map Yin Tianqing possessed. The items in the outer region were already hard to come by, much less those in the inner and core regions. Since he wants to gamble, I have no reason to reject his offer. Feng then contacted Zhao Yueru and ordered, "Agree to the bet." Understood. Zhao Yueru nodded. This match is very important. You don't need to hold back. Feng added, "Can I really use that move?" Zhao Yueru was confused. However, a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. Before the competition had begun, Feng had forbidden her from using all of her strength in battle. His reasoning was very simple. Every additional trump card she had was an advantage. Their priorities in this competition were to defeat Crimson Castle and earn enough points to rank among the top 3 guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. Yes, he is very strong. If you hold back, you might lose, Feng confirmed. Hearing that she could go all out, Zhao Yueru's eyes sparkled with excitement as she shifted her gaze towards Yin Tianqing. "My guild leader has agreed to your conditions, so long as you don't regret making them later on," Zhao Yueru said. Smiling, "I have never gone back on my word before. Besides, I made the bet in front of so many people," Yin Tianqing responded, smiling. "Since we have an agreement, let us begin." Saying so, Yin Tianqing activated his berserk skill and vanished, as if he had never existed in the first place. Chapter 1423, Flame Witch. Chapter 1423, Flame Witch. The instant Yin Tianqing activated stealth and disappeared, Zhao Yueru summoned the Lord-ranked Frostflame Cheetah beside her. She then proceeded to double-speed cast Tier 1 spell, Flame Orb. Tier 1 spell, Flame Rain. Both spells were AoE attacks, and among the best. Zhao Yueru had to locate a stealth assassin. As long as a player could reveal an assassin, the stealth player's combat power would decrease by half. An assassin's most powerful advantage was its assassination capabilities. The first strike was particularly powerful. In a confrontation, however, they were even weaker than berserkers and swordsmen in the blink of an eye. A sea of fire swept across Yin Tianqing's previous location, but even after the 2 spells decimated the stage, the assassin was nowhere to be seen. The flame, which reacted so quickly, but she still couldn't expose Yin Tianqing. How fast is he? As expected of the second-ranked assassin in the Empire, his concealment technique is amazing. Despite seeing him the moment he disappeared, I still can't lock onto his aura. I even activated Enhanced 5 Senses, yet I can't detect him either. The participants below the stage were shocked as they watched the sea of fire engulf the stage. By the time the match began, Zhao Yueru had already begun casting her spells. There had only been a 2-second delay before her attack struck Yin Tianqing's starting location, yet neither AoE had revealed the assassin. What shocked these players even more was the man's concealment technique. The magic barrier around the main stage contained attacks within. Meanwhile, observation and perception skills wouldn't be affected despite the waiting participants activating their perception skills. No one could detect Yin Tianqing. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. These skills' specific purpose was to counter the stealth skill. Zhao Yueru had also activated her own perception skill, which allowed her to detect all stealth players within a 40-yard radius generally. If magical class player allowed a stealth assassin to ambush them, they'd die instantly. Only plate armor classes with high HP and defense could survive an assassin's first barrage. She could not allow her opponent to close in a futile struggle. Ilua Fei, who stood below the stage, smiled as she watched Zhao. The true orb Yin Tianqing had obtained improved assassin's strength tremendously. The commander wouldn't have challenged Shadowlight, the #1 assassin in the Black Dragon Empire, without it. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could do anything against that man. Meanwhile, one of the true orb's effects increased stealth-related skills by 100%. This have the effectiveness of other players' perception-related skills. As a result, perception skills with a 40-yard range would only detect Yin Tianxing when he was within 20 yards. Although the difference was only 20 yards, it could determine whether or not a player died. Within that range, assassins could use shadow steps, appearing directly behind a player. Yin Tianxiang quietly circled to 25 yards behind Zhao Yueru, but he didn't rush in to attack, although shadow steps allowed him to appear behind Zhao Yueru instantly. Zhao Yueru was an Elementalist. If she reacted quickly enough, she could use an invulnerability skill or blink to escape. He needed to find her blind spot, leaving her no opportunity to defend herself. However, Zhao Yueru was no greenhorn. Every player had weak points and blind spots, and it was especially true for their backs. Hence, Zhao Yueru had stationed the Frost Flame Cheetah behind her. Not only would this hinder Yin Tianxing's vision and boost her defense, but she could also launch a powerful counterattack on the off chance Yin Tianxing attacked or stunned her for a time. All anyone could see was Zhao Yueru standing in the center of the stage with a Frost Flame Cheetah watching her back as she launched one Tier 0 spell after another. Meanwhile, Yin Tianxing continued to circle his opponent, searching for an opportunity to strike. After nearly 3 minutes, Yin Tianxing could not help but admire Zhao Yueru's tenacity. The Elementalist left him no openings. The Frostflame Cheetah, in particular, posed a huge problem. It seemed that I'll have to use that move. Yin Tianxing smiled bitterly as he examined Zhao Yueru's impeccable defense. Suddenly, Yin Tianxing split into 2 identical copies with the same attributes. The 2 clones were impossible to differentiate. Both copies remained stealth. This move was one of the true orb skills, True Phantom. It allowed the user to summon a doppelganger that had 100% of the player's attributes and every skill the user had learned. The skill had a 3-minute duration. If either the doppelganger or the main body survived the duration, the user would as well win. Yin Tianxing had activated True Phantom. Zhao Yueru had ceased her bombardment. Taking a deep breath, she examined her surroundings. Since you don't want to come out, I'll force you to. Zhao Yueru waved Frost Flame's Wrath with Zhao Yueru as the center. A translucent barrier ballooned outward. In the blink of an eye, the barrier enveloped a radius of 100 yards. Half of the stage. This was Frost Flame's Wrath's second active skill, Frost Flame Space. When activated, its effects would resemble that of a domain. Yin Tianxing immediately felt his attributes decrease. In the blink of an eye, he only had 70% of his total attributes remaining. In contrast, Zhao Yueru's aura had grown significantly more powerful. What? Iluafe stared at his enemy in shock. Suddenly, 2 more Zhao Yueris appeared on the stage. One of them wore flaming red robes, while the other was clad in icy blue. These 2 doppelgangers possessed 100% of the caster's attributes, and both radiated a terrifying aura of their own dye. Yin Tianxing quickly realized how severe his situation was. If Zhao Yueru and her 2 doppelgangers bombarded the stage randomly, they would find him. Immediately, Yin Tianxing responded with shadow steps, appearing behind Zhao Yueru's real body. He thrust his silver daggers towards the woman's head and back. His actions were utterly silent and without a hint of killing intent. So fast. Despite her 5 senses pushed to their limits, the flame which only noticed that she was under attack after the assassin's daggers were moving. However, when Yin Tianxing's daggers were only an inch away from reaching Zhao Yueru, the latter vanished and reappeared 15 yards away. Close 1. Zhao Yueru breathed a sigh of relief as she saw Yin Tianxing, whose figure had finally appeared. If not for this being a match and her heightened senses, she would have fallen prey to the man's daggers. However, as soon as relaxed her guard a little, another Yin Tianxing appeared behind her. 1 taboo skill, Hidden Blade. The Yin Tianxing vanished again before immediately reappearing before the Elementalist. Before Zhao Yueru could react, 6 black shadows flew toward Zhao Yueru's heart, each attack dealing over minus 30,000 damage. The woman's HP instantly plummeted to 0. What? Everyone in the arena was dumbfounded when they saw Zhao Yueru hit the ground. Who could possibly avoid such an attack? Despite everyone's belief that the match was over, the bell never signified its end. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yueru's doppelganger smiled from beside her real body. Both responded by waving their staffs. Chapter 1424, Cataclysmic Spell. Chapter 1424, Cataclysmic Spell. She's not dead. This is a lie, right? Didn't he kill her main body? When the two Zhao Yuerus raised their staffs on the stage, the audience looked as if they had seen a ghost. When they saw the clone smiles, chills crawled down their backs, and they couldn't help the thought that she really was a witch god's domain, had many doppelganger skills to offer, but they had never heard of one that allowed the doppelgangers to continue moving after the main body had died. Impossible. Could she also? Iluafe stared at the Elementalist clones in red and blue in shock. The situation had also caught Yin Tianxing off guard. Two magic arrays appeared behind each of the two Zhao Yueris, and immediately the ice and fire-type mana on the stage went berserk as it formed a tornado of frost and flame. Like a whale inhaling water, the four magic arrays devoured the mana-four walls of ice, trapped the assassin clone that had killed Zhao Yueru's original body. At the same time, flames emerged from the ground and swept down from the sky, completing Yin Tianxing's confinement without warning. The frost-flame cheetah pounced on the other Yin Tianxing. Since the man had already left stealth, his combat power had decreased by half. Although the frost-flame cheetah couldn't kill Yin Tianxing, it was more than enough to distract him for a moment. Realizing the danger he was in, Yin Tianxing hurriedly controlled his copy within the walls of ice and used wind steps, taking advantage of the brief invulnerability effect the skill provided to block Zhao Yueru's fire spell. He then used Shadow Assault on an ice wall in an attempt to break free from the frost barrier. Yet, before his two daggers could reach the frost barrier, an ice wall appeared and blocked his weapon's advance. When his daggers struck on the ice wall, they merely cracked it. They did not shatter the barrier. If he wanted to shatter the ice wall, he would need to attack again. Although Ice Wall was only a Tier 0 spell, it was as strong as a Tier 1 spell due to Frostflame's Wrath's buff. Ordinary players couldn't even shatter a Tier 0 ice wall easily, much less a Tier 1 ice wall. Although Yin Tianxing was a peak expert, at the end of the day, the assassin class didn't specialize in strength. If he were a peak Berserker expert, however, he might have a chance of shattering a Tier 1 ice wall with a single attack. After Wind Step's brief invulnerability ended, Yin Tianxing reluctantly activated Vanish before shattering the ice wall before him. But Zhao Yueru had no intention of letting the man escape. Without chance or runes, she cast another ice wall to block Yin Tianxing's path. Vanish only provided 1 second of invulnerability. When that second ended, the flame-type Zhao Yueru threw 2 Tier 1 fire spells into the frost barrier without any invulnerability skills left, and his shadow steps still on cooldown. Yin Tianxing had nothing left to counter the incoming fire spells. In addition, the Flame Witch's 2 spells were AoEs and impossible to block with his weapons. As a result, the 2 flame spells, enhanced by Frostflame's Wrath to Tier 2 spells, killed the Yin Tianxing in the frost barrier instantly. Now, only the Yin Tianxing the Frostflame cheetah had pinned down remained. What a brutish way to fight. Crap, wouldn't this be considered quadruple casting? The flame, which is invincible. The way Zhao Yueru fought stunned the audience. Her 2 doppelgangers could actually double cast. It wasn't much different than if she had cast 4 spells simultaneously. Moreover, all 4 spells were under her full control. To make matters worse, all 4 spells were overwhelmingly powerful. A doppelganger? Zhao Yueru muttered as she watched the Yin Tianxing in the frost barrier disappear, before turning to the assassin retreating from her. Revealing a smile, she muttered, "Do you think you're safe just because you put some distance between us?" Immediately, Zhao Yueru's ice and fire-type doppelgangers began to double cast again. With Yuan Tianxing's speed, he'd be difficult to trap with frost barrier again. Hence, Zhao Yueru didn't use the same approach. Instead, she switched to Tier 1 spells that focused on crowds. In the next moment, over 70 fire arrows, fireballs, ice spears, and ice arrows formed behind the doppelgangers. These spells then flew towards their target. Everyone fell silent as they watched the ice and fire-type spells fill the sky. Moreover, Zhao Yueru's control over these spells was exceptionally precise, despite Yin Tianqing moving so quickly that he left behind afterimages. Most of the Elementalist spells struck the assassin. As a result, Yin Tianqing was forced to block the incoming attacks with his weapons and had no choice but to use wind steps to defend himself. However, while Yin Tianqing's speed was astonishing to ordinary players, to Zhao Yueru, whose physique had improved by 50% thanks to Frostflame space, Yin Tianqing wasn't particularly fast. At best, he was only as fast as an ordinary expert. She had no issues landing her attacks. Meanwhile, the agility-specialized assassins couldn't easily block spells with Tier 2 power. Yin Tianqing's HP fell with each hit he took. It was only a matter of time before his opponent carved it all away. As they watched, the participants below the stage felt goosebumps cover their skin. How was this a one-on-one fight? It wasn't any different than facing a 20-man magical team's bombardment. Who could survive such ruthless attacks? In the past, these players had assumed that the assassin class countered magical classes, but Zhao Yueru had destroyed that idea. She had actually hidden her strength during our fight. Frustration and rage burned in Iluofei's gaze as she glared at Zhao Yueru. She wasn't particularly frustrated about her defeat. After all, she had suffered countless losses before becoming famous, but this was the first time she had met someone who could best her while hiding so much of their prowess. Moreover, she and her opponent were nearly the same age. On the stage, Yin Tianqing struggled to hold on and was forced to use Vanish, disappearing again if Zhao Yueru discovered him before his skill's cooldowns finished. Now that he had used his trump card, he'd be powerless against the woman's attacks. However, if he could stay hidden until his skills were available again, he could turn the battle around. He'd been waiting for you to use this move. Despite her opponent vanishing, Zhao Yueru didn't panic. She licked her lips playfully as she said, "Let's put an end to this match." If the main body died after she used Frostflame space, she wouldn't be able to use any of her weapon or equipment skills. She could only use the skills and spells she had learned. However, the ice and fire-type doppelgangers didn't have that restriction. They even had spells she didn't. The most powerful of these spells was the combination spell, Frostflame Oblivion. Frostflame Oblivion was a curse that was one tier more powerful than its user, though its power could not exceed Tier 5. Upon using Frostflame Oblivion, the Frostflame space would disappear as Zhao Yueru was a Tier 1 player. Frostflame Oblivion had the power of a Tier 2 curse. Zhao Yueru's doppelgangers chanted an incantation in unison while moving towards their target's previous location. As they did, golden divine runes began to appear across Frostflame space's translucent barrier, illuminating the arena. The area's ambient mana decreased rapidly as it flowed into Frostflame space. This increased the mana density inside the barrier to a frightening level. The spectators outside of the main stage squirmed uncomfortably as the venue's mana density decreased. What kind of spell is that? What is she trying to do? Although the audience didn't understand the Elementalist's actions, goosebumps covered their bodies. It felt as if Armageddon were coming for them. Moreover, this feeling grew as time passed. Meanwhile, Yin Tianqing felt the sensation intensely from inside the Frostflame space. She couldn't be. A possibility suddenly dawned on Yin Tianqing. Immediately, he dashed towards Zhao Yueru. Sadly, he was already too late. The ice and fire-type doppelgangers only needed 2 seconds to cast Frostflame Oblivion. By the time Yin Tianqing had felt that something was amiss, the 2 doppelgangers had channeled the spell for over a second. The assassin could never cross 50 yards and launch an attack in that time. Let's end this. Both doppelgangers pointed their Frostflame's wraths towards the sky as a pillar of fire and a pillar of cold air shot upward, striking the magic barrier. Suddenly, the Frostflame space cracked as the horrific power of ice and fire annihilated everything within the space. Yin Tianqing was obliterated. Cracks continued to spread across the barrier. The area within Frostflame space only calmed after 5 seconds. Nothing was left. Yin Tianqing, the Frostflame cheetah, and Zhao Yueru's doppelgangers. They all disappeared, however, after the frost flame space faded. Zhao Yueru's main body reformed on the stage at the same time. The bell signifying the end of the match rang, while the large screen above the stage displayed the victor Zhao Yueru. Chapter 1425, Number 1 Elementalist. Chapter 1425, Number 1 Elementalist. When Zhao Yueru's name appeared on the screen above the main stage, the venue fell silent as everyone turned to the Elementalist incredulously. They wouldn't have been so shocked if Zhao Yueru had simply defeated Yin Tianxing, but the woman had displayed overwhelmingly destructive power. If she were capable of disintegrating everything within a 100-yard radius of herself, who could ever challenge her in a one-on-one PvP match? With that terrifying spell, who could possibly stand up against a Flame Witch? Crap! She beat the second-ranked assassin just like that? Is she an NPC? With such frightening strength and spells, the Flame Witch won't have any issues winning the championship. That's right. Even if she doesn't win, she should rank first on the Empire's Elementalist ranking list. I never thought that Zero Wing had an expert like this. No wonder Zero Wing had become Starmoon Kingdom's overlord. I'm sure it won't be long before Zero Wing joins the ranks of first-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. Zhao Yueru had inspired shock and awe in the crowd. With such an AoE powerhouse, other guilds would have to think twice before starting a war with Zero Wing in the field. Zhao Yueru's firepower alone could likely rival that of a 100-man expert team. We lost. Crimson Fox stared at Zhao Yueru in a daze. At this point, he truly regretted challenging Feng to a bet. He hadn't imagined that Zero Wing had hidden a trump card like Zhao Yueru now. Crimson Castle had lost all hope of obtaining Hidden Fog Town. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would become Lake Heart City's undisputed overlord once it secured the town. Even with Nine Dragons Emperor's support, Crimson Castle could never compete with Zero Wing Guild leader. Are we really going to give up on Hidden Fog Town? Lonely Castle asked, reluctance coloring his face. Give up? Crimson Fox shook his head as he suddenly thought of an idea. Sneering, he said, while it is true that Crimson Castle has to give up on capturing Hidden Fog Town, that doesn't mean that other guilds cannot try. Notify the other guilds immediately and tell them to prepare the necessary manpower. Although we cannot offer any of our forces, we can supply information, weapons, equipment, and siege tools. Understood. Lonely Castle smiled as he listened to Crimson Fox's plan. Hidden Fog Town wouldn't be easy to raid. Even if Crimson Castle couldn't act, they could keep the town out of Zero Wing's hands if several third-rate guilds worked together with the support of Crimson Castle's items and information. If they succeeded, Nine Dragons Empire wouldn't forsake their guild as long as they retained the man support. Crimson Castle could develop into a first-rate guild eventually. After resurrecting below the stage, Yin Tianxing glanced at Zero Wing's VIP room commander. Hua Fei was at a loss for words as she looked at Yin Tianxing, who wore a bitter smile. It was obvious that he had valued Stone Forest Town's garrison rights. Unfortunately, not only had he failed to obtain that right, but he had also lost 10,000 magic crystals, and the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure mappy had thought that this was an opportunity. But Zero Wing really is as unfathomable as the rumors say, Yin Tianxing said as he shook his head dejectedly. He then smiled as he continued. It seems that we'll have to see to some more preparations. Commander, why is Zero Wing Stone Forest Town so important to you? It is just a town in a small kingdom. How could it possibly be any better than Super Guild's towns? With our team's strength, we shouldn't have any problems occupying one of their towns. Why should we bother with Stone Forest Town's 5 garrison slots? Hua Fei was astonished. She had been flabbergasted when he had sent her to compete for a private house in Stone Forest Town. Now, Yin Tianxing was adamant of obtaining Stone Forest Town's adventurer houses. It is only natural that you don't have a great opinion of Stone Forest Town. I only found out the truth from a friend. When the time comes, adventure teams like ours won't be the only ones competing for those slots. Some superpowers are preparing for the auction as well, Yin Tianxing quietly explained. He had fought in the virtual gaming world for many years now, so he had many expert acquaintances. Among them, a few were upper echelons in certain superpowers. Their information networks far surpassed any first-rate guild. How is that possible? Isn't it just a kingdom's town? How could it even tempt superpowers? Iluafe exclaimed. Stone Forest Town might not have attracted their attention in the past, but times have changed. Zero Wing now has the advanced auction house and the advanced combat rooms. The auction house offers items that are usually very difficult to find on the market, while the combat rooms can even help peak experts grow stronger. Why wouldn't these benefits tempt superpowers? Yin Tianxing explained. If not for Stone Forest Town's nigh impenetrable defenses and the support from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the various superpowers would have likely sent their forces to capture it. Now that Zero Wing intends to auction off 5 adventure houses, these various superpowers cannot miss the opportunity. Furthermore, the adventurer teams that set up in Stone Forest Town will be required to sign a contract with Zero Wing. There is no doubt that the contracted adventurer teams will receive exclusive benefits if these superpowers join the competition. The auction will be unimaginably intense. So, we'll have to begin preparing right away. Realization dawned on Iluafe as she listened to her commander's explanation. She was stunned. She hadn't expected a recently established guild to be capable of nurturing a town that could elicit the various superpowers' desire, although it was hard to believe. She trusted her commander fully after all. Yin Tianxing was the one who had introduced her to the Flower of Seven Sins. The fact that Yin Tianxing knew upper echelons of a transcendental power like the Flower of Seven Sins proved how amazing the man was. Meanwhile, in one of the VIP rooms on the second floor, 9 Dragons Emperor wore an exceedingly ugly expression. In contrast, Phoenix Rain's group celebrated Big Sis Rain. Zero Wing is so full of surprises. With an expert elementalist like Zhao Yueru, we'll have a much greater advantage in the contest for Thunder Island. Having her defend a tower will be far more effective than sending 3 to 5 peak experts. Blue Phoenix said no wonder Yi Feng was so confident. Zero Wing had this trump card hidden. Zhao Yueru's power surprised Phoenix Rain as well due to the limited number of slots for Thunder Island's contest. It was very important that they brought experts who were strong individually. This was especially true for strategic experts like Zhao Yueru. A powerhouse like her would be much more effective than 10 top-tier experts. While the various large guilds recovered from their shock of watching Zhao Yueru fight, Feng received 10,000 magic crystals in Zero Wing's VIP room and the Dragon's Graveyard's treasure map from Yin Tianxing upon receiving his winnings. Feng opened the treasure map. He was very eager to learn which area Yin Tianxing's treasure map covered. He had never heard of the FFF adventurer team obtaining treasure from the Dragon's Graveyard in the past. Rather, the first-rate guild, Fantasy Shrine, and the super first-rate Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had secured the map's treasures. Hence, Feng was surprised to hear that the FFF adventurer team had obtained a treasure map for the area. So, soon treasure maps in God's domain were generally unique items. Each hidden treasure would only have a single corresponding treasure map. Without the corresponding treasure map, no one would find the hidden goods. These treasures were hidden in special spaces, and the map was the key to accessing them. Chapter 1426, Instant Fame. Chapter 1426, Instant Fame. After unfurling the treasure map, Feng inspected its attribute panel. The information displayed confused Feng aside from the words Dragon's Graveyard. The treasure map didn't have any information to display. There wasn't even a general map for the Dragon's Graveyard Guild leader. Is there a problem with the treasure map? Gentle Snow asked curiously when she noticed the strange expression on Feng's face. There is indeed a problem, Feng said, chuckling. This treasure map requires a master-ranked appraisal. When he tried to inspect the treasure map forcefully, the system notified him of the requirement master-ranked. Gentle Snow was astonished. Although one could easily find appraisal shops in NPC cities, the NPCs working in these stores were, at best, advanced appraisers. It was impossible to find a master appraiser in these shops. Although a lot of players had taken on the appraiser subclass, their progress was extremely slow. After all, players had to appraise a large number of top-tier items to gain proficiency. Even the various large guilds had only nurtured a few advanced appraisers. As for master appraisers, It was very difficult for every subclass in God's domain to reach the master rank, however. What truly surprised Feng was not the fact that the treasure map needed a master appraiser, but that it had to be appraised to begin with. Based on what he had heard in the past, the maps leading to the dragon's graveyard's 3 great treasures hadn't needed appraisals. One could just inspect them. Could this treasure map lead to something other than the 3 great treasures? Feng's curiosity grew. Immediately, he activated Omniscient Eyes to inspect the treasure map. Fortunately, Omniscient Eyes could rival a master-ranked appraisal after 20 seconds. The treasure map's information began to reveal itself. What? Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the displayed information as he had guessed. The treasure map Yin Tianqing had given him didn't lead to one of the 3 great treasures. This map wasn't even a treasure map. It was a map to the dragon's graveyard's secret land, the dragon's nest. This secret land was far more valuable than the 3 great treasures. Unlike the treasures, which would disappear once someone claimed them, players could periodically enter the secret land an indefinite number of times. Like the sea dragon's secret land, one could obtain all sorts of precious items in the dragon's nest, yet, funny enough, Yin Tianqing had treated this item like a typical treasure map. After giving the matter some thought, Feng realized that it was to be expected. After all, secret lands were incredibly rare. On the other hand, treasure was common in large maps like the dragon's graveyard. If a player obtained a map with the words Dragon's Graveyard, it wouldn't be unusual for them to assume it was just a treasure map guild leader. It couldn't be a fake, could it? Gentle Snow thought of a possibility when she saw Feng's surprise. There were many treasures in God's domain. However, there was also a large number of fakes. In fact, a large majority of the treasure maps players obtained weren't real. It is. Feng nodded. I knew Yin Tianqing couldn't be that generous. Gentle Snow sighed, somewhat disappointed. If Zero Wing could obtain the dragon's graveyard's treasures, it would significantly help the guild's development. If an adventure team like FFF used the treasure, it might even elevate the team's overall strength to a whole new level. How could he have been willing to gamble such a precious item? This isn't a treasure map. It's a map to a secret land in the dragon's graveyard, Feng said, smiling when he saw Gentle Snow's dejected expression. It's a map to the dragon's graveyard's secret land. How is that possible? Gentle Snow's eyes widened in shock. For a moment, she even thought Feng was playing a trick. Take a look for yourself, Feng said, chuckling. He then passed the secret land map to Gentle Snow. It's real. If Yin Tianqing finds this out, he'll lose his mind. Gentle Snow's eyes sparkled as she looked at the map. Needless to say, a secret land in a forbidden area like the dragon's graveyard would be high quality. Moreover, the reward for clearing a secret land for the first time would most likely rival, or even surpass, the dragon's graveyard treasure. Although subsequent visits wouldn't yield as many benefits as the first, the secret land could be rated indefinitely. In the long term, the income from exploring the secret land would exceed the 3 great treasures. However, this map had a flaw. The secret land would be very challenging to reach. The dragon's nest was located in the dragon's graveyard's inner region. Moreover, it was very close to its core. Currently, the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds were struggling to explore the outer region, much less the inner area, before they could reach the secret land. The monsters in the inner region would likely wipe them out. However, Gentle Snow did not know that Feng had already prepared to visit the dragon's nest. While the other large guilds might have trouble reaching the inner region, the same could not be said for Feng. After all, he had the all-round device. He didn't need to worry about the low mana density in the dragon's graveyard. Moreover, the dragon's nest only opened once a week. They still had 2 days until the next reset. It would be a huge waste not to visit the secret land. The only problem was that he needed more all-round devices. After Zhao Yueru's match with Yin Tianqing, the competition proceeded as usual. With each match, the audience's passion grew. After all, aside from Zhao Yueru, the weakest players who made it to the quarterfinals had reached the Flowing Water Realm. However, faced with Zhao Yueru's unreasonable Frost Flame space, even peak experts would succumb to death in this competition. Players' cooldowns would reset upon finishing a match, and this included their weapons and equipment skills. As a result, Zhao Yueru could use Frostflame Space and Frostflame Oblivion in every one of her matches. If her main body remained alive, she could use Frostflame Hell as well. With the stage's limited amount of space to move around, her opponents had no hope of dodging both of her large-scale destruction spells in the end. Zhao Yueru had won the championship, becoming the greatest dark horse in the competition this time around. At the same time, the Flame Witch's name resounded throughout the Black Dragon Empire, as Zhao Yueru became the Empire's #1 Elementalist as for this uproar's main perpetrator. Zhao Yueru found this situation somewhat unbelievable. If this had been a competition of combat standards, she wouldn't have made it into the top 30, yet she had won the competition with the help of the Frost Flame's Wrath. The strength of a fragmented legendary weapon had her mesmerized unsurprisingly. Zero Wing had become the #1 guild in this ranking competition and obtained the invitation to participate in the Secret Pavilion's upcoming internal auction. The Black Dragon Empire's official forums were ablaze with activity. Nobody could have imagined that a previously unknown guild would rise to become the competition's top guild. Zhao Yueru's astonishing prowess fascinated the Empire's players. She was the perfect combination of beauty and violence. Zero Wing will definitely rise in the Black Dragon Empire now. I heard that Zero Wing has been recruiting members in Lakeheart City. I'm going to apply when I have time. For a time, players swarmed Zero Wing's residence in Lakeheart City. Far more players wanted to join the guild than Gentle Snow had anticipated. To accommodate more members in the branch guild, she began her preparations to capture Hidden Fog Town, using this opportunity to develop her corner of Zero Wing. Big Sis Snow. Over 10,000 third-rate guild members, who are allied with Crimson Castle, have secretly gathered at the guild's residence in Lakeheart City. Moreover, this number is rapidly climbing. By the looks of it, it seems as if they intend to rush towards Hidden Fog Town. Unknown players have also ambushed many of our members grinding near the town. I suspect that this is Crimson Castle's doing. Crimson Fox is quite persistent. Since he can't take action openly, he's moving against us in secret. Gentle Snow frowned as she listened to her subordinate's report. Clearly, their previous agreement with Crimson Castle had been a farce. They're moving in secret, revealing a faint smile. Sure, Feng reasoned. It seems that if we don't teach these guild a proper lesson, they'll assume that Zero Wing is easy to bully. Since Crimson Fox has gone back on his word, he can't blame me for refusing to show mercy.